Hello and welcome to the ActualTech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit event on crafting an innovative IT blueprint, covering storage, infrastructure, cloud, disaster recovery, security, operations, and more. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got an amazing event lined up for you today. You'll hear from experts at KnowBe4, Alkira, OutSystems, NetApp, NetEnrich, Druva, Faction, Zerto, Okta, Sequence Security, and Rubrik. What an amazing lineup. You'll also hear from CEO of ActualTech Media, Scott Lowe, as well as a special guest speaker, author and trainer, Mr. David Klee. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'm excited to be serving as your moderator. We at ActualTech Media created the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit event series to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest in enterprise technology, to help you to get all your questions answered, to learn about the most innovative enterprise technology solutions available today quickly and efficiently, and hopefully to have some fun. We've got some amazing prizes as well to give out on the event, and we'll be talking about those in just a moment. Now, before we get started, just a few things that you should know about the event series. We encourage you to use your questions box in the audience console throughout the event, and we'll be doing a dedicated Q&A session with each of today's expert presenters. I'll also be talking about the best question prize that we're running in just a moment. We'll also have a number of questions for you in the form of poll questions that will appear there in the slides window, and I'll be sharing the results of many of those with you. We also want this to be a social event, and you can tweet directly from your audience console. The hashtag is ATM Summit, and it will be automatically appended. And then we have a number of resources available for download there in the Handouts tab. They include ebooks, PDF assets, and special URLs. I encourage you to download those now and check those out now because they won't be readily available after the event. And finally, I mentioned prizes on the Summit event today. We'll be giving out 30 Amazon $100 gift cards. You heard it right, 30 Amazon $100 gift cards, 5 iPad Airs, 5 Oculus Quest 2s. I actually have one of these. This is an incredible virtual reality headset, 5 PlayStation 5 consoles, and to top it off, 5 Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultras. You heard it right. We're giving away all of this today on the Enterprise IT Summit. Now, you must be live in attendance to qualify for the drawings. That is the primary requirement. Other prize terms and conditions can be found there in your audience console in the Handouts tab. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. All prize winners have the option to make a donation. All prize winners have the option to make a donation to a selected charity. Thanks to generous prize winners over the years, we at ActualTech Media have donated thousands of dollars to the selected charities that you see on the screen here. If you win a prize and you'd like to donate the prize value to charity, we would love to help you do that. We've also partnered with the Gorilla Guide Book Club, where you can download free educational IT books to donate to the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund and One Tree Planted. You can find a link to the Gorilla Guide Book Club in the audience console underneath the Handouts tab. Make sure that you check it out. To top it off, we'll be doing a $50 Amazon gift card as the best question prize for each of the sessions on the event today. We have 11 sessions. That's 11 $50 Amazon gift cards. So keep those questions coming throughout the event to make sure that you get entered into this drawing as well. All prize winners must meet the ActualTech Media prize policy. I mentioned that you can tweet directly from your audience console. The hashtag for today's event on Twitter is ATM Summit. I'll be monitoring Twitter throughout the event. Of course, we appreciate you socializing the event. Feel free to follow ActualTech Media and me as well, David M. Davis. You can subscribe to all the ActualTech Media channels, YouTube, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast. You'll find links to those there on your audience console. And of course, we post all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn, so make sure that you follow ActualTech Media there as well. And with that, I'm excited to kick off today's event with a word from ActualTech Media CEO, Mr. Scott D. Lowe. Take it away, Scott.
Hi there, I'm Scott Lowe with ActualTech Media, and thank you for joining us for today's Enterprise IT Summit. During this very short keynote, I'll be talking about the 2021 State of IT Spending and Priorities. So the theme of today's summit is pretty broad. It encompasses all areas of information technology. How realistic, though, is it for your department, your organization, to accomplish its goals? What are your peers doing and making investments in 2021? We're going to answer all these questions and more in the next couple of minutes. We'll talk about IT budget expectations, IT workload expectations, and how those two things align. And we'll talk about the top investment priorities for 2021. First of all, how is your IT budget changing in 2021? Every year, this is a question we all ask. What's our budget going to be? Well, fortunately for 37% of our respondents, they're going to see an increase in their IT budget. 44% are going to have about the same they had last year, and there are 19% that are in a situation where they're going to have to do more with less. I hate that phrase personally, but we hear it all the time. But what is really happening is around workload. So you would hope that if you're seeing less budget, you're seeing less workload. We'll talk about that in a second, but let's just talk about workload in a vacuum for a second. How do you anticipate your IT department's workload changing in 2021? Well, a whopping 64% of you said that we're going to see an increase in workload in 2021. 30% say it's going to stay about the same as in 2020, and just 6% said, hey, guess what? We're doing less. What's really important is understanding the relationship between IT budget and IT workload changes. And this is kind of a good news, sort of bad news thing, depending on your perspective. But as you can see from the chart on the screen, I'm going to explain this. For those that are seeing an increasing IT budget, 86% are seeing a corresponding workload increase. That would be expected, and it's fair. If you're seeing more budget, you're probably going to see more work. 11% seeing a budget increase are seeing a consistent workload, and only 3% of people with increasing IT budgets are saying, hey, we're going to be doing less this year, but we're going to still spend more on doing it. When we get down to the bottom, though, that's where we see some divergence. For the 18% of those with a decreasing budget are seeing a decreasing workload. And you would expect to see, you would hope to see, with less budget, there's less work. Well, unfortunately, on the flip side, 49% of respondents that are seeing a budget decrease are actually going to see an increase in their workload. So in other words, the phrase that I just mentioned that I hate, do more with less, is for real for these organizations. What's really important is what your peers are doing around investment. And for responses for which there were 30% or more of people doing increased investment in 2021, this is what we see. And it's no surprise that security is at the very top of this list, with 59% of respondents saying we're going to be spending more on security in our organizations. 44% are spending more in cloud. Virtualization, we see lots of increase this year as well, around end-user computing as well. Storage, but artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning technologies, 36% of you said we're going to spend more in this area. Business intelligence and analytics, anything data related, we're going to see about a third of you spending more. Data protection, disaster recovery, we're going to see a lot more there as well as development and DevOps. So there's a lot of really key areas, many of which are discussed during today's summit, where we're going to see increased investment in 2021. And with that, I'd like to tell you to enjoy the summit, and thank you for joining us today.
And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our first presenter. Welcome, Mr. Eric Cron, Security Awareness Advocate at KnowBe4. Eric, thanks for being on.
It is always great to be here. I really love these, and I got to tell you, the intro to this, it just keeps getting better when you do these summits. It really does.
Always appreciate your support, Eric, and look forward to your excellent presentation. Take it away.
All right, here we go, everyone. First of all, we're going to talk today about something called the Ransomware Hostage Rescue Guide. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing this pretty quickly because we have a lot of material to cover, so we got to do it pretty fast. But here's the deal. This is a fantastic resource when it comes to ransomware and protecting against it and recovering from it. So I highly recommend. It's totally free, but there'll be a link for it here in a minute. But this is what we're going to cover. It's going to be about ransomware, recovery, what to expect, et cetera, et cetera. Let me tell you a little bit about us to start off. I work with KnowBe4. We have a security awareness training and simulated phishing platform. That is pretty much the big thing we focus on, that, and we do have a compliance platform as well that's awesome. But we focus on the human factor here, and this is really important. So, as we're building this IT blueprint, which is kind of the idea of this, the most important thing I can let you know is don't forget the human aspect, because it's such a big deal, and it makes such a big difference in organizations with respect to your security posture. So anyways, that's what we do as an organization. Focus on the people, especially on the awareness training side of things and the simulated phishing attacks. Now, my background, I've been in IT and security for a long time now, since the mid-1990s, which just keeps getting longer and longer away. But I've worked in healthcare. I've worked in manufacturing. Those are two areas that are hit very often by ransomware, and I hate to see that sort of thing. I've also worked for the DoD. I spent about 10 years and eventually became the security manager at the 2nd Regional Cyber Center Western Hemisphere. Also worked for ISC Squared and all kinds of other areas, right? So in my career, I've seen a lot of different things. And again, for me, I've become very passionate about the human element. I'm a very technical person. I tend to like to focus on technical. I tend to be comfortable with technical, but I had to step outside that box and realize a while back in my career that the human factor plays a lot into things as well. So that's my background. That's where I come from. I am a security geek. I'm not just a marketing person. So this is what we're going to talk about. This is what this is based on, is this ransomware hostage rescue manual. It's free. It's awesome. Yes, I had a part in writing it, or at least revising it over the last few years. So I may be a little personally attached, but it has great things, including checklists for what to do before, after, and during an attack, et cetera, stuff that really comes down to being very, very valuable when it all goes wrong. So let's talk about this. Cybercrime, it's exploded, right? Back in the days, it used to be, viruses here and there. But we're talking big money now. We're talking huge amounts of money to the tune of billions of dollars being lost every year. So it's really, really upped the game. Gone are the days of, the kids in mom's basement drinking Mountain Dew, eating pizza, doing stuff, right? This is organized crime. This is ransomware gangs. It's other sorts of gangs as well. I mean, we're talking about lots of very, very organized stuff here. It's not the days of old. And it's important that we understand this when we go into this, because I see a lot of people still underestimate the adversaries, and they think of them as, these unorganized individuals. And that's just not what we're dealing with these days. So ransomware in and of itself has just continued to explode as well. There was a time there where it kind of ebbed a little bit, kind of backed off, and cryptojacking was a huge deal. But ransomware has really taken off again in the last couple of years. So average cost of a breach, this is Sophos and Kaspersky on this slide. Average cost of a breach, $133,000. So that's all of that other kind of stuff. That's doing the incident response, all that kind of stuff, the cleanup, the rebuilding, all that. Average cost was $133,000. Here's an important thing. 75% of companies infected had up-to-date endpoint protection. Ironically, that's from Sophos, who actually does an endpoint protection as well. And then 34% of businesses hit with it take a week or more to regain access to their data. Now, that's important because as an organization, if you don't have access to your customer list, your invoices, the files you need to produce widgets or whatever it is that you sell, can you deal without access to your data for a week? And for a lot of organizations, it is absolutely brutal. And this is the power behind ransomware. It doesn't matter. They're not trying to steal your data and sell it on the web necessarily. I mean, that happens, but that's not the primary business model. The primary business model is to deprive you of the things you need to keep your doors open. And that way, it is actually effective for everything from hospitals down to bakeries. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We all need our data to do business. So being without it for a week or more is just very, very bad. Now, Group IB did a study. They said from 2018 to 19, the average ransom rose from $6,000 to $84,000, and attacks rose by 40%. Now, I remember back in the days when we'd see $200, $300, $400, $500 per machine for a ransom. And if you wanted to do the whole organization, you could get a bundle deal. Those days are gone. Now it's just exploding. They realized that they were undervaluing what they were doing for a while. So according to Coveware, the average ransom, this is the ransom, mind you, just the ransom for the first quarter of 2020 was $111,605. So, Sophos said average cost of recovery or ransomware attack was $133,000. This $111 is just the ransom cost these days. So according to Sophos now, the total cost more than doubles if they pay the ransom, because now you're paying for all that stuff you had to do anyways, but you're also paying this at least $111,000 on average on top of that. That's why it's so brutal. That's why it's costing so much more these days. So I want to cover this real quick, the anatomy of a phishing attack, sort of. Yes, they vary. Yes, they change. This is how ransomware works when it comes to the phishing type attacks. Basically, users tricked into opening a link or an infected document. The link or the document contains a dropper. Now, we've seen Emotet used a lot of times to get people in there. We've seen a lot of that. Now, Emotet's been taken down, but there will be somebody stepping in, not a problem. We see these sorts of things happen all the time. It's going to be a dropper, though. It's going to be not the actual ransomware that's included in there. So now what they're going to do is they get into the system, and these days they kind of cruise around for a while, check things out. They're spending more and more time in the system. So then what they do is during that, they exfiltrate the data, and then they encrypt the data. After all of that is done, the notification screen shows up. What's important to understand about this is the fact that once the data is exfiltrated, you're dealing with the data breach no matter what. Even if you have good backups and you can restore right away, everything moves, the company's back online, you're dealing with the exfiltrated data. And if it's customer data, it's things like that, you have a problem on your hand with the data breach there. Now, once the files are exfiltrated and encrypted, it's going to pop these up. It's going to want to show you how to pay the ransom. So even if you can't find like the patient zero machine that was used to kick off the ransom that the screen is on, in most of the folders, there's going to be some sort of a file in there that's going to tell you how to pay. Because remember, ransomware is pretty much about getting paid for the attack. Now, there's been sometimes like NotPetya was a ransomware string that was really a data wiper. They couldn't even actually restore the data. It was just a way to make an extra few bucks on their way out. It was a data wiper that was masked as ransomware. Now, we've seen some interesting things too. I just recorded one of the podcasts I do. It's called The Jarek Show, and in that we were talking about a story where they're saying that ransomware is actually getting to the point that there's so many new players on the field that they're producing horrible code that's accidentally wiping the data, which is absolutely a terrible thing. It's not being done on purpose necessarily, but they're accidentally wiping the data, which leaves people in a real pickle if they can't get their data back. So keep that in mind. There are some new players on the field that aren't doing so well. Typically speaking, this is going to be with some sort of a cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, I've seen Monero, I've seen Ethereum, other kinds of stuff is how you're going to pay it. But keep in mind, they're going to pop that up. They're going to make it very, very visible for you so that you know where to go so they can get their money. Now, when it comes to Bitcoin, we've all, I hope at this point, heard of Bitcoin. The problem with Bitcoin is it's very, very volatile. Now, Bitcoin can also be broken down in these cryptocurrencies into very tiny areas. There's actually laundering services available out there where they take a little cut, they break it down into tiny little pieces, and then put it all back together later on for your money. It's not hard to launder and to obfuscate a little bit. Now, people will mess up. If you look at what happened with the Twitter hack, those guys, they ended up dropping the money that they made into a verified account, and that verified account knew who it was, right? So in the beginning, they weren't necessarily verified. Now it's just like opening a banking account where they want all this information. So there is still ways to catch people on this, but ultimately, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are a lot harder to track than many other types of things. So anonymity is a key thing here. That's the beauty of ransomware. They try not to get busted. It's easy to do. They can now do this from a distance, and they can do it with Bitcoin, so they don't have to stop and be physically available somewhere where they could be arrested to pick up a ransom, okay? The other way they do it is they use Tor. Tor is called the Onion Router Network. It was originally a DARPA creation, and the idea was to make it anonymous for whistleblowers, government whistleblowers. Like all good things, the attackers, the bad guys, have turned this into something that benefits them. This is where you're going to have to go if you end up getting hit and you need to pay a ransom. 99% of the time, it's going to be in a Tor type website. You can always tell because they end in .onion, not .com, not .org, .onion. You need a special browser to get there. So if you're doing that, make sure you get the browser from the actual Tor site. Don't pick up a third-party browser. They've been known to be modified to change things like Bitcoin wallet IDs, believe it or not. And so the funds get redirected. Make sure you get it in the right spot. But if you end up in these situations, you may end up where you have to do this. Okay, so how do you tell if you're infected? Like I said, it's going to be in your face a lot of times, but people oftentimes get these calls like to the help desk saying, hey, you know, I can't open these files. The extension doesn't look right. There's all kinds of stuff like that that people have spotted. They've actually seen on the share where files are having their names changed as they're being encrypted. I've heard of that, and people calling going, hey, something's going on. Once it's encrypted, though, I mean, obviously it's too late. So most of the time you'll have that big screen pop up that says you've been encrypted. There's even different themes on that. I've seen James Bond themes, you know, the GoldenEye. I've seen, I've seen all kinds of like Matrix themes and stuff like that. But ultimately, it doesn't matter the theme. It's all about trying to get your attention. Oftentimes there'll be a countdown timer. In some cases, they'll do like a Russian roulette where every, say, hour or two, they'll randomly select a file and just wipe it. It's just deleted and gone. The idea with that is put urgency on you to pay the ransom and get that done behind you. But there's usually a countdown where either the ransom will increase or they say that you won't be able to recover your file. So keep an eye on that. Also, again, if something happens, look in the folders, and there's typically a text file or an HTML file in those that are going to give you the directions. So this is how you can kind of tell. So what do you do if you're infected? First, disconnect the machine, determine the scope, and determine the strain. So, you know, one of the things that happens here is people aren't sure what to do. They shut off the machine or whatever. What we recommend is disconnect it from the network. That includes wireless. That includes USB drives, but you want to remember what all was connected, because if you're going to restore it later, if you do get a decryptor, all that stuff has to be back in place. So determining the scope, how far is it gone? You know, some strains will browse network shares, some don't. Some will try to infect other whole computers, not just data on it. So you want to know the scope of what's been infected. If it's multiple computers, multiple shares, files, are your backups hit? Those are key. And then understanding what the strain of ransomware is. The reason that's important is there are some decryptors available at times out there. There's all kinds of different reasons why this becomes important, but you want to know what the strain is. So it'll usually tell you, but sometimes it may be a little tricky. There are some sites out there. I think No More Ransom has a way that you can upload some files and it will help determine what it is. Some of these different strains, the attackers are actually willing to negotiate more on the amounts or the time. This is another thing that's important when you're looking at the strain of ransomware, so you know what your options are. So make sure that you can do that in some way, shape, or form. Now, your responses are kind of limited, right? You can restore from a backup. You can decrypt your files using a third party, although it's a very slim chance. It does happen on occasion. Or you can do nothing, lose your data, just suck it up and move on, or negotiate and pay the ransom. We really, really don't want to do the last one if we don't have to. So restoring from a recent backup is great. The problem with restoring from a recent backup is if the data has been exfiltrated, you still have the data breach part. Again, the restoring of the data doesn't necessarily matter as much as the data breach part. And if you look at the most recent ransomware attacks that are in the news, pretty much all of them, the reason they're in the news is because data was exfiltrated, not just because of the ransomware piece. So it's important to understand that you know, restoring isn't all it takes now to recover from these. Now, the third-party decryptors, sometimes they find ways to do that. They'll find vulnerabilities in the encryption, decryption stuff, or key handling. I think I saw one today actually where they had pulled up a decryptor for certain things. Make sure if you're going to go with a third-party decryptor, get it from a reliable source, something like a known antivirus vendor. Don't go grab it off a forum or something like that and end up putting more bad things on your machine. It's a great way to actually distribute more malware, so make sure. But it's very slim. Again, you could just suck it up, lose your data. That's not always an option for places, but some people can do that. Now, what I recommend is if you're going to do that, make a backup of the data, because if a decryptor comes available later, then you may be able to do that. Okay, you may be able to actually go get that data back eventually. And then finally, negotiate and then paying the ransom. Now, what's important is no matter what you're doing, this is important. Wipe the machines. Don't just restore from a backup and have the machine going. Now, I mentioned before that a lot of these groups are getting persistence and they're cruising around in there for a while. Well, they're also planting other ways to get back in. Part of persistence is making sure that if somebody closes one door, another one is open so they can get back into the systems. Well, imagine this. You have a machine that's infected with a remote access Trojan. You restore from ransomware by simply restoring that machine from a bare metal. It fires that right back up. So they have their way in again. And as a matter of fact, on the podcast this morning, with one of the stories we talked about, an organization paid £6.5 million, I believe it was, for the ransom on a ransomware attack, restored everything, got it back up, and a couple weeks later, the same attackers came through, did it again, and charged them again. They ended up paying twice on this because they didn't figure out how the folks got in. They didn't figure out what went wrong that they weren't able to recover the first time. And so when they restored everything, the people were still able to be back in the system. That's why it's really important. I love this Nuke It from Orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Wipe the machines completely and then just restore the data piece. That's a key part of keeping safe in the future with this. Now, we talked about this real quick. Now, the second part of this, though, is important. Even if you pay the ransom to avoid your data being exposed on the internet, it does not mean it won't end up on the dark web for sale. They may say, oh, we'll delete it, we promise, right? These are criminals, all right? What they may not do, though, is dump it publicly. So they may not put it on that internet web page, but you can bet they're going to try to monetize the data however else they can. And what's your recourse if they don't, right? So again, these are criminals. Just understand that even if you pay that ransom to avoid that, it doesn't mean it's not going to be out there. So you want to be looking for that. You want to figure out ways to deal with that. And the PR side of that is pretty ugly when you have a data breach. So that being said, if you do pay the ransom, are you going to get your files back? Well, the answer is yes, maybe. So remember I mentioned that there's groups out there that are messing up that are actually wiping the files, or NotPetya, where it looked like it was encrypted, or it was actually encrypted. The files were encrypted, but there was no way to decrypt it. That kind of stuff does happen. The other thing that happens is when they're doing the encryption piece here, unlike when we encrypt files on our own just for whatever reason, for security reasons, they don't necessarily run a lot of checks to make sure it was successful or it did it cleanly. So what happens is they're trying to encrypt as many files at a time as they can. It's all about volume, not about the safety of the files. So a lot of times I hear people having some of their data is corrupted. It's not good when they end up getting it back, and that's a problem. There have actually been places like with the MongoDB, this was kind of funny. They were actually doing this and encrypting the databases in multiple layers. So different people, different groups would get in there, run the encryption on the database, and encrypt what another group had already encrypted. So they pay to decrypt the first one, and now they get back something that wants more payment. I mean, you know, there is no honor among thieves when it comes to this stuff, but that's another thing that has happened over and over again. So understand, you may or may not get your data back. It's an unfortunate thing, but that's why you want to make sure that you do have decent backups for sure. Now, paying the ransom, if you're going to do it, you're going to need, probably a Tor address. It's going to be in one of those things, either on the screen or in one of those files in the folders. You need a Bitcoin wallet ID or whatever it is, Monero or whatever. And you may need to hash when you transfer. So it may take a while for the money to be transferred, the Bitcoin to transfer to the wallet, 20 to 40 minutes sometimes, it depends, plus and minus. Most of the time, if you just send the Bitcoin, to the wallet, they'll figure it out, and you will oftentimes get your decryptor, okay? The thing about the decryptors is, when you run the decryptor, remember in the beginning I said you want to make sure what's connected, what's attached, what drives are mapped, all that good stuff. You're going to want to put whatever that patient zero machine is back on the network, and you're going to want to reconnect all of those things. The reason for that is if you don't have them connected, the decryptor can't see the files and decrypt the files, so you're going to end up skipping those. So make sure that you know where these things all are so that it can do the encryption part. Again, it does not mean you're necessarily going to get your stuff back cleanly, right? So you've paid them, you've waited your time, whatever. They'll usually send you a file or an executable that will allow you to decrypt the files. It is going to take time to decrypt the files, all right? So be prepared for that. Depending on how many megs or gigs or terabytes or petabytes are done, it may take a long time to decrypt these files. So count on that as well. Just because they're decrypted doesn't mean they're unchanged or undamaged. Keep this in mind. They have decryption keys there. So what's to keep them from taking some of your documentation and changing account numbers for routing payments to and stuff like that? If I'm a bad guy, I'm going to be looking for ways to do that. So don't trust anything unless you can verify it, all right? So what do we defend, or how do we avoid the infection? And that's the key, is it's not just recovering anymore, it's avoiding it. So do have good endpoint protection and antivirus. Do segment the network. Do have DLP controls in place to look for all that data leaving. Limit permissions to files. If people can only read it, that means they can't change it, meaning they can't encrypt it. Have good spam filters and email filters to look for this stuff. Weapons grade backups that are tested often and are completely offline from the network. At least 1 or 2 copies that are in other places unavailable for the network. And train your people. Phishing is the #1 way that ransomware is getting spread these days. It's phishing and it's unsecured RDP on the internet. So RDP, remote desktop protocol, has been turned on a lot in COVID here as we've done this stuff and been forced to work offline. But the #1 way to do it is through phishing. Now, when you train your people, don't just do the compliance thing once a year. It really honestly doesn't work if you do that. Throw them in a room, throw up some PowerPoints, bore them to death while they eat coffee and donuts. It just doesn't work. So you got to take it a little seriously. Remember, the adversaries are serious. We need to defend against it seriously as well. So you not only teach them, but you also do some simulated phishing. That's an important part. You want to make sure that these things work together. It kind of gives them a chance to practice what you taught them in training in a fail-safe environment. The other thing it does is it helps them keep an eye open. They're looking for this. And 4 steps, get a baseline. We can do that for you for free. Train the users, do the simulated phishing, and measure the results. I see a lot of organizations do the middle 2 steps, but they're not looking at where they are and where they're going. And measurement is key to just about any project you're doing, to make sure your controls are working, to tweak the spots where you find that, hey, our folks are really vulnerable to this over that. That's important to look at. And when it comes to, does it work? Yes. This was 4 million people, average almost 38% on the initial click rate, down to 14% in 3 months, and a year later, under 5%. It's pretty significant what you can do through training. So time-wise, I know we are shooting through this, and I apologize if you have questions you think of afterwards. Like, I know we're going to do some Q&A here. At least I hope we are. If you have questions afterwards, here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me at any time through this contact information if you think of other questions. So now that we've gotten to that point, David, do we have any questions out there?
Do we have any questions? Wow, we have 45 questions lined up for you, so I hope you're ready.
Is that all, huh? Okay,
yeah.
All right, rapid fire.
All right. Yeah, clearly you hit a hot topic here, and this is something the audience is extremely interested in. While we do some Q&A, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about KnowBe4? I encourage everyone to respond to that. We do appreciate it. So let's see, time for a few questions here, and then we may have to get back to some of these electronically. Eddie is asking, if you're a victim to ransomware, how can you ensure your network is not susceptible to future attacks? So if you're hit once, what can you do to prevent it from happening again?
Yeah, the most important thing is to figure out how they got in there the first time. You're going to need to do some digital forensics on this. And this is part of the cost of ransomware attacks is the forensics piece. But you got to understand where they came from. And then figure out, like I said, the number 1 and 2 ways that they're getting in is remote desktop protocol or phishing. So you want to look at those and see what can we do to shore up against those. If you have a lot of RDP floating around out there, make sure it's secure. Make sure you're using multi-factor. Make sure you're doing all of those things you need to be doing when you connect a machine to the internet. Maybe put a VPN in front of it, which tends to be, another step a little more secure sometimes, and monitor the traffic that's with that. And like I said, then handle the people side, because phishing is such a big part of it. We want to teach them not to open stuff, click on stuff, and do all that.
Okay, great advice. Here's another question Shelby's asking, and I'm curious about the answer to this. Do some ransomware infections kind of sit dormant for a while? So if and then attack at a later date, and in that case, might you need backups from, some time ago because they sat dormant for so long?
Yep. So what they do is sometimes they get in there, they have these things, like I mentioned, a machine gets infected, it's got a remote access Trojan or something like that on it, some way for them to backdoor in, and then they let it sit there for a while. So now it becomes a part of your backups, right? So then again, you restore your machine from bare metal, boom, it's already right there. This is why I recommend doing a reload and restoring just the data piece afterwards, because absolutely they're getting smart enough to do that. And they want to maintain persistence. They want to make sure that, okay, you just dumped all of your stuff back in there, things are working. Well, now the ransomware may already be on the machine. It's now reaches out to its command and control, and it's activated once again. Boom, the world happens. So you definitely want to be sure that you're looking for that kind of stuff. And like I said, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Great advice. And let's see, another question, what's the most common ransomware attack they're asking?
Oh, man, I see. Yeah, I see all kinds of different ones. I mean, there's some big names out there. I mean, Maze was big, and then those folks retired a little bit. They were replaced by, gosh, I can't remember the name of the strain right now. It's one of these days. But these really hit. Like Maze hit, and they got big because they were exfiltrating data, and so they started getting some really, really big numbers behind that. But there's a number of smaller ransomware as a service ones out there, which Maze also had that going on. But there's a lot of smaller ones like that are doing ransomware as a service, where they basically do profit sharing with the ransomware developer. So the people that are doing the attacks, they pay absolutely nothing to get into the game. And then they turn around and as they are successful with attacks, they share the money with the developer, who also handles all the back-end infrastructure and stuff. It's a very interesting way to do this, but it's really allowing some of the smaller groups to make a pretty significant impact.
Scary times.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A here, but let's see, there's 60 questions for you now in the queue. So, of course, we appreciate, your excellent presentation. We got a lot of great feedback on that as well, and, the very valuable real world advice. I'll just put up your contact information again for anyone out there who wants to reach out to you directly. Thank you so much. It's always great to have you on.
Always great to be here. Thanks for having me, and folks, thanks for being here.
For more information on the KnowBe4 Security Awareness Solution, of course, visit knowbe4.com. Also, check out the link. It's there in your Handouts tab, and that will take you to the KnowBe4 free ransomware simulator download. Make sure that you check out that free resource. KnowBe4 has a ton of excellent free resources out there on their website as well. And, of course, thank you for all the excellent questions. We'll do our best to get back to those electronically. And with that, it's time now for our first gift card drawing. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Eric Gengler from Iowa, Brian Jurgensen from South Dakota, and Johnny Carr from Kentucky. Congratulations. So the prize winners, I will post those in the questions box as well. And with that, it's time to keep our summit moving. I'm excited now to introduce you to our next expert presenter. Welcome, Mr. David Klebanoff, Head of Product Marketing at Alkira. David, are you there?
I am here. Good to be here. Good morning, David. How are you doing?
Doing great. It's always great to have you, David. Take it away.
Well, thank you so much. All righty. Well, so good morning, everybody. My name is David Klebanoff. I head product marketing for a company called Alkira. And today we're going to talk about networking, right? It may have been a while since the networking has been kind of a hot topic of a conversation, but what we are seeing, being a networking company, what we're seeing is really a whole lot of interest around, what's new in networking, what's going on with networking, especially what we identify as a cloud era. And what I decided to talk to you about today is really a transition from a concept of a software-defined networking, which is something that we had seen very predominantly done during, the last decade, and to what we identify as a very strong momentum that we're seeing across the organizations that we're working with across enterprises of all sizes, is the transition into the as-a-service approach, which is very much compatible with the way that the clouds operate. So I thought it's going to be a good use of time to make some comparisons of where we've been, because to know where you're going, we kind of have to know where we've been. So make some comparisons to where we've been, how we gotten to where we are, and share with you some details about how Alkira addresses this new notion in the cloud era networking, which is the as-a-service. So if we look at what is really driving the network requirements, right? What is really driving the evolution of networking? And the one thing that is very clear to us, and I think that comes as no surprise to any one of you, is that really the changing in the applications landscape is what really drives those network requirements and network designs, right? And we can clearly, for those of us who've been around for some time, we can clearly see that the application landscape is indeed significantly changing from an on-premise, predominantly on-premise and hardware-based application deployments and infrastructure to kind of a cloud and a hybrid cloud environment, and on to the multi-cloud and edge applications. That's kind of the evolution, the transition that we're seeing for the last, let's say, two, 3 decades, right? And it's important to understand that these transitions have occurred in order for us to realize why the network has to evolve along with these application transitions in order to be to stay on top of the game. Because as we all understand, for those of us who've been involved in networking, we understand that networking is the most foundational piece behind the infrastructure and behind the application rollouts. If the network is not there, or if the security is not there, then nothing else moves. Applications can just exist in a vacuum of cloud or in a vacuum of data centers without really the networking and security infrastructure. So again, looking at a little bit of from historical perspective, let's see what was where did we all kind of come from, right? So if you look at what seems like an ancient history now, right? About 1990s to 2000s, right? Where we are seeing the applications are in that time frame is applications are all centralized, and they are all in physical data centers that the organizations are building, and those data centers exist in only specific locations where it makes sense for organization, whether because of their geographic footprint or whether because of the proximity to users or any other reason. But these data centers are really centralized entities where the applications reside. Now, the cloud at that time is either not present or a very early stages, right? And when really talking about 1990s, can't really say that the cloud was even there. But in the 2000s, obviously, we have the emergence of early AWS, and that's when kind of it's a wake-up call for an application transitions from data centers to the cloud. But that really did not pick up during that time frame. Now, the cloud was very rudimentary, very basic. The access to the cloud was based on, VPN technologies, IPsec technologies. Now, the network that really connected those data centers and the cloud access that was anchored on the data centers was really all privately run networks. And when we say privately run, these are your, MPLSs and private circuits and things that are privately done for you. Obviously, internet was very, very early days of consumption. So these were all private networks, and the network services. And when we say network services, we mean things like firewalls. And they were all protecting the perimeter, and the perimeter was the data center. So data centers have really become kind of the placeholders, not only for all of the applications and all kind of organizational crown jewels, but also for the network services. If we look forward and we say, okay, where did that all go to? And that's when we enter into this software-defined era with a network virtualization that really has taken a hold in the last decade, right? And that's when we see really a cloud is also emerging as a very viable option for organizations. That's when we're seeing kind of the birth of cloud applications and hybrid applications that are distributed between the on-premise data centers and the cloud. Now, when the cloud comes to existence, obviously the question is, well, how do we network to the cloud? How do we provide security for the cloud, right? And one of the emerging approaches at that time was really leverage, co-locations, which is establish a footprint in a co-location, otherwise also called the carrier-neutral facilities, which is a rack, a half a rack at a co-location facility where you would install your physical gear, you would install your network services such as your firewalls, you would provide connections into the cloud through what is known as a software-defined cloud interconnect or software-defined interconnects. These are the private circuits that are connecting those co-locations into the cloud, and examples of those are the AWS Direct Connect, Microsoft Azure ExpressRoute, Google Cloud Dedicated Interconnect. So all of those private means of connectivity from these co-locations into the cloud. Now, the ability to connect those co-locations to the cloud workloads through the software-defined controls, obviously an advantageous things. But creating those co-locations required a pretty significant capital investment in order to stand those up. Now, for those who have decided to go slightly different route from co-locations, the technology, because the entire network has kind of transitioned to be software-defined, it allowed the network itself to be extended into the cloud through the use of cloud gateways or cloud on-ramps, whatever the software-defined network solution provided. But those are direct connections from extending the software-defined network into the cloud in bypassing basically co-locations. Obviously, a level of efficiency here for those doing it that way, but still suboptimal. Let's put it this way. Right. Now, the services, as I mentioned, some of them have moved to co-locations from the data centers because the applications have become more cloudified and cloud present. So the network services kind of following them along moved into the co-locations, and that's where you find the firewalls. And in those times, also some of those services have moved natively into the cloud, and that's when you have the sort of the virtual firewalls, the virtual security appliances. And we're using firewalls as an example, but obviously there's other services like DNS, DHCP, load balancers, WAN optimization, and whatnot. Those have moved from the data centers into the co-locations for those using the co-locations, and to the cloud in a virtuous form factor for those migrating those network services into the cloud. Now, lastly, we arrive at what we see as a cloud era, and in this cloud era, we really see the cloud is taking a hold, and that's where we're seeing where organizations are moving beyond hybrid applications and single cloud applications and moving into a multi-cloud applications and the birth of the edge computing. So applications are distributed between multiple clouds based on maybe performance characteristics or price points, and also the applications, those cloud providers are moving towards the edge of the network, be those back into the data center, which is a little bit ironic, but at this time it's driven by the cloud providers, and maybe possibly to even things like 5G cellular towers in order to be closer to the user population to provide lower latency when communicating with those applications residing there, right? So this as a service approach, which is pretty much dominating the cloud, is really making its way into the network, and network becomes governed by these principles of as a service consumption that cloud has really been kind of built on. So we're really seeing this really strong momentum these days of this as a service notion that is tied to network and network services. And it really comes in support of the application transitions from the data centers into the cloud and into the edge computing environments. Now, where does Alkira play in this entire sort of landscape, right? And so what Alkira has developed is a concept which we call a network cloud. And the concept is basically very much resonating with what I mentioned earlier, is not only to support the application transitions to the cloud, but also make sure that the network itself is governed and operated by the principles of the cloud. And those are the principles of, obviously, as a service consumption, but things like scalability, elasticity, high availability, presence, global presence. So those things that really cloud offers to the application security storage folks. Really, we want those advantages and those characteristics to be transcending from the cloud into the network infrastructure in order to make networking really more agile. Because one thing that I think we can all agree on is that there's definitely, with improvements that have been made with software-defined approaches in the last decade, there's definitely room for improvement. And networking is still something that is many times considered slow-moving, not really as agile as the application teams. So where Alkira comes and says, well, let's change that. Let's really make networking and security a winner. Now, the way that we've executed on this network cloud notion is we have created a solution called an Alkira Cloud Services Exchange, and that is what you see here as this blue canvas. So what is Alkira Cloud Services Exchange? It's a global virtual infrastructure that is deployed on top of the cloud provider's infrastructure, and because it's deployed on top of public cloud provider infrastructure, it obviously inherits all of these characteristics of scalability and elasticity and high availability and all the stuff that the clouds provide. So we're overlaying our software solution on top of these cloud providers, but we obviously need to cater to the networking needs. So in order to do that, we have created a service which with points of presence, virtual points of presence, which we call the cloud exchange points, and those are present in all the geographies in the world because the cloud is present in all the geographies in the world. So we're not bound by any physical limitation, and these are all virtual entities that put together provide this a backbone of network connectivity that all of the organizational resources connect to. be those in on-premise resources such as remote sites, remote users, data centers, even some external entities such as business partners, and things like carrier-neutral facilities, which are the co-locations. We still recognize that there is quite a fair amount of enterprises that are leveraging co-locations, so we allow the co-locations to be connected into the Alkira's infrastructure. And of course, all of the cloud workloads spread across multiple public clouds, and we have customers who are using single cloud and customers who are using multiple clouds, so it's kind of a spread across all. So those cloud workloads can also be seamlessly connected into this backbone in order to be part of this of the network. Right now, I mentioned network services as part of this network evolution, and that's something which is obviously very, very critical because, and specifically when we talk about firewalls. And if you recall, when I was talking about how the network has evolved, the firewalls were in the data center, then they have potentially maybe moved into kind of a software-defined world. So where are they going now that the applications are in the cloud? Well, obviously, these services are going to the cloud. As they go to the cloud, anyone who has tried to deploy a firewall in the cloud is immediately going to say, well, that's not easy. The deployment is not easy. The traffic steering is not easy. Making sure that it's all symmetrically routed is not easy. So there's quite a lot of things that are challenging and not easy to execute on. And firewall vendors have done their best in order to streamline that. But in this world and in the Alkira solution, what we're saying is that because we are a platform for all this network services or network connectivity, we are also going to be a platform for the network services. So the network services that are moving away from the data centers are basically get onboarded into the same Alkira platform that caters to the network connectivity needs. So your firewalls are going on top of the Alkira platform. Your DNS, DHCP servers go on top of the Alkira platform. So all these services are basically going on top of this Alkira platform, and now networking and network services work together because they're all part of the Alkira platform. So, of course, on top of all of that, you have the traditional kind of an operational things, which is the portal where our customers and our partners get access to and are able to manage that environment. Now, one of the really cool things about this is because since we are operating in this cloud world, right, the management piece of it, the provisioning piece of it, is really something that we're seeing extremely important. And what we've done is we've taken the extra steps in order to make sure that our product is extremely visual, that our product is extremely intuitive to use. And I'm giving you here kind of a screenshot, a snapshot of what our actual design canvas looks like. We call this a design canvas because you're really designing your entire global network with integrated network services on this in this design canvas, right? And this canvas allows you to connect your on-premise locations, so your branch offices and your campuses and your data centers and your remote users and all the stuff that lives on-premise, and all of your cloud and internet resources, be those AWS VPCs and Microsoft Azure VNets and GCP VPCs and internet exit points, connect those, and then you have this network services, which is the onboarding of the network services, such as the firewalls, into this platform. And now you have a single view and a single point of provisioning for your entire network, from on-premise to the cloud and internet, with the integrated network services. Now, and all of that is, of course, relying on what I've shown you in the last slide, which is that software infrastructure that we're deploying on top of the cloud providers in order to make all of that, make this canvas come to life, right? So this is not just automating an existing cloud infrastructure. This is really an Alkira's software intelligence that is overlaid on top of the cloud providers in order to give you this full-featured enterprise network and security features. Now, some of the prominent use cases that people are leveraging in Alkira solution, and this is just kind of a sample of the ones that we're seeing most common. The first one is really building the wide area networks with Alkira. So these are organizations that are existing MPLS customers that are thinking about, or any IPVPN technology customers that are thinking, okay, my contract is expiring, or I'm up for a hardware refresh, and I really need to evaluate where I want to take my wide area network. I know that we're talking about cloud, but I still have connectivity needs for my on-prem sites to connect to the cloud, to connect to the data centers, and data centers connect to each other. And yes, I may be thinking about cloud or maybe doing cloud, but I really need to find that wide area network sort of solution, right? So because we are connecting everything to everything, we are a very legitimate option for building your wide area network with Alkira. Now the next ones, of course, is anybody who is considering onboarding clouds and bringing clouds into their infrastructure, or multi-clouds into their infrastructure with the integrated security, of course, is looking at Alkira. I mentioned internet, and that translates into SaaS applications because we provide secure regional internet exit points through the Alkira infrastructure. This optimal SaaS experience is something that folks are looking at. Other things that we see is building DMZ environments for ingress access because, again, data centers are being sort of abandoned by the applications, and it moves into the cloud. So how do I replicate the services that I had in my data center in the cloud, right? So I had my firewall, but firewall was inspecting not only egress traffic, but also providing ingress access to, let's say, my web servers or things like that, right? So how do I do that? These are the DMZ environments that are onboarding into the Alkira platform. And lastly, we are seeing a lot of interest, especially these days we're all working remotely, is the zero trust network access and for remote users connecting into the network. Again, just like your branches and your clouds and your data centers and your everything connecting to the Alkira platform, so can the users leveraging the zero trust model in order to make sure that the policy is enforced at the point that they're connecting and the access to the resources is given in accordance to that policy. Now, I kind of touched upon that, but what does it really take to deploy an Alkira solution? So we really look into this with 3 steps. We really want to make it simple. I mentioned we want to make it visual, but we also want to make it really simple. So the first step is you register for the service. So just like any SaaS platform, you would go and you would register for the service. You get your own account on the Alkira platform. You get your own login credentials, and through that you get access into the dashboard. And if you recall, the dashboard, I've shown you a screenshot of the dashboard, and that dashboard is really the next step for you to really go and as easy as point and click your entire global network connecting, sites and clouds and internet and with network services integrated into it. Really point and click that entire enterprise solution into this design canvas. And when you're done doing that, you press one single button to provision that, and that entire intent that you have just modeled gets instantiated on top of the Alkira infrastructure. Right? We're talking about, in many cases, less than an hour. And if you think about this, it's absolutely incredible that you're able to build global networks, and especially networks that are stretching to the cloud and inside the cloud in a matter of minutes. Some more sophisticated environments, more beefy environments may take a little bit longer to provision. But we're typically seeing provisioning times in being under an hour, and this entire provisioning is done and automated by the Alkira solution. So all you have to do is just model your intent, click one button, and get your sort of favorite beverage, and wait until it's all done. Now, when it's all done and your network is running, of course, the operational angles become very important, and just like we provide all the networking and network services security needs for the enterprises, we also provide a full range of operational tool set and operational visibility elements, and this is really anything that comes to mind, it's in the system, right? It's the single interface, it's the ability to see which applications are running through, how much of that application, how much network utilization exists, the health of the infrastructure, flow level intelligence if you wanted to dig kind of deeper, a whole slew of troubleshooting tools in order to understand where connectivity issues are coming from, visibility into routing because it's a fully routed system. So a lot of things that really are of an interest from operational standpoint, and enterprises really can't deploy a solution which doesn't have this sort of operational day two angle integrated into this. So last thing I wanted to really drive home here as a takeaway is that think about Alkira as this provider of this virtual network infrastructure that really allows you to leverage that infrastructure with that intuitive interface and to build these global networks for on-premise connectivity or hybrid cloud, multi-cloud connectivity with integrated network and security services and all this operational goodness that we talked about. Really full-fledged enterprise network that is built on this intent-based canvas and instantiated and executed with a single click of a button. And it really drives home what I maybe started with is make the networking and security really excel above where it is now and bring this into what we call the speed of business, which is really make sure that the application teams and the storage teams and the compute teams and now the networking and security teams are really moving at the same pace. And maybe a funny anecdote is that we have some customers, or one of the customers really mentioned to us is that the networking team was ready with an infrastructure before the application team was ready to deploy their applications. Right, so that's really the dramatic shift that we're looking at, because that certainly wasn't the case before, where networking team were always kind of the last to know and the last to execute. And now the changes, the tables have turned, and the networking team is running before the application team due to this agility that we talked about. And lastly, no hardware, no software, no cloud to learn. So really, as a service approach that really unlocks all of those capabilities. And if you're interested to learn more, or if you really want to see a demo, a detailed demo of everything that we talked about, I really highly encourage you to go to alkira.com/demo and request a demo. We'll happily show around the system, because, as I mentioned, it is a very visual system, and in order for really appreciate the breadth of what it gives you, what we're seeing is that people who are enterprises that are seeing this demo are really kind of blown away by what can be done in under an hour, right? Something that is really kind of unheard of in the networking space. So with that, I'm going to give it back to David and see if there's anything we want to address.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, David. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up the poll. For everyone out there in the audience, what additional information would you like about the Alkira Network Cloud Service? And I'll leave that up while we take some questions. First question that came in, just to clear up confusion, there were some questions around, how does this compare to, say, AWS or GCP, and do I run my workloads in Alkira? That's not really how Alkira works. Am I right?
Right. So you don't run your workloads on Alkira, right? You're still leveraging your clouds. We're not coming to replace your clouds. Your AWS workloads are still running there. Your Azure workloads are there. Your GCP workloads are there. What we are doing is we are providing you an ability to build a global network. And that global network will connect those workloads together. Right, and it will connect those cloud workloads into your on-premise environment. So your folks at the remote sites are going to be able to access, AWS workloads, or your data center applications. That if you're using a hybrid model and you have an application that lives in a data center and part of it lives in the cloud, then you'll be able to seamlessly connect the data center to the cloud. So really, we are really the networking foundation. And when we say networking, then we and I mentioned this quite a few times, we integrate security into this as well. So we're a network provider, we're a network service provider, we're a virtual network service provider, that connects everything that you have in the organization, clouds or on-prem, together.
Excellent. Let's see. I hope everyone's responded to that poll, because I'm going to bring up the next poll now, just to be aware. And this is just a little bit more specific here. Would you like to schedule your own personalized demo to see the Alkira Network Cloud in action? So I'll leave that up there. Simple yes or no question. While we do a couple more questions from the audience. What about sizing? You know, for example, there's a question here from Hector. He's asking if this would work well for a bank infrastructure with, say, multiple branches.
Right. Yeah, it's an excellent question. It's also a very loaded question, because sizing it's not only the sizing of the solution itself, but it also has implications on pricing. Very quickly, when you're building your network, we are really just asking a couple of things every time you add the resources into the network. So if you add an AWS VPC or Microsoft Azure VNet or a branch office or a data center, we're really asking you to size and say, well, how much capacity do you want to drive to that resource? And do you want a small? Do you want medium? Do you want large? Do you want extra large? Do you want quad large? So you are in control of how much of those resources are being allocated, and how much capacity is going to be allocated for that for communication to and from that resource. So how much traffic I'm going to send to this branch, and how much traffic I'm going to send to this AWS VPC, and how much traffic I'm going to send to this Azure VNet. And based on that, we will provision enough resources in our solution in order to for that workload or branch or user or data center to receive that capacity that you have requested. So from capacity standpoint, you have a choice of doing that. And because we're running on top of the cloud infrastructure, I really want to make this bold claim that it's unlimited capacity, because we can elastically grow this capacity based on the need, right? And clouds really provide you a virtually unlimited capacity. But also from the pricing standpoint, you're also paying just kind of like what the clouds are. You're also only paying for the things that you are consuming. So if you have you've connected a branch office, you have a certain price, and you've requested so much in capacity, you have a certain price that you're paying for this, and then how much traffic you're actually sending, you're going to be built based on the consumption of that capacity. And that extends we really try to make it uniform, and that extends to every single thing you're connecting into this new network of yours, right? It's whether this is a branch office, a data center, or AWS VPC, they all behave the same. They have the same logic of define the capacity and pay for only the capacity that you've consumed.
Absolutely.
And again, if you want to learn more, I know it's a bit of a loaded question. If you want to learn more, like I said, I invite you to reach out to us either through the alkira.com/demo, or you can always email us at contact@alkira.com with any question.
Excellent. All right. Well, David, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A. I see there's 45 questions in the queue there for you. You can get back to electronically. So obviously a lot of interest in this topic and this solution. So thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you so much, David. Always a pleasure to be here.
And thank you to everyone out there in the audience for all the excellent questions as well. For more information on the Alkira solution, check out the handout window right there. That will take you to the alkira.com website, specifically their resources section, where you can learn more in detail about how the Alkira Network Cloud works. And so I'll leave up the poll question on the screen there while I announce our next set of prize winners. We have an Amazon $100 gift card going to Ian Zahorik from Illinois. Congratulations. Peter Kokas from Massachusetts. And Mark Umaloff from North Carolina. Congratulations. And then our first set of grand prizes. Wow, this is for Oculus Rift headsets. I've got one of these, actually. I can tell you these are awesome. These are going out to Chi Wei from Washington, D.C., Malcolm Elliott from Arizona, Jason Borgetz from Oklahoma, David Sulak from Texas, and Chris Tamayo from California. I'll post the names of all these prize winners there in the questions box, because I know I went through them very quickly. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. We do appreciate that. But it's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's Summit event. I'm excited now to introduce Mr. Russell Youngblood, Solutions Architect at OutSystems. Russell, it's great to have you. Take it away.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to this virtual summit session and start by thanking ActualTech Media for inviting OutSystems to be a part of this event. My name is Russell Youngblood, and I am a solution architect for OutSystems. The title of this session is Leveraging a Multi-Experience Development Platform for Digital Transformation. And what I'd like to do over the next few minutes is hopefully give you some insight on how you can accelerate your digital transformation initiatives with an MXDP platform, share a little bit more information about the cloud services and the value of the OutSystems platform, and then at the end I'll save a few minutes for a quick demo of what our platform can do for you. So that being said, I'm going to turn off the camera and we'll get right into the information. So first, let's tackle that acronym, MXDP. Gartner defines a multi-experience development platform as a platform that serves to centralize lifecycle activities, such as designing, developing, and managing a portfolio of multi-experience applications. Now, the term multi-experience refers to the various devices, applications, and touchpoints that your customers, internal and external, will interact with during their digital journey. There's quite a few options when it comes to creating and managing applications, and these options cover the range of developers writing thousands of lines of code to vendor options that allow you to develop applications without writing any code. And over the past few years, the term low-code has been used to define platforms that are somewhere in the middle. As a low-code option, the OutSystems platform allows you to develop applications visually, but it also allows the flexibility of an open-ended architecture, so that if you need to implement custom code in that rare occasion, you can absolutely do that. But ultimately, the goal is to build applications fast, build them right, and build them solid for the future. So now let's talk a little bit about OutSystems. Why are we here? Well, we understand the pressure that organizations are facing today, with the need to transform and modernize the digital experiences internally and externally for their customers. We've seen that intensify over the past year as the workforce has been distributed with the confinement of the global pandemic. But the speed and agility of traditional software development is not sufficient, and we find ourselves attacking some of the biggest problems facing business today. This is the OutSystems CEO, Paulo Rosado, and I remember the first time I heard him speak. He mentioned the fact that here in the United States, it literally takes longer to build an enterprise application with traditional coding methods than it does to build a new custom home. Now, we can't predict everything that will happen in the future, but one thing that we know is that this status quo must change. We must be able to build applications faster, we must be able to build them in a more agile way, and we must decrease costs and time to market. And that's the vision of OutSystems, to simply increase the speed and agility of creating software and decrease the cost and time to market. So once again, while we can't predict everything in the future, there are some things that we can. One estimation states that 65% of all software development will include a low-code driven multi-experience platform by 2024. We also know the Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts that by 2026, the shortage of engineers and software developers in the U.S. will exceed 1.2 million, while another 500,000 software developers will have left the market by that time. So what we're left with is a greater need for software and innovation, but a shortage of software developers. But what if software development was easier, faster, and less costly? And that's where OutSystems steps into the conversation. So maybe you've heard of OutSystems, but if not, we're definitely not new to the software industry. We're a leader in the marketplace with almost 20 years in business. Our footprint spans the globe with a reach of customers in over 70 different countries. We have an extensive network of global partners and a community of developers that has now surpassed the 300,000 mark. And with a 50% year-over-year growth rate, the numbers on this slide are most likely outdated. The beauty of a multi-experience platform is that the application possibilities are endless. This allows us to bring value to organizations of many different industries. And here you can see just a sample of some of the customers that we've assisted in their digital transformation journey. The customers that were listed on the previous slide are using the OutSystems development platform to its full extent. In their journey, they've leveraged the full stack development platform and the cloud-based resources that we provide. With this advantage, they've created responsive web applications and mobile applications using the same skill set in a visual environment. Now, some of these developers using OutSystems come from a developer background, but many of them are successfully building applications without any prior experience. Both experienced developer and non-developer have learned the OutSystems platform, and with the technical barriers lowered, the productivity has gone up. But developing applications is one discipline. Managing and maintaining them over time is another. With the OutSystems platform, you can also manage the full life cycle of your applications, from creation to deployment to monitoring and managing your applications in the cloud. The OutSystems platform has you covered. I'll cover these topics in more detail in just a minute, but first let's talk about where OutSystems can fit into your digital transformation needs throughout your enterprise. As we take a look across our customer base at a high level, we find the applications that are being built and managed with OutSystems fall into three different categories. These include digital operations, digital experiences, and digital core. So applications built for digital operations include internal departmental applications where maybe there's an inefficient process in place that's being managed with some type of legacy application, or it might simply be an application that was originally based on a spreadsheet, and over time it became an integral part of daily work, right? But it's cumbersome, time-intensive, difficult to manage, and would be better off replaced with a digital application. Maybe the IT department doesn't want to deal with it, or maybe there's just no one in-house with the expertise to modernize it. So that's one category, the digital operations. Digital experiences are typically customer-facing applications. So these might be B2C or B2B applications, for example, a portal for invoice processing or some type of commerce applications. Customers now expect these types of applications to be accessible through both web and mobile devices. And they also expect a seamless customer experience. As technology moves forward faster and faster, the expectations for engaging customer experiences increases as well. There's so many different ways in which the customers are now engaging with digital applications built with OutSystems. And this is changing on a daily basis. And finally, digital core systems. These are typically the enterprise engines of the business. They are typically extremely important for revenue, maybe large legacy systems that need to be modernized. And in some cases, the OutSystems customer might not start their digital transformation journey here, but as they start to really understand the value and scalability of an MXDP platform, they're able to see the potential return on the investment. For example, we have one customer on the West Coast. It's a large media company, Fortune 500. They approached OutSystems and presented us with a challenge. They said, hey, we have this marketing application that was created 20 years ago. Now, at that time, social media wasn't really a factor in the business objectives. But now, the systems don't really meet our needs. We need something that can evolve as technology evolves and new ways of engaging with our customers evolved. So they asked us what we could do to replatform this old systems, which, by the way, managed over $1 billion worth of marketing spend every year. So it's a mission-critical digital core system. We took a look at it, we analyzed it, and our response was, we can replatform this system in 4 to 6 months. But not only can we rebuild it fast, we can rebuild it right, and we can rebuild it for the future. So what I'd like to do over the next few slides is dive a little bit deeper into the full capabilities of the OutSystems platform, and then I'll take just a few minutes to show you a demonstration. With the OutSystems platform, you get a full stack visual development environment. The experienced developers and non-developers can collaborate and build both web and mobile applications. On average, 6 to 8 times faster than when using more traditional coding methods. Features such as automatic refactoring and single-click cloud deployment make it easier to get the job done, and the visual environment lowers the level of complexity to learn and get started. Our platform also includes business process workflow capabilities that allow you to create simple or very complex business workflows within your applications. These business workflows are easily integrated into the web and mobile applications built with the platform, and they're backed up by a scalable and performant BPT engine that's capable of processing millions of activities. We also understand the complexities of fitting into your existing IT infrastructure. So the OutSystems platform was built from ground up to integrate with existing systems. The platform comes with a range of options, including pre-built connectors for integrating with existing systems as well as cloud services. It's also designed for flexible integration with web services without the complexity of writing the code. It also maintains an open-ended architecture so that you can create your own custom integration components if that's necessary. We believe that user experience is king, but in more traditional ways of building applications, this can take a tremendous amount of time and resources. Using the OutSystems platform, you can cut this time and effort drastically by leveraging a built-in framework that includes hundreds of beautiful design patterns for both mobile and web applications. The screens are built visually with drag and drop pixel-perfect control, and built-in templates are designed to meet the latest standards. You can build fast and you can build visually, but you'll also be able to customize the user experience to your precise needs. As you begin to build applications with OutSystems and solve problems faster within the enterprise, you'll start to realize the benefits of an unbreakable deployment model that automates many of the time-consuming and frustrating software development tasks. The platform automates the process of checking dependencies and assessing the impact of missing components or issues within the code. With these controls in place, it guides the users through the deployment process with a robust version control system and single-click rollback. The built-in DevOps solution allows you to manage the full lifecycle of the application deployment from development through production. The continuous integration and delivery model is built for automated deployment with impact analysis and dependency checking. There's a full user governance and management framework in place and ready for your team. If you already have a DevOps solution in place, OutSystems also includes a deployment management API that will make it easy for you to integrate with other popular tools such as Jenkins or Azure DevOps. Once your applications are deployed to the OutSystems cloud, you'll have built-in capabilities to monitor the performance of the applications with pre-built and customizable performance dashboards. Real-time analytics makes it fast and easy to identify and solve performance issues. I've covered a lot of ground in the last 2 minutes, so please allow me to take just a moment and summarize the OutSystems platform with one slide. Here you can see a visual representation of the value of the OutSystems platform. We sometimes call this the 4 pillars of OutSystems. So from left to right, I'll explain these 4 pillars. Once again, on the left-hand side, OutSystems is a full stack platform. And what that means is you can visually model or connect to any existing data record systems. You can build out simple or complex business processes, as well as logic within your applications for mobile and web. All of this can be done in a visual manner. And finally, as part of the full stack, you can develop beautiful user experiences with easy to drag and drop patterns from a framework that's already in place. The second pillar, OutSystems, allows you to integrate with systems that you already have. So if you have existing databases or any enterprise cloud systems that you already work with, it's easy to integrate those with OutSystems. It's also extremely easy to consume and expose SOAP and REST web services in a visual manner. And if you can't find what you need right out of the box, we have an open source repository known as the OutSystems Forge. This repository has over 3,300 pre-built connectors, components, and extensions that can be downloaded and utilized in your OutSystems applications. The third pillar of OutSystems is all about managing the full life cycle of software development. With the built-in DevOps tools, your team can work in a truly agile environment that automates some of the more tedious tasks. From development to production, the OutSystems platform enables speed of change that's virtually unmatched with more traditional methods. Continuous feedback capture, monitoring, and tight governance will also help ensure the success of your applications. And finally, the fourth pillar on the right-hand side is all about the customer experience. The bar has been raised and customer expectations are high. OutSystems gives you the power to not only create applications fast, but to create those applications for any and all touch points. As you leverage the platform to minimize the complexity, you'll find that your teams are able to think more creatively, and they can reach for digital experiences that might have been beyond reach before. Whether that's an AI-powered chatbot or integration with Alexa, the possibilities are endless. So think about it. The ability to create both web and mobile applications in one visual integrated environment at the speed of 6 to 8 times faster than traditional methods. All of that with high scalability, blazing performance, and meticulous attention to security and automated deployment. So now that you know a little bit more about what an MXDP platform is and what you can do with OutSystems, I'll take just a few minutes to show you an application that was built with the platform, and then I'll create a quick prototype of a mobile application using OutSystems. After that, we can open up the session for a few minutes of Q&A. So here's an application that was built with the OutSystems platform, and it's running on an iPad Pro. I'll show you this application in the development environment a little bit later, but as I click about the screen, you can see a very smooth user experience, and everything you see here was built in a drag and drop environment. So the scenario here is that I'm a field service agent working for a cable company, and I need to pick up some equipment and then complete service appointments throughout the day. You can see a really nice drag and drop screen here that I'm using to manage the truck inventory. So I can basically pick up what I need and then confirm the inventory, and then I can be on my way to the first appointment of the day. Now on this screen you can see some integration with Google Maps, which is once again a drag and drop component. And on the subsequent screens when I begin to fill the work order, there's a number of different capabilities that we've added here to interact with the device. So we could use the camera, we have voice recognition here, but I'm just going to demo one, which is the digital signature. So I'll open this window, sign it real quick. And once it's signed, I can move on to the next work order. So now that you've seen the application, let's take a look at it behind the scenes in OutSystems. So as I minimize the application, you can now see in the development environment of OutSystems, and the first thing I'd like you to notice is the home screen, the dashboard of the application looks strikingly familiar. Once again, a visual environment. So as we're developing, things look extremely realistic. Now over here on the left-hand side, you can see many of the widgets that we can drag and drop to the screen to build our applications. And real quick over here on the right-hand side, we can see the different layers. So if we're building out interface components, we could be on the interface layer. If we're building business processes, there's a layer for that. When we're building logic, there's a visual layer to work for that as well. And if we're dealing with data models or connecting to a database, we have a layer for that. So everything's conveniently packaged into 4 different layers. So the day in the life of a developer might look something like this in OutSystems. But you say, wait, I'm not really a developer. And earlier, Russell, you said that a non-developer could step into OutSystems and build an application. So let me go ahead and show you what that might look like as well. Okay, in this scenario, we're going to assume that I'm fairly new to the OutSystems platform. And what I'd like to do is jump in head first, but I don't really know the IDE. I can't really move about that yet. So what I do know is that I would like to create an app very quickly, and I can use one of the tools that we call the builder tools. This one is the experience builder. And I can use this tool to very quickly prototype an application. Now you can see that we have a few templates here right on the forefront that we could use, or we could search for new templates. And we'll suppose that I want to build out an e-commerce type application for my customers. So I'll choose that option for the template. And then I'm going to have some other options here. We will call it Shopaholic. And I can, of course, customize the description here. I can upload an icon, so I'll do that. I believe I have one here on my desktop that I can use. And that looks good. So I'll click the Save button. And OutSystems Experience Builder is going to build out what we refer to as a application flow. And you can see a number of pre-built screens here. All of these screens have functionality and code behind the scenes. And so I can browse about these flows, make sure it looks good. I have some options here to change maybe the menu option to either have a side menu or a bottom menu. And I can also customize the flow. So I could click this Add Flow button, and you can see a number of different flows. So I could suppose maybe that I want to add some type of onboarding screen. And so I could add that to the flow, and then I could adjust it and tie it into that flow if I wanted to. So very, very quickly, I've got an entire application flow, number of different screens with all the logic that I need. So I can quickly publish that to my environment, and now we'll go back over into the OutSystems development environment and open it up and see what that looks like, okay? So within a few minutes, OutSystems has taken the template and the flows that I created and successfully created a full mobile application. I can now go back into the development environment and preview this application, and I'll show you what it looks like. With the emulator, that we can see that we have your typical shopping experience where I can click on the item. I can see a number of different items that I could add to a shopping cart. I can browse down to see product details. Notice, clean interface, very, very little work to get this prototype up and running. Now, what I can do at this point is I can dive deeper into this application. I can customize all of the individual screens for my needs and do anything that I need to do to get this app up and running, connect it to my own data, and very quickly, within a matter of hours, we could have a live prototype up and running for this type of mobile application. So that gives you a little bit of a view of what it's like to work in the OutSystems application environment and build apps very, very quickly with our Experience Builder tool. So in the past 20 minutes, I've covered a tremendous amount of information about the OutSystems platform and completed a very quick demo. But I really haven't even scratched the surface. So if you've seen something in this session that's of interest to you, or if you have questions, please feel free to stay for the Q&A session, and I'll do my best to answer any and all of your questions. If you need to move on to another session or break and you'd like to reach out to me at a later time, please feel free to copy the email address on this slide and send a message anytime. And finally, I'd like to once again thank everyone for attending this session. I hope that you found it informative, and I'll be happy to stick around and do my best to answer any of your questions that you may have at this point in the Q&A session.
All right, great presentation, Russell. Really love that live demo. That was really cool, very impressive. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I've just brought up the poll question on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about the OutSystems solution? Russell, you ready for some questions?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much. I do appreciate the interest here. What can I answer?
Absolutely, yeah. So let's see, a lot of questions here. They're asking about the coding experience that's required to build an application. This is a question from Boris.
Okay. So we have customers coming in with extensive developer background. They've coded applications before. We have other customers coming in that haven't, developed applications in the past. It's a visual drag and drop environment, so it's pretty quick to learn, and you can build applications without code using drag and drop. But if you need to, we can integrate with other systems, and you can write custom code and build connectors and components for the environment as well. Does that answer the question there?
It does, yeah, thank you. There's a couple
Sure.
questions here about the pricing model. How does that work?
Yeah, sure. So the pricing model is now built upon users. So we have a pricing model that would approach combination of internal and external users, and then there's a multiplier there based on the platform needs. So it varies for different customers, but in general, it is a per user external and internal pricing model.
Got it. Okay. And there's a question about, would this be applicable or helpful for a small business?
Yes, absolutely. There's a huge ROI for small business, large enterprise business. I noticed the customer or excuse me, I noticed in the chat just a minute ago the question about what's our largest customer. I believe, Toyota is probably one of our most recognizable logos, but on the small business end, we have literally thousands of small business customers that are building applications for internal B2C, B2B applications. So absolutely, definitely practical.
Excellent. And there's another question about, does OutSystems have professional services to help customers to modernize legacy applications?
We most certainly do. So we will launch customers on the platform. We have an internal professional services organization that can help. And then we also have an extensive network of partners that can also provide assistance as you're, modernizing your applications or building new applications in the platform. Definitely.
Got it. And then so can applications that are built with OutSystems, can they run both on premises as well as in the cloud, or how does that work?
A good question. So we have both options. You can run OutSystems in typically AWS unless the customer specifies otherwise. We are partnered with AWS, but Azure is an option. But there also is an option for on-prem. And, some of our customers that are finance or healthcare, they do opt to have an on-prem install for certain security purposes and reasons.
Excellent. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session. I see there's 32 more questions there for you in the queue. Maybe
Outstanding.
You can respond to some of those. But thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you. I'll work on getting all these questions answered as well. Thanks so much. We appreciate the time.
And thank you to OutSystems for supporting the summit today. Check out the handout that's there in your audience console. It's a URL that will take you to outsystems.com. And you can learn more information and sign up for a free trial right on their website. And now it's time for our next gift card announcement. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. They are going out to Annie Leby from Mississippi, Mike Van Langham from Wisconsin, and Chris Shores from Tennessee. I'll post the names in the questions box. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll question. We appreciate that. It's now time for our next presenter on today's summit event. I'm excited to welcome Mr. Jeff Dickey, Chief Technologist for Cloud and Data Services at NetApp. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here.
Thanks for being on, Jeff. Good to have you. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm Jeff Dickey, and I'm Chief Technologist in the Office of the CTO at NetApp. And today I'm going to talk about leveraging application-driven infrastructure in the cloud to optimize cloud compute and improve storage efficiencies across your applications and services. So NetApp's focus on the cloud began early last decade when we partnered with AWS to help drive hybrid cloud services. And as a matter of fact, that's Dave Hitz pictured there. He was at Princeton with Jeff Bezos. So Dave went off to start our little storage company, and then Jeff launched an online bookstore. In a recent report, Gartner made the point that cost optimization will drive cloud adoption, and that's something we firmly believe at NetApp, right? So cost optimization is a key part of everything we do and all of our cloud products. You may be more familiar with NetApp as a storage company, but over the last several years, we've really transformed into a cloud-led, data-centric software company. So, where are we a good fit, right? If your company is one of these industries, and this is kind of an eye chart, so I'm not going to read it. So basically, if you're in almost any vertical, we're going to be a great fit for you. You can see just briefly, we're in 6 of the top healthcare companies. Our cloud products are in 6 of the top telcos. They're in 8 of the top retailers, and on and on and on. And if your company has any of these types of workloads, our cloud products are going to be a perfect fit for what you're doing. Workloads like e-commerce, any of the web applications, e-discovery, DR, especially around the big databases and ERP, we're going to be an amazing fit. And so how do we do it? we enable storage efficiencies and compute optimization through application-driven infrastructure. So application-driven infrastructure, or ADI, extends CI/CD to continuous optimization, right, to CO, provides that continuous optimization of price and performance based on AI, ML, real-time insights, automation and optimization, and we're supporting enterprise applications, cloud-native apps, data lakes with a very broad set of data services like high availability, cross-region replication, which is a must-have these days, backup, compliance, and many more. We have a rich set of APIs for provisioning and optimization of the compute and storage across AWS, Azure, and GCP, and integrated with the cloud-native platform tools like Chef, Puppet, Python, Terraform, you name it. We provide public cloud services to global industry leaders. You're probably familiar with all of these companies on this slide, if not most. Coca-Cola, SAP, Nike, GE, Facebook, on and on and on. And so, we're really one of the leaders in helping these large companies, do more in the cloud for less. So let's jump into a couple happy customer testimonials before we dive into the nuts and bolts of how NetApp works under the covers. This first one here is Copa Airlines. They fly nearly 16 million passengers annually, and that's a lot of baggage to track. And each baggage transport data node must keep up with all the changing variables. So they had some issues, right? They were experiencing performance issues related to the baggage reconciliation system, which affected customer satisfaction, and they were looking to cloud migration to resolve this issue, and they needed help. And so the solution was to migrate their Teradata data warehouse efficiently to public cloud. And Copa Airlines uploaded 19 previously on-premise SQL databases to AWS with leveraging cloud volumes on tap, which resulted in a 75% reduction in baggage delays and almost a 90% success rate in arrival and departure punctuality. And I think we can all agree that that's a great thing for traveling. And so Copa Airlines said they selected NetApp when they saw the performance and the proof of concept and the easy integration. Next is Reach. Reach is the largest newspaper publisher in the United Kingdom with their well-known Daily Mirror, just one of more than 70 websites and 150 print titles. They needed a cloud solution with scalable storage capabilities to consolidate all their on-prem functions into a single location while achieving cost savings from dedupe and snapshots. They migrated their on-prem disaster recovery data centers to AWS with a failover process for databases and file shares and scripted that in CloudFormation. They were able to eliminate the cost of operating and maintaining that physical DR data center and cut their storage costs by 50%. And it did something really unique, which is achieved a 10-minute recovery point objective with their automated failover. And Peter, their head of technical operations at Reach, said, using NetApp Cloud Volumes on tap from AWS Marketplace, we've achieved recovery time in testing that they're almost instantaneous and with as little as 10 minutes of data loss, which is quite outstanding. And so, with our recent acquisition of Spot.io, Spot.io solutions, they're being adopted by leading public cloud customers from cloud native startups to global enterprises, and they help support all those customers as their use of their compute resources grow. And growing is a good thing. I think that's good for business. It means we're growing, but how do we control the costs of growing, and how do we automate the scaling and eliminate all the complexities? Snowflake is is just one example of a cloud-native company that's using Spot.io solutions to help keep up with the demands of their growth on AWS. They were looking for a flexible and efficient way to support their software build pipeline so that it kept up with demands for fast and frequent updates. So they utilized Spot solutions on AWS to automate and optimize their Jenkins infrastructure so it would automatically scale based on demand and trigger events in Jenkins, fully utilize their reserved instance purchases and make it easy to utilize EC2 Spot instances. And finally, the last example is Sling, and again, something I'm sure we're all familiar with or use their service. Sling needed to reduce the cost of providing service to customers, right, without sacrificing availability. And they were able to use Spot solutions for ECS and EKS so that they can automate the just-in-time scaling based on load, automatically balance a mix of EC2 compute resource types in order to meet performance and availability requirements, and then take advantage of the EC2 Spot instances. NetApp is really the analyst viewed market leader of choice to serve enterprises with their most intensive workloads, which really drive a lot of the revenue for these businesses. Production level workloads require a highly resilient and performant tuned unified data experience across the public clouds, which is key to the future of everything we're doing in business. All the way from hybrid cloud to cloud to on-prem and other solutions that extend out to solutions from AWS like Outposts. So 59% of enterprises surveyed just this last year, they're looking for better cloud optimization, which is quite high in that percentage. And when you're operating at enterprise scale, you're going to need the extra muscles to cover the further aspects of storage and data operations. And so what we're doing is we provide a unified platform through what we call Cloud Manager. And Cloud Manager is an advanced control plane, and it extends management and its secure multi-tenancy capabilities securely and as a service. In addition, Cloud Manager allows you to manage your cloud volumes infrastructure as code, and to better utilize resources with optimized performance and cost savings, right? So when you're at that level, you need a comprehensive monitoring service, and we have this covered with NetApp Cloud Insights, and that's providing a complete visibility into the platform elements as well as to the user applications themselves. And Cloud Insights turns that information gathered from everything you're doing in your infrastructures into actionable intelligence through integrated analytics processing, which is enabling that enhanced control over the performance and utilization of different workloads. Cloud Insights also provides early detection to ransomware and other malicious users through our integrated user behavior analysis. For those who aren't familiar with NetApp ONTAP data management software, which is mostly all of our new customers coming in that could be born on the cloud or that are very cloud native and that are new to our ONTAP software, it's consistently proclaimed as the enterprise block and file storage. And through our public cloud partnerships, the ONTAP operating system was brought first to AWS nearly a decade ago as Cloud Volumes ONTAP. And this is a self-managed storage service that deploys on the native cloud resources that you're using. So if you're in AWS, you're going to consume those native cloud resources, and ONTAP is going to actually see and provision across those. And so our enterprise-grade software storage is available in two different flavors. The first, we have Cloud Volumes ONTAP, and that's for the hands-on, self-managed cloud architect, ready to customize this to fit specific production-level applications. And then the next one is a fully managed storage service. And that was built for companies that don't have the cycles to worry about, setting up and provisioning file servers and storage volumes and replicating data and installing file server software updates and patches and managing failovers and failback and manually performing backups. We're taking all of those functions off your plate and creating a true cloud service. And either way you want to slice Cloud Volumes, it's equipped with storage efficiency features that are key to operating the enterprise environments and applications and those enterprises that are seeking to optimize their block and file storage footprint and save greatly as they migrate their enterprise scale workloads from on-prem to cloud. And it's key that you're able to do this without the need to re-architect applications. So you're going to get there faster. It's going to be seamless, and you can continue to optimize from there. So enterprises expect that production class feature sets and the seamless on-prem to cloud environment, right? So ONTAP supports both NAS and SAN from the same instance without having to re-architect your storage. Increased storage, like high availability and support for dual protocol of both Linux and Windows. And ONTAP reduces storage costs with built-in data tiering and will manage hot and cold data to move the cold or seldom accessed data, move that over into an S3 bucket. And we also make this very easy to purchase or consume with either typical cloud pay-as-you-go or bring your own license options. And in addition to extending the data center to the cloud for this increased business continuity and doing DR for less, the real results you're going to see is when you can migrate the unmigratable, right? These typical workloads that we thought were too big or too complex or had too many requirements to work in the public cloud, and other really complex monolithic apps. And moving these data heavy workloads can be risky without having a vetted and experienced enterprise grade solution. So lift and shift is the shortest time with like zero code to write and no new training to do, and do yourself or have have us run it as a service in the cloud. These enterprise file-based workloads have evolved, and these modern applications, they're big and mission critical, and therefore they need the speed and those enterprise level availability, easy management, and strong data protection. To maximize the value of cloud infrastructure, you're going to leverage cloud file storage for these tier 1 file workloads. And NetApp has storage and migration certifications for workload mobility of the data heavy migrations for companies that have cloud mandates of their mission critical applications, right? This is where we're going to be able to solve getting the last piece, the hardest part into cloud. NetApp, we're addressing these kind of data gravity concerns by delivering a seamless data migration path for these large data sets and databases from multiple sources, into AWS or other cloud providers with SnapMirror replication, and also for third-party storage devices with NetApp Cloud Sync. And you can use integrated snapshot copies to improve application availability with an easy replication for backup or DR or instant copies to simplify the application test, dev, and accelerate time to value, reduce that TTM from months to weeks to hours to minutes. There's no need to add more storage admin or headcount. With our fully managed services, providing that cost-effective, super high performance, scalable storage, for workloads like machine learning, high performance computing, video rendering, financial simulations, anything that really relies on that high performance shared storage. And finally, cost savings by up to 90% with automatic data tiering optimization through moving cold data to object store or blob storage, and optimize infrastructure costs with guaranteed SLAs for durability and availability, and choose the performance level that best suits the application requirements and adjust on the fly without having to move data. And this has never been available before in data management or storage, which is really exciting. So we spent some time talking about storage efficiencies. Now I'll talk a little bit about compute optimization. And you probably already know this, but there are 3 ways to buy cloud compute. The first is on demand, right? Turn it on, pay for it, turn it off, stop paying for it. This is the most expensive way you can buy compute. Next is reserved capacity. So reserved instances and savings plans, it's where you're signing up to pay for this instance whether you use it or not. It will lower your rate a little bit, but ultimately you have to use it. If you don't, you're still on the hook to pay for it. And it takes very mature capacity planning to really save money this way. And most of the companies I see that are even able to tackle this have people in a department kind of dedicated to this. And this makes up 95 to 99% of the way the enterprises buy compute today. The third model is leveraging the excess capacity of clouds, right? So spot instances in AWS, spot VMs in Azure, and the preemptible VMs in GCP. This is the idle capacity sitting in the data centers that is not being consumed or paid for by anyone else. The cloud providers sell you at 10 to 20% of the cost of on-demand, but there's a huge catch. They'll take it away from you at a 2-minute notice when somebody wants to turn it on and pay full price. It's the cheapest option, but it's also incredibly challenging and risky to make use of these instances without leveraging our software. So the real key is how do we provide an SLA for the use of this excess capacity model, automate and proactively manage the deployment and also the failover of those instances that are recalled, or even better yet, predict when they're going to be recalled and fail over in a really graceful manner. So we open up this third option to our customers to run production, highly available environments with a guarantee and an enterprise SLA. And that's the real value prop, is we're going to save you money. We're going to provide an SLA, high availability, and guarantees. And this really ties into NetApp's mission to deliver that scalable, reliable cloud infrastructure at the lowest costs, which is why you see us talk about more cloud, less costs. And we're saving customers on average of 73% on their compute workloads as they run Spot. That's 73% across our customer base of almost 2,000 customers. That's actual dollars that were going to be spent in public clouds that did not get spent there. So that's real savings, and that's money that can be put into other projects or more resources. You get to choose that. And our Spot products are the really the continuous optimization and extension of that CI/CD loop. We take our customers from the left chart here, which is provisioning resources against your demands in a homogeneous instance type using on-demand compute, which is the most expensive way to buy it. And you have to over-provision because you have to make sure you have at least a minimum amount to support your applications. Spot understands what the applications are doing and demanding. We're able to right-size and scale in a dynamic way with what types of instances we're using and how we're deploying that into the cloud. And we also unlock and optimize how you buy cloud instances and storage. And we do that through a suite of products that help customers across their entire cloud journey. For optimizing the monolithic, stateful, heavy applications, we have a tool called Eco, and that automates the management of your reserved instances and allows you to make sure you're not overpaying or underpaying or overcommitting or undercommitting. Then Elastic Group is for your more cloud-native, scalable web applications, so things in like skill sets or auto-scaling groups. And it makes sure that you're using the right mix of purchasing models to save the most money. And then for your modern containerized applications in Kubernetes or ECS, we're able to dynamically help scale and offload the kind of that terrible day-to-day infrastructure management from your DevOps team and free up that time with our product called Ocean. But we start this process with Cloud Analyzer to get visibility into your cloud environment, to understand what your costs are, understand where the opportunities for optimization are, and point you towards the right tool for the job, regardless of the environment. This is where we're ultimately going to optimize cost. So again, our customers are the average is 73% savings. The more modern infrastructure customers, the Kubernetes environments, save 90% and higher. We run in large-scale production environments that are highly available. So like Ticketmaster and VMware, where this downtime, actually equals that revenue out the door for these organizations. And with Cloud Analyzer, I guess it's similar to some other tools that are out there, like Cloud Health or others that are in the market, except for Cloud Analyzer is, it's free to use, and it's going to discover everything and tell you how much savings you're going to have, but then it takes action. You're actually able to import that and start that savings right away. So, example use cases, to think about as you're looking at this, containers and microservices, those are typically, self-contained, fault-tolerant, highly available, making those ideal for handling spot instances and interruptions with dramatic savings for those containerized applications, so like the EKS workloads. High performance computing, so the HPC applications, they require high network performance, fast storage, large amounts of memory, and very high compute capabilities, all of which can be supported by spot instances, particularly when used for bursting, which is going to provide a lot of value, but even as the primary compute infrastructure being used. And then finally, cloud apps that run stateful workloads that typically require data and IP persistence. So with automated solutions, even in the event of a spot instance replacement, your workload will immediately restart in the desired availability zone from the same exact data point and maintaining root and data volumes as well as private and public IPs. So again, these are the kind of key points of the benefits of the application-driven infrastructure and the cost optimization across hybrid clouds, provision run and right-size applications across VMs, containers, serverless infrastructure analytics to continuously optimize cost and maintain the service level. The data lifecycle management, and this is the applications that are cloud native, making Kubernetes ready for data, moving enterprise applications to the cloud, accelerating adoption of the kind of the end user computing with modern workplace solutions that we offer in our cloud portfolio, and helping to improve the data governance in the cloud, migrating the tier 1 workloads, and then finally the last piece, right, that accelerating the transition to cloud, which is key, right? We're still during this COVID time, we've increased that percentage. I think it was like arguably 20 to 25% moved into the cloud out of the enterprises. We've moved up a little bit, but that's still a small piece, right? So how do we help the enterprises move those apps over faster? That seamless mobility with SnapMirror, and then all of the analysis tools we offer helping identify those key workloads and creating, again, reducing technical debt and lowering cost. Everything I talked about today can be found on cloud.netapp.com. So that's really the best place to start. It's going to be all of your information. It's even a place where you can sign in and start, begin learning, playing with different things, different tools we offer. That's where you can actually put in your credentials to the public clouds that you're using, and begin today. That's it. That's it for me.
Great presentation, Jeff. I really appreciate that. We got a lot of good questions rolling in. While we take those questions, I'm just going to bring up our poll for everyone out there in the audience. The poll on your screen says, what additional info would you like about the NetApp solution? And we'll just leave that up there. I encourage everyone to respond to that. First question I see here, Jeff, that came in, they're asking about, sorry, I lost it right here. Here we go. So what does Cloud Volumes provide for backup? How do I protect the data that I store in Cloud Volumes?
Oh, yeah, great question. So what was great, this was built with availability in mind, and there's lots of different ways, to make data resilient. But with Cloud Volumes on tap, you're able to again create as many backups as you would like, but not just backing up the data, but snapshots and clones, and you're able to increase the level of snapshots that you want to maintain, right? Which is basically the ability to instantly restore that data set. You can push those snapshots down into Object Store so that you can have quite a retention. But backups as well. You can back up your data into Object Store, and everything we do around that disaster recovery, it's all built in to Cloud Volumes on tap. And with Cloud Manager is basically that portal into all of those features that you can use. And it's basically a dashboard of, you're going to see your performance metrics, and you're going to see the health of your data, and you're going to see, if data is not compliant, and you're going to see how much is being backed up, and everything you need.
Excellent. That's comforting, I should say, to know that's available or built in there. I like this question. They're asking about concerns in regards of data privacy and potential breaches. What sort of safeguards does NetApp have in place to help to guarantee that privacy?
So we've built something quite interesting, which is what we call Cloud Secure. It's integrated into our Cloud Insights, which is our kind of monitoring platform for cloud and on-prem. And what we're able to do is we're able to detect anomalies. So what's going on? What's unusual? What looks like ransomware? And the awesome thing about that is, again, ransomware is awful. It's a terrible situation to go through. But we can detect that and automatically take snapshots of the volumes that may be being affected. And again, because we actually offer Worm, this data is going to be protected because you can't change that. And we're also able to alert you if there's other user things that are happening. Most of those data breaches are internal too. So we're going to be able to alert you to say, hey, this user, it was kind of odd that they just downloaded 20 gigs or 20 terabytes of data. That's highly unusual. They're in the middle of downloading this. Get alerted and be on top of it and be in control of what's happening with your data and your environment.
Excellent. And then let's see, there's another question. I like this one. What are the benefits of using Cloud Volumes service for AWS? Can you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah. So the real benefits is it's basically all of the things we've loved about the enterprise features that we've had on-prem, but offered in the cloud, and without any of the headache of management, setting it up, worrying about patching or worried about availability. It's bringing the performance that we're used to, very high performance, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of IOPS, and being able to leverage that in the cloud next to our cloud applications. And again, you can't come close to getting that performance, with cloud native services. So, we're bringing the best of, a real cloud service, pay as you go, the features of scale, again, the best things of cloud, but we're also marrying all the benefits of true enterprise features that are they're not just leveraged by the traditional enterprise apps anymore. A lot of the cloud native folks are now seeing that they have access to this and can actually move faster. They can increase the CI/CD kind of timeline process and increase that speed of application delivery by leveraging snapshots and clones and the APIs to actually deploy everything. Everything that you can do on the GUI for Cloud Volume Service, you can do. There's an API for.
Awesome. Well, that's really cool. I'm afraid that's all the time we have, though, in our live Q&A. Let's see. I see like 20 more questions out there for you, Jeff, in the queue. I know that the experts from NetApp have been rapidly responding to those electronically as quickly as possible. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
And thank you to NetApp. Go ahead and push refresh on your browser before you click on the NetApp handout. In the Handouts tab there, we have just replaced it with a brand new handout, so make sure that you get that. Just push refresh on your web browser, and you'll get the brand new handout that we put in place. So I'm going to go ahead and leave up the poll question. If you haven't responded to the poll on the screen yet, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? Please do so. We appreciate your responses, and I'll announce our next set of prize winners. We have Amazon $100 gift cards going to Mornier Elmsley from New Jersey. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Monier Elmsley, George Holsey from Pennsylvania, and Tyson Sauter from Oregon. I'll post the prize winners there in the questions box. And with that, it is time for our guest speaker. I'm excited to welcome Mr. David Klee, founder of Sequilibrium. He's a well-known author, speaker, and expert on the topic of SQL and database performance monitoring and analysis. And we're excited to have him on to chat for a few minutes about his newest venture called Sequilibrium. Take it away, David.
Thank you so much for joining the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit by ActualTech Media. Today I'm going to share a real-world example of how I more than tripled the speed of a business-critical SQL server running on the VMware platform while cutting its licensing cost by over 75%, all in just 4 clicks. If you're a SQL Server data professional or work on the platform underneath SQL Server, stay tuned to learn how you can check your systems for this misconfiguration. My name is David Klee, and I'm the founder of Sequilibrium and Heraflux Technologies. I'm fortunate enough to have been awarded both the Microsoft Data Platform MVP and the VMware vExpert Awards, and have been working on the convergence of data and infrastructure technologies for over 2 decades. I've helped author the SQL Server on VMware Best Practices Guide from VMware Corp for the last 10 years, and have worked on some of the largest SQL servers on the planet. I love sharing tips and tricks for how you can make the most of your significant investment in these platforms. So let's dig into the example, and I'll show you what I found at this customer's environment and how I fixed it. Today, I am going to tell you about the worst case of virtual machine NUMA misalignment with the SQL Server engine that I have ever seen. The very first thing that I do is pull a perfmon trace. I just want to get a good sense of just what is this machine doing on a normal day. Take a look at the aggregate CPU percentile and average analysis over a normal week. Now, that's a really tight grouping. It's a little unusual. The interesting thing here, I asked him a very basic question. Is this business busy 24/7, or is it just busy 8 to 5? Only active 8 to 5 and everything shut down after hours. It's quite interesting. We've got a lot of activity after hours. So the next perfmon counter that I went and looked at is the split between the Windows kernel and Windows processes and the user processes. You can see these are stacked. At the bottom, blue and down, is the Windows kernel time. Above that, everything between the blue and the orange is what the user processes, including SQL Server.exe, are actually doing. That kernel time is off the charts. I freak out when I see more than 10% busy during business hours, let alone 35, 37, 38%. Something is clearly wrong here. Now take a look at the CPU consumption by core on a normal business day. If this doesn't set off red flags, I don't know what does. Half the cores are extremely busy across the entire day, which doesn't make any sense. More of them are completely quiet, and there's a handful that are in the middle just looking like normal. Something is desperately wrong here. This is not a balanced machine. I'm going to check one more counter. I went in and looked at processor information % of maximum frequency. I first wanted to make sure that we weren't having any sort of Windows power scaling that may be artificially parking cores. But now notice, processor information parentheses number, comma, underscore total. That's your NUMA node number. This is a 16-core SQL server. I've got 8 NUMA nodes. The physical machine that this was on is only 2 sockets. What's going on? Let's take a look at the virtual machine configuration. Now, I've mocked up this virtual machine to represent what I saw. It had 16 cores, which at first glance looked fine, but when you edit the virtual machine configuration, you'll notice it had 8 virtual machine sockets, each with 2 virtual cores. That's not cool at all. This virtual machine was running Windows Standard Edition and SQL Server Standard Edition. Both of them have an artificial license limitation of no more addressable compute resources than 24 CPU cores or 4 CPU sockets, whichever is lower. Both the operating system and the application server were unable to address half the CPU cores. They couldn't agree on which cores they couldn't use. So the Windows layer and the SQL Server layer were physically duking it out on this virtual machine and was resulting in absolutely miserable performance. We took an emergency maintenance window that night, took the virtual machine down, and went in and reconfigured it just for 8 virtual CPUs, because I knew we didn't need all 16. And reconfigured it for just 1 virtual machine NUMA node, so 1 CPU socket, 8 virtual machine cores, 4 clicks to go make this change. Now we let it run for a few more days. When we were done on half the core count, take a look at what the CPU consumption did after the change. That's a substantial difference. We are much lower than we used to be. Now take a look at the Windows kernel time. The only time it's above 5% is when we were running backups in the middle of the night, which is completely normal. Now take a look at the per core consumption on just 8 cores. They had one process that was running in the background that was pretty heavy on just 1 CPU. Everything else is perfectly normal. They had stuff running on 1 core with this process that was running in the background. Not much we could do about that, third-party application, but it wasn't really hurting anything. The SQL Server itself was perfectly fine and nice and low and reasonable with resource consumption. We sped up the SQL Server instance by over 3.5 times. By doing this, we allowed other virtual machines on that host to reduce their ready and co-stop times, measures of CPU scheduling, and we were able to repurpose that SQL Server licensing for a whole other machine that they were just sitting waiting to buy because they didn't want to spend the money. Now that is how you align a virtual machine with the physical machine NUMA topology. I hope you go and double check your environments for this common misconfiguration. It's easy to detect once you know exactly what you're looking for. If you found this one example helpful, I'm proud to announce the launch of my on-demand video course called the SQL Server on VMware Accelerator. It's the first and only step-by-step guide for both DBAs and virtual machine architects on the entire system stack. It's designed to boost your performance and reduce database licensing costs on your SQL Server on VMware platforms. This self-paced course covers real-world deep dives to ramp you up on how to engineer your enterprise storage, physical servers and interconnects, VMware ESXi hosts, the SQL Server virtual machine itself, both Windows and Linux operating systems, and the SQL Server instance to make the most of the VMware platform. Even if you're moving to or already in the cloud, everything in this course still applies, since cloud is nothing more than virtualization in someone else's data center with great automation on top. It is truly the masterclass of the system stack, culminated from over 400 hours of effort to build it out for you and 20 years of research, development, and hands-on experience. These real-world lessons come from managing and consulting on thousands of environments and some of the largest database deployments on the planet, all from leading infrastructure and cloud platforms. If your organization powers your business-critical SQL servers on the VMware platform, this accelerator course is for you. I invite you to explore this training package over at sequilibrium.com and make sure to sign up for our mailing list so that you're the first to know when new courses and announcements come out. Now, please enjoy the rest of the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit by ActualTech Media, and I hope to see you soon.
All right, thank you, David. A really cool presentation there, and congratulations on the launch of your new SQL course. It's now time to introduce our next presenter on today's Enterprise Virtual Summit. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Brandon Hoffman, Head of Security Strategy and CISO at NetEnrich. Brandon, take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining this session. My name is Brandon Hoffman. I'm the CISO at NetEnrich, and we're going to talk today a little bit about intelligent SOC. And intelligent SOC is a notion that we talk about here at NetEnrich to really help transform your security operations, to make it stronger, to make it more resilient, to make it smarter and more efficient. And diving right in, what we see here, the reason we took on this challenge originally is because of all the challenges that exist in the current security operations or SOC operations. So, of course, based on a recent study done by Ponemon, we can see that SOC, of course, is considered critical to the cybersecurity strategy, yet less than half the people who are running a SOC consider it effective. And the reason that we see such issues with effectiveness is because of increased workloads, because of the overwhelming amount of alerts, not enough people or personnel staffing it, lack of resources, and of course, adversary is always kind of changing the game and finding new ways. So because of all these issues, we decided to take on a challenge to help people make their security operations more intelligent. And, you know, when you dive a little bit deeper into these problems, you know, building, operating, managing a SOC is a long journey. And when you unpack all these issues, you really find kind of where the rubber meets the road, what the issues are that people are facing. And you guys listening to this may find yourself in any one or maybe in all three of these situations where when you're in a build mode, you know, it's very complicated to decide what tool do you want to use. There's lots of different vendors out there, lots of different options. Of course, procurement's a challenge. Just the cost itself alone can be quite significant. You know, if you're trying to operate a SOC, you have to, of course, configure it. You have to customize it to your environment as you should. You want to make sure that the tools are integrated. Sometimes that's easy. Sometimes it's not. As we know, integration across security tooling is not always as easy as some of the vendors tout it to be. And then, of course, there's tuning, right? So really tuning it down, making it efficient, reducing false positives, making sure that the alerts you do get are really valuable, really actionable. And then when you're managing it and if you feel like you're in a good cadence and you're rolling along, you know, there's lots of ongoing maintenance. You have to upkeep integrations. You have to evolve your use cases. You know, you have to, of course, retain staff, and staffing is an issue across all three of these buckets. But ultimately, you want to derive business value, right? You want to drive outcomes for the business, and you want to get, you know, what happens is it ends up being a high total cost of ownership and not a huge amount of return from the business perspective. So when we talk about intelligent SOC, we talk about helping people evolve to an intelligent SOC. We talk about pairing together machine and human intelligence. We talk about using SaaS plus functional sourcing and integrating the notion of AI ops and cloud scale, right, to provide agility, to provide efficiency. And really, we focus on these 5 buckets on the right-hand side. And in the middle, you can see outcome-driven. We're really hyper-focused on driving outcomes for people. So not just really, you know, yes, of course, we want to solve the immediate problem, but what's the overarching outcome that you want to obtain, right, from trying to evolve to an intelligent SOC? And the way that we do it is broken up into these 5 categories. So starting at the top, we have a big focus on big data and AI ops. So putting data together in a data lake, running different AI ops, running transforms, using machine learning to really do deeper correlation, deeper contextualization of the data, helping drive collaboration across tooling. And when we say contextualization, we mean, you know, taking in information from traditional NetOps tooling, taking in information from cloud APIs. How do we get all this data into one place, have the machines crunch all of it, the stuff that people are bad at doing, right? And provide intuitive context to help make things more efficient and make things better. From a security perspective, just strictly speaking, and I'm going to dive deeper into this one, of course, a lot of times security operations is focused strictly on internal risk, right? Doing detection on a threat that might be resident on the systems or on the network. But some of the context that they're missing to get that overall perspective, that broader perspective from a security notion is what does the organization look like externally? What types of opportunities exist for adversaries to come in and pair that data together to provide that holistic view from a security perspective to help take action in the right priority. We are focused, of course, on operationalizing intelligence, and a lot of vendors in security talk about this. A lot of times this discussion is around threat intelligence. So we're doing threat intelligence, of course. We're integrating a lot of that. We even curate our own. But we're also focused on taking intelligence, as I mentioned before, across different tool sets, across different domains. So all the security intelligence from your security stack, network intelligence from your gear, taking that all in, but also taking in the intelligence from your people and from our people, right? So combining that tribal knowledge, can we codify that into the system and have the machine understand it and do those things? So you're at less risk when you have staff turnover and things like that. We're also very focused on resolution. Of course, we're talking about resolution intelligence is our overall message. And from resolution perspective, we don't just mean solving the incidents that happen right now or the offenses that are created. Of course, we do mean that, but we also mean more meaningful, like root cause analysis or closed loop problem solutioning, to really, is there a deeper problem here that caused this incident? Can we solve that deeper rooted issue so that we have fewer incidents in the future? Ideally, that would be a goal. And then we try to map all these outcomes from a transformation perspective to align IT with the business, to try and make it less of a cost center and more of an enabler for the business outcomes from a security perspective. So when we talk about SOC, and I started talking about this on the previous slide, mostly security operations, threat detection, endpoint detection is all important. It's very important stuff to do, but it's all very focused on threat detection, right? Resident malware, finding ransomware, finding active exfiltrations or user-based issues, maybe it's insider threat. That's really threat detection. It's a very reactive stance. It's a critical step, but again, it's very reactive. On the flip side, being proactive, we're looking for exposures, or what adversaries would say are opportunities. So how is my organization exposed? Do we have code out there in an S3 bucket? Is our brand being abused somehow? Is somebody typo squatted our domain and set up a phishing campaign? Do we have public facing infrastructure that's misconfigured? Do we have third-party risk, right? This is becoming a big one, especially very recently. How does the organization look from an external perspective, and what types of exposures and opportunities, and pair that together with the threat detection so that you have a proactive and a reactive posture and process to get a more holistic risk picture. And that's what we mean when at NetEnrich we say intelligent SOC. We mean covering both of these domains, right, to the extent possible. Now, how do we do that? You might be looking at this saying, well, this is an eye chart. But really, the way that we do this is at the core is a platform, right? And that platform has hooks into and components and solutions all built into it. And so if we look at the first ring of threat detection, naturally we talk about SIM, SOC is SIM as a service. We talk about endpoint detection using endpoint telemetry, deploying an endpoint solution. Of course, we talked about AI and machine learning that's baked into everything that we do. Of course, from a standard basis, this is log traffic. It's also flow traffic, but it's also taking in APIs from your SaaS providers, right? You need that telemetry as people leverage more and more SaaS solutions. You need some of that telemetry, especially around identity, how that's federated, how the data is moving, is it encrypted, what's the data residency? All those things need to be considered when you're doing threat detection. And then when you move to the outer ring, which is exposure identification, how do you do that, right? One of the things that makes us very unique is we have a built-in attack surface tool that does 24/7 monitoring of the attack surface for your organization beyond vulnerabilities. We'll look at that in a moment. Of course, vulnerability, a full vulnerability management program, internal, external, is critical to finding those exposures, finding those opportunities. You also have to look at your cloud APIs, right? That's infrastructure that you don't really control. But there's lots of course, all the cloud providers give good APIs so you can understand what's going on there, what the posture is, what the issues are, what exposures might exist. Doing something like breach and attack simulation, pretending like you're an adversary. This is more like an automated red teaming almost, where you're doing breach and attack simulation and you're having things coming in and out, and you're seeing what you detect and finding those holes, finding those issues proactively. right? And then of course, having a good view of what your ops slash asset data is, from a holistic picture, what are all my assets? I know this sounds foundational, it sounds basic, but you have to have it, right? And then cutting across all of this is threat intelligence. And really this breaks into two categories. One, threat detection. That's where we talk about more classic threat intelligence indicators, compromise, artifacts, YARA rules for hunting and things like that. That goes right to the core, right to threat detection. And then from an exposure identification perspective, there's lots of other elements of threat intelligence that we can glean and operationalize. Things like certificate transparency, what brands are being talked about by actors or have been in recent breaches or dumps. What about domain intelligence or vulnerability intelligence? That one's very critical. There's lots of focus on that now, by saying it's great that we have this CVE, but is there even an active exploit? Are threat actors talking about this exploit? When was the last time the exploit was even used? Have they productized that code? All of those things should be considered when you're trying to put all this data together and prioritize it and take action to reduce risk meaningfully. So unpacking one method, we talk about a little bit about threat and attack surface. There's a couple things down here where we want to combine threat intelligence with attack surface. So threat intelligence, obviously most of you know this, what are adversaries doing? What are they up to? Attack surface is what do the bad guys see when they target our brand, right? So using a tool that does continuous monitoring with some analysts on the back end that are driving it, that can help prioritize things, that can tune it and tweak it, and contextualizing those findings with something like Knowledge Now that we provide, that's global threat news plus traditional threat intelligence, like we talked about, vulnerability intelligence, indicators, things like that. Putting that together gives you really a good sense of attack surface and what needs to be prioritized at it, giving you really threat actor insight, meaning what is the insight a threat actor can get on you and how, what opportunities does that represent? Now, what that looks like, of course, just this singular element gives you an overall risk score across your organization, which breaks it down into categories. Of course, you want to have categorical risk so that you know where to drive your priorities. So we can see threat correlation, vulnerability, brand exposure, and misconfiguration down there. And if we drill down into each one of these has a score, and it tells you what sub-elements are comprising that score. So do you have things like expired certificates? It sounds basic, but it is. It's foundational to security, right? Do you have a risk of subdomain takeover because you're in a hybrid cloud environment, you're moving things around? Threat correlation is about, do you have infrastructure that's publicly facing that's known to be part of a malware campaign, for example? Do you have infrastructure that's been compromised that's publicly facing? Finding those things is very important. There's two phases to attack surface, right? One is discovery, right? So finding everything that's public facing. And then the second one, as we saw, is assessing it for risk. And so there's a total discovery of assets that takes place. It provides some initial insights from a discovery phase, but really we want to drive a little bit deeper and say, okay, what's the risk? This chart on the bottom left, I think is probably the most useful one because it gives you an overall picture of your attack surface trended over time. And if you're a manager, a VP, a CISO of security, you want to know that the investments you're making is meaningfully reducing your risk. And one measure is attack surface, right? So how do you support an ROI statement from security? Attack surface can help with that, because if your controls are working and the effort that you're putting in is reducing your attack surface, then you know that all the work has been worth it and you could measure some ROI there. You can also drill down into each one of these. This is just an example. It's great to find things in discovery, but it needs threat intelligence and it needs that context to understand, okay, we have this asset that's public facing, great. What does it mean? Why should I care, right? Well, it's potentially compromised because this risk rule was triggered, and that risk rule has a threat score of 65, meaning that this piece of infrastructure was recently linked with an intrusion method, known to be used in a phishing campaign, right? And it's great to know that. It's great to have that context and to help with the prioritization and get the details. But also, how do we make it even more intelligent? We say, this is how you fix it. A lot of people are in a situation where they're getting lots of alerts, they're getting lots of tickets and incidents, but nobody's helping them, guide them on how to fix these issues, right? So we have to provide guided recommendation, whether it's the right recommendation, whether you want to go ahead and implement that, or maybe you say, for my organization, I have a compensating control, or I have some other way to take care of it. At least there's something intelligent that you can use to help, really become more efficient in the actions you're taking. So, taking a look at threat intelligence, if you're using threat intelligence from another provider, you want to make sure it's well-rounded. So it should have contextual information. What we see here is more of like a news aggregation that helps you qualitatively assess, is this relevant to me? Is it hitting is it hitting my industry or my sector, or maybe my peers in the industry? But also, of course, having the hard, crunchy technical components that we all need. And also having that trend over time, that's very intuitive to help you understand, look, this piece of malware where we've seen an attack from it, it's trending up, we should shore up the defenses, or maybe it's trending down and we need to be less concerned with it. Same thing with specific methods of threat actors. What are their TTPs? How are those trending? How are vulnerabilities trending? We talked about that a little bit earlier in the presentation. Important to understand how things are trending from a threat intelligence perspective to help, again, shift your priorities, because they're always shifting in cyber anyways. And then, how do we drive these outcomes, right? In the end, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? What is it that the business needs? So by pairing together the intelligence SOC solution with a deep bench of experts that we have, that we help interact with customers, drive a lot of this solutioning for the customers. What are the outcomes we have? These are just some examples, right? Improved security workflow. Can we streamline this? Can we make it more efficient? Can we make it better for you? Can we meaningfully reduce your attack surface? Real-time threat detection is kind of a standard outcome here. But what about brand protection or cost reduction, right? That's one that's going to resonate really well with the business. Similarly, workforce retention. As we all know, it's difficult to hire and retain staff in cyber. If you make their jobs better, if you make their lives easier, if you make the work more interesting, you have a better chance of retaining those individuals. And ultimately, in the end, you want to get faster resolution, right? You want to decrease your MTTR. This is a standard KPI, right? You want to decrease dwell time. Can you do that because this solution is more comprehensive, it's more streamlined? And then we want to measure, right? We want to build metrics and KPIs across those outcomes, because you have to represent this to your management or executive management or maybe the board. They want to know what are the metrics and KPIs around the security operations, critical to do. And why would you want this out of one platform, right? So when you look at doing it yourself, looking at the cost, as you run this over time, you'll have more consumption. You'll need more skilled people. You need more technology, right? The requirements will grow because your business is changing, or maybe you're doing acquisitions or mergers, things like that. And the cost just continues to scale up. But by consolidating everything into kind of and streamlining things, you will get a significant reduction in load. These are some examples we've seen across the customer base, 40% reduction in the load, faster time to value, right? So as the business is investing in cyber, in security, they're seeing faster return, lower total cost of ownership. Of course, that pairs with the last number, 35% reduction in overall SOC cost. That includes from initial creation to across through the runtime. And so, this is why you would potentially want to pursue a solution like this. And from an intelligence SOC, taking a higher perspective at resolution intelligence, just briefly, we kind of break it up into three buckets: contextual intelligence, actionable intelligence, and managed intelligence. That's where managed intelligence is where we have automated and human-based remediation actions taking place. But, going across that threat and exposure identification landscape, driving through resolution, transforming that into business outcomes. I don't have time to go through this whole chart, but really this is kind of our theory, our method on how we're going to help people improve security ops. And if you liked what we talked about, we'd love to have more conversations with you. We do have tons of downloadable assets, as we can see here listed. We got white papers and ebooks and all kinds of interesting stuff. If you want, you can visit our website at www.netenrich.com, or you can click these links to get direct access to the downloadable assets. So with that, I'll just say thanks for joining me. Hopefully you got something interesting out of the conversation or out of the talk here, and we'd love to have future conversations. So if you'd like to engage with us, we'd really enjoy that. And I hope you have a great rest of your day and enjoy the remainder of the event.
Great presentation, Brandon. Really appreciate that. We got a lot of good feedback and a lot of good questions as well for you. While we take some questions from the audience, I've just brought up the poll for everyone out there. The question on the screen says, what additional information would you like about the NetEnrich solution? So we'll leave that up while we, again, do some questions. Let's see. Brandon, you ready for some questions?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm ready.
All right. Excellent. Let's see. First question that came in, do you have visibility into the customer's equipment, like specifically versions, firmware, software, to look for vulnerabilities? Is that something this solution does or not?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple different ways that we can address those concerns. You know, on one side, attack surface intelligence looks externally to find out what devices, version, firmware to a degree. Because that part of our solution is not very invasive, it does do some of that discovery. And then the vulnerability management portion of the solution obviously can take a deeper dive on the internal and external assets. So it really depends on the process that gets implemented, but absolutely we can do that. And we also have the opportunity to fold in some other parts of our business. We have other solution lines that are related to more traditional IT ops and cloud ops. And in that case, we do full asset management, you know, and we can fold that into the intelligent SOC solution as well as an additional entitlement. That's without a concern. Excellent.
Excellent. Okay. Next question, they're asking about how long would it take to see some value, some you know, return on investment for the NetEnrich solution?
Yeah, I mean, generally, you know, there's an onboarding period where we're getting things set up. And one of the things that's great about our solution is we built some custom technology to make that onboarding very rapid. Even still, with that rapid onboarding, you know, it does take some time to get all the detection set, get everything right, and you know, there's some customization that we want to do because every business is different. So sometimes over the years, the intelligence that we've built into the solution is great at a high level, but we want to tune it down. So this is a longer answer than necessary, but most customers start to receive a big jump in value within the first 30 to 60 days. But that value does continue to grow over time as our teams, you know, start to work more closely and processes get streamlined.
Okay. And then there's a question from Richard about what's the pricing model around this solution?
Yeah, good question. So we actually just recently revamped our pricing model to make it really, really streamlined. So basically, it's just priced on the number of assets that are being, you know, monitored, managed by the system. That's the bulk of the pricing right there. For things like endpoint detection, that's simply just based on the number of endpoints. So we don't have to go through any complex calculations of volumes or traffic flow or anything like that. We found that going through those really turns customers off because it's already a complicated decision. So we wanted to make it as simple as we could. So it's just based on the number of assets, really.
Excellent. And then kind of what's the process? If someone contacts you, they're interested in this, what's the next step after that?
Yeah, I mean, the next step is for us to just really, what we want to do is we're really focused on outcomes. So we want to understand what are the problems that you're having. We obviously recognize we're not going to be able to solve everybody's problems, but we want to solve the problems that are most poignant for you. So if we have the solution, we can solve a good chunk of problems for you. We want to scope that out. And then if somebody's interested in just specific parts of the solution, we can do trials for those. I think that we're having a promotion over the next couple months around trying our SOC service. So I don't know all the details of it because that's something from the marketing team, but we do have some notion of a trial period for SOC for the intelligent SOC solution. And some parts of it, again, are more easily trialed. So like attack surface, for example, because it doesn't require really any human intervention, is something that we can trial very easily for people. If you don't need a trial and you want to just dive right in, then we can just scope out what it looks like and make sure that we're aligned on what the outcomes will be, and we can get going.
Excellent. Yeah, sounds very easy to start. I like the offer of perhaps trying it out for a little while before you buy it. So sounds like a very interesting solution. It could help a lot of companies be more secure and more vigilant when it comes to security. I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, Brandon, but it's been really great having you on. There's some more specific technical questions in the folder for you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody, and thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
For more information on the NetEnrich solution, check out the handout. It's available there in your audience console. A really well-done handout, I should say, on right-sizing Sockonomics. A really cool brief. So make sure you download that and, of course, visit the NetEnrich website for more information. Now, before I introduce you to our next presenter and announce our 2 prizes, I've got another quick poll question I want to bring up. This one is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? I'll leave that up here for a moment while I announce the prize winners. So we have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Scott Schessel from Minnesota, John Liu from California, and James Todd from California as well. And now for our next grand prize announcement, we have 5 iPad Airs. These are going to Shelby Huddleston from Kansas, Jeremy Woods from Colorado, Murray Ning from California, Mark Wochos from Wisconsin, and Frank Stieberger from California. I'll post all those names in the questions box because I probably mispronounced some of them. But congratulations to all the winners. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll question on the screen. We do appreciate that. And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on the event today. Welcome, Mr. Peter Elliman, Director of Product Marketing at Druva. Peter, thanks for being on.
Sure. Thanks for having me, and looking forward to talking to folks about cloud data protection and how really it can become a basis for helping you build your IT blueprint. If you take a look at what's happening today, and you think about where you're trying to build your business and your IT plan to support that business, one thing that's going to be clear is that there's changes in both your business and application models. I mean, we've all been feeling that over the last year, and I think it's clear that there's a new frontier that we're all going to be operating under for quite some time, and so what this picture is really showing you is probably something you feel every day, and that's that data has left the building. It's spread across hybrid clouds. It's on endpoints. It's on edge devices. And so the data is living in more places. And in addition to that, your applications are evolving. They're no longer monolithic, but made up of composite elements, such as containers or microservices. And so regardless of where you are in deployment or use of containers, you're certainly most likely thinking about or using those. And then as you're using cloud services, you definitely are starting to consume some of that. And so, data and application lives in more places, but really all of that data is moving towards the cloud because we can do more with the data when it's centralized, shared, and protected. So first it lives in the data center, and then moved out to endpoints, and then, of course, cloud apps. Increasingly, everyone is using some type of cloud app. And then finally, we've moved to containers, which offer sort of platform and environmental portability. So as you're moving or planning your IT, the question is, how do I protect this data, and what type of architecture should I have and should I use to avoid silos? And so, with all these changes, it's no surprise that data protection models themselves are changing and moving to the cloud. And so you're probably seeing this, you're hearing about it from whatever vendor you're using. A recent ESG survey indicates that 40% of enterprise applications run on cloud infrastructure today, and that's growing to 58% within the next 24 months. So the the trend is certainly going that way, regardless of where you are in that process. If you're building for the future and thinking about the future, thinking about your architecture and what sort of data protection architecture you want to have is a key part of how you can move forward successfully. Now, cloud data protection is ideally suited to help you establish cloud data protection as a cornerstone for what you're doing. And it's got these 4 elements here that really give you some of the flexibility and control you want. So the first is on-demand capacity. So that ability to sort of turn it up and turn it down as you need across the workloads. So that means that you can actually bring it in as you need without actually, frankly, even having to replace anything you might have in place right now. So you can bring it in on a spot basis to help you augment, or perhaps as part of your transition. What you'll notice as you bring it in, especially for things like data center workloads, is that you can eliminate stranded capacity. And so that's often, right, that's the idea. You're buying your storage and your software and your support contract, and you're usually buying that in a big chunk. And so you're buying a bunch of capacity, both compute and storage, that you're not really going to use yet, but you're anticipating using. And so the pay-for-use model sort of eliminates that and allows you to essentially, consume, buy as you consume. Scalability is a critical element in this pandemic world, where it's been harder or is harder to bring in people and hardware to support workloads that are both growing and changing. And so the infinite scale of the cloud can meet this challenge much more easily, because you're not needing to buy or install any of that hardware or software in locations. And then everything is about agility these days, and you cannot have agility without some form of self-service. And so as new applications spin up, IT teams want to be able to protect them automatically, and they want to be able to restore on their own if they need. So having that self-service capability and automation is key, and that's something cloud data protection can deliver. And then finally is around local and global access to data. So we live in a global world, but we're obviously subject to localized regulations. So IT teams expect the backups to be there, regardless of sort of where you are. And so having that flexibility to easily have local recovery, but be able to sort of conform to the regional requirements you might have for data sovereignty is key. So the Druva Cloud platform is well designed to help you address not just data protection needs, but data governance and cyber resilience needs. It's a single platform, powered by AWS, really designed to support all of this distributed data that you have, from endpoints to the hybrid workloads that you have in your data center today, to cloud workloads, both from SaaS applications as well as in AWS or other cloud environments where you might be running those applications. And so this becomes, a cloud platform can become the cornerstone for your data protection strategy, but more importantly, that itself becomes a cornerstone to help you move forward more quickly with migrating or moving applications to cloud, or embracing new services, most likely that are being powered by SaaS apps. So let me look, I want to take a minute to look a bit more specifically at what's traditionally run in the data center, really just to be or provide an example around sort of how cloud data protection can become this new cornerstone for you to help you move forward. Because everyone already has something they're running today. And so the question is, can I take what I have to help me move forward? Does the architecture I have today support where I'm going? And so a couple of questions to think about would be, look at really what you used to do, the old ways of managing what you had, versus the new ways. So the old ways, backup, DR, and security. You had duplicate data management. You had hardware and software in multiple locations, and typically you're going to have multiple vendors across that stack. So typically, you're backing up in your data center to some local disk and or tape targets, and you might be moving that out. In the cloud world, I'll talk about it. Let me go through all the kind of pieces that typically we see in traditional environments. The next piece that you have is this notion of infrequent recovery validation. So, the reason you back up is to recover. The question is, how frequently are you validating your ability to recover? And what does that DR process look like? Really, difficulty for many companies is being able to validate recovery and test their DR capability on a regular basis. And so that multi-site complexity, multi-vendor involvement really can create and expose risk. And then, of course, ransomware itself has been raising its head up in a significant way, ransomware and frankly, other security risks. And we've seen those throughout this past year. And in sort of the old model, it was really just, let me replicate my data and or get it off site. And that's going to give me essentially that protection that I need. Or that's certainly been the assumption. So, the difference with cloud backup and DR, and let's start at the top of the piece in terms of the data management effort and the copies of data. So when you back up to the cloud, you really just got one copy of data to manage. And so you don't need that second site in order to offsite that data. More importantly, by removing a lot of that management effort and those storage infrastructure costs, you can drive down that TCO. The second piece around recovery validation is when the data is in the cloud, it's pretty easy to extend and test recovery and even DR. So you've got that on-demand scale both for recovering data as well as that ability to sort of test on a regular basis, any type of failover. In terms of the complexity that you might have in a regular environment, SaaS, as the name implies, software as a service, removes a lot of that. So you define the policies that you need as it relates to both backup frequency, data retention, and the SaaS backend takes care of the rest from a capacity and from a compute perspective. So you don't need to worry about what's going to happen there. And then finally, ransomware, I think, as we're everyone's coming to realize is well, let's just say defense in depth is very much true today, and so companies are rethinking not just how they want to protect against ransomware, but also how backup itself is serving them and how secure it is. And so data isolation and being able to air gap that data is critical. And cloud backup can offer that in a very sort of easy way. But the question is how can you go beyond that? How can you use what's happening in the backup environment, which is often a source of record, to really look for indicators of compromise or unusual behavior? And then more importantly, how can you recover? How can you use that backup infrastructure? What tools do you have in place to enable recovery in the event that you're hit from a strike, like a ransomware strike or some other type of event, which could even be a malicious insider who decides to leak some information. So let's take a look at this from an architecture perspective. And I won't spend too much here, I sort of alluded to this, but like the traditional environment you've got in a data center is your production servers, your backup server, media server, dedupe, and tape. And so what you find is scale is limited both from your local infrastructure in terms of your ability to ingest or recover at scale. And then your storage efficiency is limited by what's in the data center. So your dedupe pool, if you will, is limited to just everything you send to that local dedupe appliance. And then finally, you're moving an additional copy of that data, as you can see, either offsite or offsite into the tape. Now, some folks consider adding cloud in there, but often what happens is, just moving what I'd say cloud out, just pushing a copy of that backup data to the cloud for long-term retention or some other element, or even shorter time retention to help with expansion, typically creates unexpected cost and definitely creates additional management effort. Cloud data protection really removes a lot of these components. And so you're able to leverage the scale of the cloud to address, be able to stream as many of the backups as you need up into the cloud, or same goes for recovery. Global deduplication. So that's a powerful piece. When your deduplication engine is running in the cloud, it's global. So it doesn't matter where the data is coming from, it's going to be referencing metadata that lives there. Your storage itself becomes optimized. You have a single piece you're looking at rather than sort of multiple sites, multiple locations. So a little bit about why Druva. If you're not familiar with us as a company and why you might want to consider Druva Cloud Data Protection as sort of your future architecture. 4,000 plus enterprise customers built natively on AWS, as you can see, and a growing amount of data under management, over 150 petabytes. So let me talk a little bit more about how Druva unifies the data protection element. So we started in the data center here, and what you see on the left is some of the modern workloads that Druva protects. And really, it doesn't matter where these are running. They can be in the data center or they can be in the cloud. But customers often come to us first saying they want to streamline part of this infrastructure, and this might be related to data center consolidation or a DR initiative. And so that often becomes a part of it, or it could be just a renewal. The second piece, though, is, look, we've got new workloads that we're looking to protect. And so whether you're deploying some of your applications, could be SQL on EC2, or Azure or Google, or it could be that you're actually migrating using Microsoft 365 and Slack and realizing that you need to protect that data. But what Druva then brings into this piece is this idea that if I can put all of this data into one single cloud, that's going to simplify any type of DR that I'm doing. And so that allows you to begin to change or consolidate really what you're doing. And Druva offers a cloud DR capability that allows you to fail over your VM workloads into your AWS VPC in minutes. Right? So it's automated, secure, and fast, allowing you to meet RTOs of minutes, and often addressing a large number of use cases that you might have given the role of VMs and organizations. And finally, the TCO piece. So, I've already talked about the redundancy you have, but being able to pay as you use data protection and leverage the economies of global deduplication at the source, incremental forever backups, and then you add in something like long-term retention, and that's for customers sort of, you get that 2 + 2 = 5 benefit, which is being able to really go beyond what you might normally expect. So bringing those all together is one of the ways that you can drive a significant TCO. So let me give a more specific example on this, long-term retention. So if you ask yourself, how are you handling long-term retention today for your backup environment? And it's probably a mix of disk, tape, and cloud. And if you're trying to go there with what you have today on premise, if your storage file system is not built in the cloud, then you're either going to be lifting and shifting it into the cloud, which means you're going to have twice the storage management, or you're going to be sort of pushing copies to the cloud, but have that metadata living on-prem and needing to be protected. Either way, it's going to be additional management, additional storage consumption, because you may not be getting that deduplication benefit if you're pushing a separate copy up into that cloud. And then finally, recovery risks that might relate. Again, if you're trying to manage metadata in multiple locations, that just essentially creates a risk profile you may not want to have. So with a direct-to-cloud model, you're eliminating all that on-prem and cloud storage management. Druva takes over for that. More importantly, we're able to tier and archive those inactive blocks into cold storage for you. And then in addition to that, we can leverage what we already offer to enable what we call direct-to-cold backup. So we have customers with workloads, NAS file system type things, where they just know this is just data that I need to keep for 3, 5, 15, 20 years. I don't need it in warm storage. Just put it right in cold, and I just need to be able to check the box and say it's there. And so the direct-to-cold really drives up to a 50% reduction in the cost of storage, because we're going to put it in cold for you and pass on those savings right to you. And then finally, what's important is you're keeping the data around in case you need to recover it. So simplifying recovery is key, and that's one of the things that Druva delivers. So how do you leverage cloud data protection as a cornerstone for what you're doing? Well, first, remember that SaaS data protection is more than just about technology. It's an operational mind shift, right? You're making this decision that I want to eliminate complexity that I have across the different workloads I'm trying to protect. How can I do that? And suddenly it's not just about the technology, but it's about all the other elements that go into managing data protection and how you can make that simpler. And so one way to do that is to focus on, well, what am I trying to accomplish from a workload basis rather than, what's the product I have? So I just listed a couple of examples I'm not going to go through here, but this could be, again, as I mentioned, file data or long-term retention. Perhaps the cloud can help you get rid of tape or even free up storage that you have. That's if you're running low, say in your existing data center environment. It could be new projects or applications. So VMware Cloud and database migration to the cloud are ones that we often see and support very well. So again, you're migrating SQL or Oracle to the cloud. You're not going to do it in one big sort of push the button and it all happens. You're going to do it over time. So how do you have a single platform that lets you start to get new applications into the cloud, but also protect what you have running on-prem? And so again, cloud data protection can give you that coverage that you need. And then finally, remote branch offices. So these hard to reach and service areas. So again, cloud data protection can deploy quickly and easily into those environments. So I just want to touch on two customer stories, because I think this always comes out much better when you hear the customer perspective and the customer journey. So the University of Manchester in the UK, for them, cloud data protection became a cornerstone for their strategy when they realized that VMware Cloud was critical for how they were going to move forward. And so they were adopting a cloud strategy and knew this is the direction we wanted to go. And that then, when they looked at how do I protect that, and they realized that really their on-prem solution, which was Veeam at the time, and actually one or two other solutions, was going to be cost prohibitive. And so they brought in Druva to look at what they did, and they experienced these significant cost reductions by getting rid of, again, the additional infrastructure, but also the additional data copies. So a huge reduction, 50% storage cost reduction, and significant deduplication reductions. The next company, I love the CATS Media Group story, and we did a much longer webcast with AWS and CATS Media, specifically if you're interested in hearing the full story. But again, they were looking to consolidate their data centers and move to cloud-based backup and DR. What they faced was really too many vendors running across their environment, protecting all of these different workloads and different locations, and they ran into performance issues and difficulty managing some of their costs and the administrative effort that was involved there. So they looked to the Druva Cloud platform really to help them protect all these workloads that they had across their environment, both the traditional on-premise workloads as well as some of their cloud ones. And we're able to leverage the cloud backup capabilities to enable this disaster recovery as a service, right? So they could offer the one-click automated recovery, failover VMs, in the cloud, or the ability to fail back on premises. So they leveraged Druva really to migrate workloads to AWS in a much more quick basis. You see 52 workloads in 3 months, so substantially faster, and more importantly, to reduce the time IT was spending managing. So go back to that mindset basis in terms of where you want to go. So they wanted to get out of the business of managing the infrastructure and complexity of backup and instead focus on the SLAs. So cloud data protection gave them the vehicle, the means to do that. All right, so just a couple of next steps I hope you'd consider is, one, find your savings. If cost is a big factor for you, encourage you to go to tco.druva.com. It's a 5-step calculator. Just helps you start to think about some of the savings you might have for your environment, and can become a starting point for a deeper conversation. Get a demo. You can get a personalized one, and we run regular ones on Tuesdays, or certainly start a trial if you're actually interested in seeing how it can help you with some particular projects.
All right, excellent presentation, Peter. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you if you're ready. All right, for everyone out there, I've just brought up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Druva solution? So we encourage you to respond to that. Let's see, Andrew says he would love to get rid of tape. He wants to talk to you, Peter, about the Druva solution. So a lot of interest in this. One question that came in, they're asking here is about, could this work for the smaller size companies? Is there a certain entry point where this only makes sense?
Nope. I mean, we service companies from, what you might call your traditional SMBs all the way up to, large global companies. So, Druva is run and supported in 15 plus AWS storage regions. And so the beauty of sort of being based in the cloud is that no hardware, no software. We can scale from very small to supporting very large. So and again, it's priced accordingly, right? It's priced according to your consumption basis. So.
Excellent. And there's a question here from Chris about a restoration. If let's say there's a large-scale disaster on premises and you need to restore your backups, but you don't have somewhere to restore them, can they be restored to the cloud?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, because you're backing up to the cloud, right? Your data's already in the cloud. So Druva offers cloud DR for your VM workloads. So for that, we offer orchestrated sort of one-click failover of those VMs as well as failback. And then for other types of, say, EC2 related workloads, we also offer the idea of build a DR plan and automatically fail over any of those workloads you might be running there. For other types of data, then there are, we could do a deeper dive in terms of, well, that data is in the cloud, how can I use that for DR? So there's different ways of taking that data that's in the cloud and essentially beginning to reuse it, if you will, for DR purposes or recovery purposes.
Excellent. Yeah, a lot of different options there. All right, so I'm afraid we're running out of time in our live Q&A, but if folks want to get started with Druva, I believe you mentioned there's a trial they can try it out for themselves. Is that right?
There is. Yeah, I mean, you do need to request. It's not just a download and immediately start using the demo. We definitely need to qualify just because it goes into our cloud. But we definitely offer trials, and the barrier is pretty low. It's just we need to make sure, obviously, as we pay to back up and give you time. So, but we love, the product speaks for itself. I did see one quick question: can Druva restore on-prem machine backups to cloud server resources? And yeah, Chris, the answer is yes. So you need to get a little more detail in terms of which on-prem machine backups you're looking at and what you want to do. But once that data is in the Druva cloud, we're able to help you recover that data into your own VPC.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, a lot of great feedback about the Druva solution, and it sounds like it could help to make data protection and DR so much easier for so many companies.
Yep.
Peter, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just I see a few other questions for the folks who answered. I'll be responding to those as the next presenter goes on, like questions about protecting things in Azure and things like that. So thanks a lot.
Perfect. We appreciate that. Thanks, Peter. And thank you to Druva. Make sure you check out the handout there in your audience console about the Druva solution. It is the how to reduce costs with cloud-based VMware data protection. All right, I'll leave the poll question up while I announce our next set of prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Howard Wolchansky from Arizona, Darshana Devecci from Texas, and Chris K. from Massachusetts. Congratulations to all the prize winners. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you now to our next presenter on today's Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. Welcome, Mr. Ray Kalmbach, Field CTO of Alliances at Faction. Ray, are you there?
I am, and great job with the last name, by the way. Most people tend to destroy it.
I'm glad to hear that. Good to have you. Take it away.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I am Ray Kalmbach from Faction. I want to talk to you today. And first of all, thank you everybody for joining us today. I've been on the line for quite a while listening to the other presenters, and I think everybody has been absolutely fantastic and really talking a lot about what, as a customer, we're extremely interested to hear. And as we're hearing, cloud is in every single conversation we're having today. It doesn't matter if it's an infrastructure conversation, security, backup, DR, you name it. And what I kind of want to talk to you today about is data, containers, and what we really call cloud neutrality, right? And we hear multi-cloud all the time, but I want to talk to you a little bit about what multi-cloud is versus what cloud neutrality is, at least in my point of view, and kind of show you how data and containers kind of come into play with that, and some of the things you need to be looking for when you see some of these challenges coming about. So just a little bit about Faction. We've been around since 2006. Some people tend to think we're a startup, and we're far from that. We've been around for quite a while. We started off as an infrastructure hosting company in Denver, Colorado. And out of that, we've grown into the storage and data services company that is very much backed by Dell and VMware and some of our other storage and technology partners. But we have thousands of end customers. We have hundreds and hundreds of petabytes of storage underneath our management. And right now we have 9 cloud locations. 2 additional ones are coming online as we speak. And we have expansion into, additional expansion into the EMEA markets and APJ also. So just a little bit about us. But what makes us special, and maybe I should point this out, and is this middle box here on this slide. Our patents around what give us the ability to do what we do when securing storage to multiple clouds at the same time simultaneously and presenting high bandwidth, low latency connectivity into those public clouds so we can do different things like we'll talk about here with containers. So hopefully we'll get some questions around what makes us a little bit special in that. If not, please feel free to reach out to me after the presentation or reach out to Faction in general, and we can go from there. Little bit about me. Before joining Faction, I was with VMware. I was with VMware for 2 years as a partner cloud solutions architect around VMC on AWS and NSX and different other cloud technologies. Before that, I was a customer. I sat in the financial space. I worked for a small financial firm called Depository Trust and Clearing Company. Before that, I was with a small pharmaceutical company called Pfizer. Before that, a small credit card company called American Express. And before that, I was with even a tinier company called the Department of Defense. So I have large-scale enterprise experience, but naturally I'm a homegrown, organically grown system architect, infrastructure architect now that's grown into the vendor side as the CTO. So I've sat in your seats. I know the challenges you have every day around the business, around DevOps, around security, compliance, and things of that sort. So I can definitely feel those struggles and feel those pains. And hopefully today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how to approach some of those challenges that we have when we start talking about, especially cloud strategies around containers, in either a multi-cloud strategy or what I like to call cloud neutrality. And I will explain what that difference is here in a minute. So a lot of times when customers such as yourself start thinking about their cloud approach, we really start to look at things from hey, I want to try something in the cloud first. I want to spin up a workload in this cloud. I'm going to build upon it. I'm going to add some services. And then also, as that starts to find success, it starts to grow a little bit more, starts to mature a little bit more. But now what we're seeing is this data that was created by this single process in this cloud really starts to grow. Well, what happens when we have that service? Maybe we built off a small AI type service or machine learning type service in one particular cloud, but then we want to see, all right, let's expand on that. Let's grow that service out a little bit, but we need to move it to another cloud to be able to do that. Well, it creates a challenge. We've all heard this term data gravity challenge. So we start to have this challenge, and now we have to copy and replicate and move that data from one particular cloud into another particular cloud just to be able to grow that out. And now what happens if I have the business or I have a DevOps member come over and say, well, it's great that we're in clouds 1 and 2, but I really need to be in cloud 3. Really what we want you as a customer to start thinking about is think about your data first. Think about all this massive data that you have, and this can be anything from terabytes to petabytes to exabytes worth of data. Let's think about where that data is living first and how we're going to use tools to work with that data. So have a data-first mindset versus a cloud-first mindset. And this is really the challenge, because in the first scenario where I have data sitting in one cloud, now I have data sitting in the second cloud, the third cloud. Now I have to pay for it multiple times. I have to pay for egress fees multiple times. I have to secure it. I have to make sure that it's meeting compliance regulations across all of those clouds. All these different challenges that come about when we look at a quote-unquote cloud-first strategy and not necessarily a data-first strategy when we're looking at these services. So think about how you're going to take your data, think about how you're going to map your data out to those clouds, and then it enables having a cloud strategy so much easier. Now, let's talk a little bit about, for me, what the difference is between cloud neutrality and multi-cloud. We all started off, and myself included, started off with this multi-cloud conversation this last year and a half, where we found customers that said, hey, listen, I have workloads or I have containers, I have services that I want to use from multiple clouds at multiple different times. What we're seeing, at least I'm seeing in the field when I talk to customers from a commercial space all the way up to the largest of enterprises, is they're not actually doing all that processing simultaneously, right? So they're not using a service against that data in one cloud, or they're using that same data in another cloud simultaneously. What we're seeing is they want the ability to present this data to any cloud at any time. So instead of necessarily being multi-cloud, we're seeing this conversation develop around cloud neutral, saying, let me store my data somewhere and let me run my container or my workload in this cloud, but maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe next month, I have a need to run a similar service or a more advanced service in another cloud, maybe advanced modeling for machine learning is out inside of GCP than what maybe I can get inside of Azure or AWS. But I can't take on the challenge of moving that data, migrating that data, securing it, all that good kind of stuff. So they want to be cloud neutral, but not necessarily multi-cloud, or even if they are multi-cloud, it's the same solution underneath. But I'm finding a lot of times now customers are saying, look, I just need to be able to use the data where I want and when I want, but I only want to pay for it once. And that's really what we're looking at here when we're talking about being cloud neutral versus necessarily multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, or single cloud. Which I find today, there is nobody single cloud. This idea that you're single cloud just doesn't exist, because you're either using a cloud on-prem, but yet you're using also cloud services, either, Salesforce or a Google Docs or whatever it may be. Some other form of cloud is coming into play. So nobody really is, single cloud anymore. It's just, are we hybrid? Are we, are we multi-cloud, or are we cloud neutral? So why cloud neutrality? Why would you want to think about being multi-cloud or cloud neutral? Number one for me in the container world is being for container migration. If I have containers that are running in one particular cloud, and I'm going to refer back to a genomics project that we recently worked on here with Faction in partnership with Dell and NVIDIA, where we did some genomic processing in a particular cloud. And as we started to work against the cloud, we found out the GPUs that we wanted to use weren't available in the location where the data was in that particular cloud. So we had to go to a hardware type in that particular service. But because we were cloud neutral, we were very easily be able to say, okay, this cloud over in this region does have the hardware that we want to be able to use. So within a matter of minutes, we were able to switch the containers over into that cloud and be able to process that data against the hardware that we wanted to use. So it's really about that container migration, being able to take a container that is in one cloud and use that same container in another cloud without having to move the control volumes or the data that they were working against. Now, as we worked on that project, we came into this, this peak time expansion. So we're, okay, this is great that we are using it in the second cloud where they had the hardware available, but they didn't have enough of the hardware available. And what we ended up doing is we ended up taking what was on-prem, pushing the GPU process that was on-prem to its full extent, and then expanding that out into the public cloud space and being able to use that quote-unquote peak-time expansion or that cloud bursting in the public cloud space, all because our data was cloud neutral. And our containers were cloud neutral. It didn't matter where they were running. We were able to access that data from anywhere. Then it moved into persistent relocation service or a relocation target. As we're running that workload, we sustained a failure. As some of the cloud services will tell you, they're great, they expand, they work great, but every once in a while they do fail. Because we were cloud neutral and we had a multi-cloud strategy, we were able to shift that over to a completely third cloud. This time it was AWS. And we're able to continue doing the processing against those wall clock times on that genomic research fairly easily. Then as we looked at parallel computing within the cloud, being able to spin up thousands of instances of a container in a cloud and processing these genomics workload, image classification workloads, AI processing, machine learning processing models, as we could take that parallel computing in the public clouds, because we were cloud neutral, because that led us to a multi-cloud strategy, we were able to multiply on that parallel computing. So being able to run thousands of workloads in all three clouds simultaneously against the same data set enabled us to achieve throughput, data processing, and results at a speed that none of us thought were actually attainable. But not only did we obtain those speeds, that we blew by them. So container migrations, P-time expansion, service relocation, failover cloud priority, and then that multi-cloud access is really about what being cloud neutral in the container strategy is looking like. What are the costs? And this is always a biggie as a customer. What is running this cloud neutral container strategy going to look like for me? Really big thing is the storage. Being able to store it once, pay for it once, and use it anywhere else is really about cost arbitraging when we're talking about running a cloud neutral workload or a multi-cloud workload. You really got to think about the cost of storage. You got to think about networking, the cost of that bandwidth, and then also that one thing that we never think about is maintaining those data sets. All the back-end processes that go along with maintaining cloud storage in multiple clouds, and I'm talking about security and compliance and validation and testing. All those different things come into play when we're talking about having data presented to multiple clouds simultaneously. There's some definite cost situations in there that you have to be careful of. Now, talk about how we're going to connect it, because this is the other. It's great that we can have this data, but if I have data sitting on-prem, I need to be able to read. If my data on-prem is my master copy of that, the golden source of truth, whatever you want to call it, now I got to be able to connect to those clouds and obtain that throughput that my multiplied parallel computing can get me. This is where Faction comes into play also. What we call our Faction Inter-Network Exchange System, we can take multiple express routes. We can take multiple direct connects and interconnects, and we can bond these things together to achieve unbelievable speeds and throughput to the different public clouds. We get anywhere from 40 gigs to 80 gigs up to 400 gigs in AWS. In Azure, we're getting anywhere from 10 gigs to 800 gigs in Azure, and we can do the same thing in GCP, and now Oracle's come into play. So any of those cloud things we can produce, and if as a customer, for you to be able to handle that type of bandwidth that's fungible, where it's scalable, where it's adjustable going into the different clouds, this would be a real challenge around connecting all of these different clouds into a storage system that is presentable to all the public clouds simultaneously. So you've got to keep in mind when we're talking about being cloud neutral, having multiple clouds, what are my connectivity costs for not just those express routes, direct connects, interconnects, but what about egress charges? What about data access, charges and things of that sort, as we're looking into what connectivity is like in a cloud neutral play. And then this is what it all comes down to right here. This is the base. Cloud neutral, what about that data? That data gravity is huge, because if I have data that I'm working with inside of AWS and I've run a process against it, and now that data changes, well, now I have to replicate that data into a second or third or even back on-prem, and that's going to slow down my processing. Changing those deltas of that data change takes time to process. I don't care how much bandwidth you have, you still can't beat physics and the speed of light. So when we're talking about having this multi-cloud approach, when we're talking about a cloud neutral thing, we've got to keep that data persistency challenge, that data gravity problem in play and in the back of our minds, because we can really mess some things up if we have delay or latency in between read and writes from the different storage capabilities of the different clouds. Our solution: store it once, pay for it once, use it anywhere you want. And I think I'm running low on time here, so we'll speed this up just a tad. Now let's talk about automation orchestration. Here's another big challenge. This is great that I have containers running everywhere. This is great that they're accessing all the same data. This is great, but if you don't keep automation orchestration involved, using things like OpenShift or Tanzu, reaching out into Mesos and Rancher, and on the different clouds of AWS, Google, and Azure, this is a challenge. You want a solution, a holistic solution that's going to be able to allow automation orchestration across all the public clouds. That way you don't care about where the container is actually living. Maybe the only thing that you're worried about where that container is living is the cost of that spot instance, or whatever that charge is running inside of Azure, or how much compute is available inside of GCP. There are great platforms out there, great tools out there that you could layer on top of this solution that are going to allow you to have automation orchestration across a cloud neutral solution. And that's really what we want to point out here. Kind of getting to the money slide for us, this is what it's really about. What Faction does, Faction takes enterprise class storage, we put it inside a Faction cloud data center that is cloud adjacent to the public clouds. It's very important to understand we do not sit inside the public clouds. And this is a huge benefit for customers, especially when we start talking about repatriating data. If you want to have data that's in the cloud and maybe you built a service that was in one public cloud, but now a competitor is there, or maybe that cloud provider spun up a competing service. Sometimes you want to bring that data back. Sometimes it's not necessarily as cheap as you thought it was going to be, or there's a challenge. Maybe you're not getting the performance, things of that sort. There's all these different reasons why you may want to repatriate your data. This is why we're here. But just because you have your data sitting inside of enterprise class solutions sitting inside of Faction doesn't mean you're not getting performance. And a lot of times we are more performant. We can offer higher throughput, faster access to disk speeds, read writes, IOs, going out to the public cloud space than what the public cloud providers can provide. And we're doing this across all different types of storage. We do this when it comes to object, block, file, unstructured data, and even deep archive style data solutions like ECS and Data Domain from Dell. We can do all the different storage solutions to the public cloud providers, and you get a single copy of the data that's being presented to all the clouds. You don't have to worry about migrating the data. Here at Faction, for us, the word move is a 4-letter word. We don't want you to move your data. We want you to store your data once, use it anywhere you want, but only pay for it once. Secure it only once. Make sure it meets compliance only once. All these good kind of things. And this is data services as a service. So you don't have to worry about rack and stacking, monitoring, remediating, anything around the storage devices. Faction handles that, and we can present that to all the public cloud providers across high bandwidth, high throughput, extremely low latency connections. Most times we're talking sub 2 milliseconds, which allows us to reduce the cost of the complexity going into the different solutions that we may build out. You're reducing the risk. You're avoiding that vendor lock-in. You're getting the cloud of your choice. This whole FUD, fear of missing out, FOMO, all that kind of things get eliminated. It's fast. It's cost-effective. You don't have to worry about all those other good things like standing it up, testing it, and remediation. But yet you have access to all the cloud services from all the cloud providers and vendors. If you want to have a container running a certain service in one cloud, but yet maybe you want to use BI of another cloud, and maybe you want to use IoT ingestion from a third cloud, but have it all stored in one central location where you only have to worry about backing up, securing it, and presenting it out to the public clouds. That's what really Faction is here for. And it's not about single clouds. It's not about hybrid clouds. It's not even about multiple clouds. It's about being cloud neutral. Do with what your data and your containers and your workloads that you want and be cloud neutral. And with that, I think that's it. If you have any questions outside of this particular moment, please feel free to reach out to our website. Give us a phone call. Find me out on Twitter. Find me on LinkedIn. Please feel free to reach out, and hopefully we can answer any questions.
Great presentation, Ray. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up the poll that everyone should now see on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Faction solution? So let's see, Ray, we've got some great questions. First one I wanted to ask you, Luis is asking, could I create a private cloud within Faction?
Absolutely. So Faction does have private compute capable. We started off as an infrastructure as a service company based out of Denver. So yes, we have thousands of service providers that actually have their infrastructures built on our private cloud, that their customers are interacting with Faction every single day and just don't know it because it's white labeled to those particular service providers. But we use this private cloud as, either, we talked about cyber recovery or cyber protection in another presentation prior to this one. We do have cyber protection solutions too. A lot of times when customers have a cyber attack, they don't necessarily trust their infrastructure that they have on-prem. They don't trust the servers and data stores that they have on-prem. So they need a very clean white room that they can spin up very quickly and restore to. We can provide that either in a private compute scenario, or we can provide that in a public cloud scenario.
Excellent. And then a question here from Eddie. He's asking, he says they have a small cloud footprint at this point. Is Faction a solution that might be able to help them?
Absolutely. So a lot of our solutions do tend to be single tenant, and when those single tenant options are there, you kind of need a larger footprint for some of the single tenant solutions. But we do have multi-tenant solutions that do allow us to take smaller workloads, but it's really going to be based upon your security needs. If you have a workload that has to be secure, but it's a smaller footprint, we have some other solutions that are available that we work with. But yes, absolutely. We can handle everything from a small commercial SMB type scenario all the way up to the Fortune 10 customers that if you go out to our website, you can see some of their logos on our website.
Great. And let's see, Chris is asking about what should he do to get started with Faction? What's the first step you usually recommend?
So the first thing I recommend is reach out to go to factioninc.com. With that, you can engage. We have reps that monitor the site, monitor the chatbot that's on there, things like that. Reach out to us, send us a phone call, or just reach out to me directly. You can do that also. But go out to our website, look at the different solution sets that we build out. The key thing to understand is with all those different solution sets, it doesn't matter if it's a multi-cloud strategy, if it's a multi-cloud strategy for containers, it doesn't matter if it's a cyber resiliency product or disaster recovery as a service. All of these solutions are built on top of the same technology. So all we do is adjust the solution set for the infrastructure that's riding below, and that has to do with what we call cloud control volumes, our fixed network, because by heart what we really are is a networking company that kind of found our way into data services because of some of the patents we have around network security. But absolutely, go out to factioninc.com, hit us up via the telephone number or the email or the chat, and somebody will get back with you very, very quickly.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, but there's some more technical questions there for you in the folder. Ray, it's been great having you on. Great presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
For more information on Faction, visit factioninc.com. Also, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console. In fact, it's Ray's full presentation. His contact information's on there, email address, everything. If you have questions about Faction, make sure that you check out that resource and reach out to Ray. All right. I'll just leave up the poll question for everyone to answer while we announce our next set of prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Niraj Gupta from Arizona, Jeanette Bennett from Texas, and Amy Boxker from Connecticut. Congratulations to the prize winners. I will post those in the questions box. Still more grand prizes coming up. Samsung Galaxies, PlayStation 5s, a ton more gift cards. Make sure you stay tuned for those. All right, moving on now to our next presentation on the Enterprise Virtual Summit. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Andy Fernandez, Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Andy, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's session sponsored by Zerto. It's about the Zerto platform and our cloud data management and protection. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a Product Marketing Manager here at Zerto. And throughout this brief presentation, we're really going to focus on why people are making the decision to move disaster recovery operations and backup to the cloud, what makes Zerto technology special when dealing with it, and what are the benefits that you can unlock in the cloud using Zerto, specifically around reducing downtime, data loss, and making the most out of your cloud infrastructure as well. So let's get started. If you think about what's happened last year in 2020, amongst everything else that happened, one thing that we did see is that the world's cloud infrastructure was completely stress tested during COVID, meaning that organizations had to scale more resources, compute, storage, and make a lot of decisions when it comes to accelerating their digital transformation strategies by a couple of years, especially. So, we've seen the Microsoft Azure, AWS's, Google Cloud platforms of the world see considerate growth and adoption from organizations from small startups to large scale enterprises. But what we saw is that they did pretty good in managing outages and being able to manage the infrastructure, especially the rapid adoption that they saw. So all this really does is continue to validate the assumption that organizations are going to continue moving their workloads to the cloud. Some are going to take baby steps and take their time. Others are going to completely lift and shift and try to explicitly be in a cloud-only environment as well. But let's take a look at what that actual customer journey looks like. We base this understanding of the journey just looking at the evolution of our own customers, right? When Zerto started and really started innovating and bringing leadership of continuous data protection to the marketplace, that was already over a decade ago. And at that time, it was really focused on from on-premise to on-premise, right? Site to site, being able to fail over workloads from one site to your secondary site, especially when you had a hurricane, any type of natural disaster, infrastructure failures, or even a planned migration. And so we saw organizations start to realize the value of the cloud, whether it was from a performance perspective or mostly focused on moving from CapEx models to OpEx models and reducing costs, right? So we saw a lot of our customers take those baby steps and move into the public cloud or a service provider when it came to DR operations. We then saw them do the same thing for backup. And so what we're seeing is our customers slowly move a lot of their environment, a lot of their workloads, to the point that now we're even seeing our customers try to run production entirely within the cloud as well, right? So that's where you see the need evolve, not just from being able to protect and manage workloads on premises, but to the cloud and now in the cloud in the future as well. So this is a key insight, right, when we look at the evolution of our customers. So what does the Zerto platform actually deliver when it comes to not only being able to facilitate moves to the clouds, but also being able to minimize any type of downtime and data loss associated with it? That's where the Zerto platform comes in. And the way that we classify and categorize our platform is as the cloud data management and protection. Now, within this single experience, within this software-only platform, you gain access to all of these capabilities and use cases based on a foundation of continuous data protection, and we'll get into that in a little bit. You have your opportunity within one experience, have disaster recovery operations, right? Being able to move entire sites and recover entire sites within seconds. Having continuous backup and long-term retention, which both of those combined essentially are just being able to solve for backup within the same experience that you have with DR with Zerto. And that's where the data mobility and migrations conversation comes in as well. It's not just about being able to protect, but it's also being able to move your workloads as well. And with the platform come along many other positive externalities and additional capabilities you get within the product around test and development, security, and compliance. And as you see this vendor list below, we really, because of our software nature, because of our scale-out nature, it's extremely easy for us to integrate and give you that same experience across platforms. Now, we've talked about what the platform delivers capabilities-wise, but what is our vision? What is our strategy? Well, ultimately, our strategy is that it really does not matter where your environment is, what your plans are, but that you have the confidence in knowing that Zerto can give you DR, it can give you backup, it can give you workload mobility to, from, and within the public cloud. That means that no matter where your data currently resides or where you want it to reside in the future, that Zerto is that confidence agent, allowing you to know that if something happens, you can recover that data, you can protect it, and you can move it as well. But a lot of backup vendors, a lot of DR vendors, and you have integrations with platforms as well. What makes Zerto different? What makes it special? Well, it all starts with our continuous replication. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through not only our high-level architecture, but what actually makes our replication special, right? So what you see here is a traditional Zerto environment where you have a production site, and then you have a DR site. That DR site can be on premises. That DR site can be in the cloud as well. And what we're doing here is we have a ZVM, what we call a Zerto Virtual Manager. Think of that as your management component. And then you have the VRA, right, which is a virtual replication appliance. This is the data mover. This is what's moving your replicas continuously. And the nature of our replication is the fact that it's continuous. It's not fixated or locked in like array-based replication where you need homogeneous storage across all environments, right? This is near synchronous replication that happens at the hypervisor level. And it's software only. There's no agents, there's no proxies. This isn't reliant on an appliance. It's simply a low overhead system that you install that allows you to create checkpoints every 5 seconds. And it's replicating those checkpoints every 5 seconds to wherever you want it to go, right? Whether it's Azure, AWS, a service provider, a private cloud, it really doesn't matter. That's the flexibility and the simplicity of our replication. What this allows you to do is essentially move away from relying on snapshots, especially organizations that even use snapshots for DR. What it's doing is it's giving you RPOs of seconds and RTOs of minutes with checkpoints that are 5 seconds apart. And it's doing it for DR, and this works effectively in the cloud. So what you have here is not only do you have replication to another site, but you also have your replication locally. This is what allows you to do those daily, backup type of restore activities that you need to do, not just from a DR perspective. And this is how our replication is so effective because it's so simple, it's so flexible that it simply allows you to roll back in time using our journal technology. And what does the actual journaling technology look like? Well, if you think about it at a very high level, we've talked about those checkpoints every 5 seconds, right? Where you have the ability to rewind and recover to any point in time. Now, thinking about, being able to replicate to a secondary site with checkpoints that are seconds apart or locally, it's still the same journal mechanism. And what we're going to do is we're going to use ransomware as a very specific example here. So let's say, you have a perfect case where you understand explicitly at what timestamp your data was encryption. This could be a site, this could be an application, a file, a folder, you name it. So understanding at what point in time ransomware hit, using Zerto's replication, its continuous replication, and the journal-based recovery, you're simply able to select a point in time before that allows you to say, oh, let's roll back 10 seconds before, let's roll back a minute before, just to be safe. You can do that for an entire site, an entire application, VM, and file. And as we talked about, the conversation of RPOs and RTOs, this is what's so special about Zerto, right? From an RPO perspective, that's seconds, right? You have checkpoints that are created every 5 seconds. From an RTO perspective, you're able to do it even much quicker using journaling technology. And we'll briefly talk about that when it comes to recovering applications or multi-VM applications consistently as well. But taking a deeper dive at our journaling, what does that actually look like? Well, our journaling technology is very unique, right? If you think about the journal, think about it as a log that contains all the changes that occurred on a VM. This is the seconds of granularity that we've already talked about, and it scales up and down dynamically based on your needs. This gives you one interface for all of your workloads, so you can be able to select that checkpoint and recover from it. Now, architecturally speaking, the way that we do this so uniquely is that you're able to host a local journal within your production site where you have a compressed journal. You're retaining data for 8 to 15 days. This allows you, anybody who deletes a file, anybody who sees a file corruption or some type of data corruption, you're able to simply take care of it, no impact on production, couple seconds. If it's a bigger issue, right? If it's more of a DR issue than a backup issue, especially maybe from a ransomware perspective, if it wasn't just a couple files, but an entire site, entire application, or that a natural disaster is coming, you then have a remote journal where you can simply are replicating to the site of your choice. And we're seeing that our customers are preferring to go to the cloud now, just because it gives you that ability, the OpEx benefits, but also the infrastructure reliability. And you have that journal remotely as well. And that allows you to really have ultimate flexibility to converge use cases and not need a ton of point solutions to really do the same thing. And, using ransomware as an example, what we do here is, if, as you know, the 3-2-1 rule, we try to enable that within our own architecture, right? So you have your local journal where you're replicating data locally, keeping it for a week or two. That's your first line of defense, or as I like to call it, your first line of recovery, where you're simply able to restore something immediately to production. Then if it's a bigger issue, you have the ability to utilize it for DR and recover an entire site and perform a failover. Now, the third option that Zerto allows you to do as well is what we call long-term retention. With long-term retention, this is a term that everybody uses. I want what they would call cheap and deep storage or featureless storage, where I can store my workloads as long as I want. This because of compliance or regulatory reasons. This could be 3 years, it could be 5. It really depends on what your organization structure looks like. But ultimately, with Zerto, we allow you to simply move data and archive it in a cloud repository, right? Think Azure, think AWS as well. And so this is a very effective way of being able to still have a third line of recovery, something that allows you to simply archive and store your data a very cheap way. Now, I've talked about, a little bit about our architecture. There's so much more to it, how it's simple, how it's software only. We've looked at our continuous replication, and what gives you those RPOs of seconds. And we've taken a look at the journal, which really allows you to have one simple, unified experience for all of this. But from the RTO conversation, what really differentiates Zerto, apart from its journal, is your ability to protect applications consistently. Now, what do I mean to consistently protect your applications? Well, think about, multi-VM applications. They have multiple VMs that are responsible, for your SAP application, for SharePoint, for Exchange, anything that's within your environment, especially at the enterprise level. When you're dealing with backup, when you're dealing with snapshots, right, the incremental nature of a backup job means that when you have to recover something, you have to do it inconsistently. You have parts of the application that have checkpoints, 2 hours ahead. And so what you have to do is almost perform this math and understand the common denominator of checkpoints to be able to know when to recover. And that takes a lot of time. That can take organizations weeks to be able to effectively and consistently recover their enterprise applications. With Zerto, we approach it completely different. And what I mean by that is you're able to simply select what are the VMs that belong to this application. You configure what we call a virtual protection group, or a VPG. And with the VPG, you simply select all of the VMs that belong to this application. You pre-configure the recovery settings. And when the day comes that you have to recover this application, you can do it immediately. Simply selecting the VPG, aka the application, and having those much quicker RTOs as well. So being able to select one consistent checkpoint, seconds apart, for your application is what differentiates us when it comes to the RTO conversation, not just from an RPO. So this is where Zerto excels, really being able to deliver DR and backup to the cloud, right? And that because of our software approach, because of how easy it is, you can be up and running in a couple of hours and start replicating to the cloud as soon as possible. Now, we've talked about it from a protection perspective, from a backup and DR perspective, but what about migrations? You have to move that data at some point, correct? So that's another area where Zerto excels in its data mobility and migrations use case. That same consistency, that same replication and simplicity and orchestration that you have around protection and management, you also have with mobility. So you can easily select the applications, the site that you want to migrate to the cloud or another data center, and you can do it with no impact to the production environment. You can minimize the downtime and data loss, compared to having to do it with legacy organizations with pretty remedial orchestration and automation. And even before you actually perform this move or migration, you can test it, and you can test it without any types of disruption, just to know that you're able to be confident and understanding that this software solution allows you to be as flexible as you can to manage these workloads and moving to the cloud without data loss, without downtime, without the need for hardware or any types of agents, right? So you can migrate to AWS, you can migrate to Azure, to a service provider, and you can just do it in a few clicks. And that's what makes it unique. It's just about flexibility and about simplicity. The same simplicity that we deliver and have been known and have won awards for when it comes to protecting the crown jewels of your environment with our DR solution has now been rolled out to backup and to data migration as well, because it's the same core technology of continuous data protection that allows us to do this so simply. Now, what happens around the monitoring? Well, with Zerto, you have full visibility across hybrid and multi-cloud with Zerto Analytics, which is browser-based and really allows you to take a look at your entire protection scope anywhere in the world to make sure that you're meeting RPOs, how you're consuming your infrastructure, and that it's up to the demands of your business as well. One of the things that I like the most too about Zerto Analytics is the resource. And with the resource planner, I apologize for the botched subtitle there. It's really about giving you an opportunity to forecast the actual resources that you're going to need when it comes to moving to the cloud, when it comes to moving your DR operations to the cloud, right? Understanding your WAN, your disk or your storage requirements, the average IOPS, your throughput, and even diving deep into the VM level statistics as well. So this is what gives you an excellent view at understanding what it takes to actually move to the cloud. One of the things that I quickly want to show you as well is our customer approach, right? Nothing's better than showing you the value that a customer derived from using a solution. Richard Bailey, the VP of IT Operations at Pruitt Health, said, using Zerto facilitated our move to Azure for disaster recovery. And it wasn't just about facilitating the move, but it was about making sure that it was done with much less resources, right? So Richard and the team, they switched from on-premises DR with SRM to protecting VMs in Microsoft Azure for DR using Zerto. They used to have testing activity that took days. Now it's only a couple of hours. And they were able to also improve their efficiency as an organization and reducing the hours or the man hours spent on daily maintenance and operations of their physical environment. This is a customer showing you that they were able to quickly and easily move to protect their VMs within Azure, but also see additional benefits around less resources, less time, and less maintenance required. So just to summarize things a bit, because I know we don't have too much time here, is when you think about Zerto, when you think about continuous data protection and this easy button for environments that people like to call us, it's about no matter what cloud you're selecting, you have an opportunity to have DR, to have backup, move, migration capabilities, all within the same unified, single, scalable software experience. It's about giving you flexibility and about giving you choice. And so with that, I want to leave a couple of resources with you as well. There's nothing better than just testing something for yourself. So I do invite you to our hands-on lab where you can test drive Zerto in a self-paced environment on demand without any actual infrastructure needing to be deployed, right? So you can take a look at that URL as well. We also have a free Gartner report that has nothing to do with Zerto. It's simply an industry report that shows you what I know leaders need to know about DR in the cloud or to the cloud. And one thing that I also want to provide is if you want to hear how our customers talk about it, how the industry talks about it, is look at our InfoTech report, the backup and data and availability software data quadrant report. This will give you an insight too in how organizations are using Zerto, what they love about it the most. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and I think I might have time for one or two questions. Okay, let's take a look. All right, the first question I see is Zerto explicit to IaaS, and meaning infrastructure as a service? And the answer is no. Well, because of the flexibility of our solution, if you want to work with a service provider, you can do so. That's why we have such a great disaster recovery as a service offering as well, where you can work with a service provider as well, as easily as you would within the public cloud. I see another question on licensing. Actually, Zerto is licensed per VM, and it's scalable, so you really are paying for what you need to protect. And one of the things that I keep seeing questions about is the fact that Zerto is software only as well. So that's something I want to reiterate, not just software defined, but requiring an appliance, but truly software only. I'll make sure within the chat to answer the rest of your questions, but I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a great day.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Andy. I'm afraid we're out of time for our live Q&A. Andy is going to be answering questions there that you submit in the chat box. I've just popped up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about Zerto? And I'll leave that up while we announce our next set of prize winners. I want to remind everyone that we do have the best question prize for an Amazon $50 gift card, and that is per session. So for each session, if you have questions, pop them there in the questions box. And assuming you meet our prize policy, that will enter you into the drawing for the best question for each session. All right, lots of good questions coming in for Zerto. Speaking of questions, thank you for those. Andy is responding to those as quickly as he can. We do appreciate that. I want to now announce our next prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. They're going out to Michael Pavlovsky from Illinois. Congratulations. Jeff Phillips from Tennessee, and Ezra King from Minnesota. Congratulations. 3 Amazon $100 gift card winners. And now for our next grand prize, we have 5 Samsung Galaxies. These are going to Andy Bolam from Colorado, Eric Simpson from Iowa, Thomas Bezak from Michigan, and Adam Larson from Minnesota. Well, one more, Melissa Radcliffe from Kentucky. Congratulations to all of the prize winners so far. We got a lot more still coming up. So, keep those questions coming and stick with us here throughout the event. We've got some excellent presentations still on the Enterprise Virtual Summit today. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback, and thank you for responding there to the poll question. We do appreciate those responses. It's now time for our next presentation on today's Enterprise Virtual Summit. I'm excited to introduce Ivan Dwyer, Group Product Marketing Manager at Okta. Ivan, take it away.
All right, let's kick this thing off. All right, hey folks, really excited to be here for this virtual session. My name is Ivan Dwyer. I'm on the product marketing team at Okta. If you're not familiar with Okta, we are a leader in identity solutions of all kinds. We'll touch on what we do a little bit later, but I want to get to the topic at hand. We're going to cover a concept that I like to call shift identity left. Now, this is very much a topic that's near and dear to my heart as a kind of security and operations professional. So if managing infrastructure and operations is in your wheelhouse, hopefully this will be a valuable presentation for you. Now, I just want to level set that this is going to be very much focused on practitioners. This is a practitioner talk. And that hopefully applies to your day-to-day job, and things that we talk about today will be helpful to you. A lot of this stems on the fact that as practitioners, we're all on the hook for something. And that really kind of stems from the business being on the hook to deliver continuous innovation to the market. Now, as every kind of company transforms into a technology company in some form or fashion, there's a lot of pressure to deliver meaningful software experiences to customers. And so, that kind of continuous innovation from the business, applies to a lot of us, the practitioners. Now, if you're a developers, that means you're, never been more empowered, but definitely on the hook to deliver continuous innovation back to the business in the form of software that can be then delivered to customers. And the operations folks have to deliver that software, making sure that there's no bottlenecks, things are getting out the door in customers' hands quickly and effectively. And then security practitioners are on the hook to make sure that all of these things happen safely and in compliant manner. So, when speed and automation are the name of the game of getting software out the door for developers and operations, security has to make sure all of that works without breaking things. Now, because this is a practitioner talk, I'm going to show a demo. But I'm going to show a demo now. I'm going to start the demo now. I'm going to spin up some AWS infrastructure using an open source tool called Terraform. The reason I'm going to do it now is because it takes a few minutes to run. So we'll run it. I'll go through this talk, and then we'll kind of come back and see what happened. But I'm not going to explain it now. So what I'm just going to do is show that I've got some code here running in Terraform Cloud. Terraform is an open source product from a company called HashiCorp for managing and configuring infrastructure across AWS, Google Cloud, in a nice declarative infrastructure as code fashion. So I won't talk through it. Just trust me that this is real live code and that it's going to run. We'll kind of come back and see the results after I kind of talk through some of the slides here we've got for shift identity left. Okay, Moving on. Now, the reason why this is such an important topic is this kind of shift to the operating model of the cloud. Now, when we were operating on-prem infrastructure, across our data centers, it was a very different world. It was very fixed deployments. Generally, we'd size them up for peak traffic on the year. We'd haul over those, the systems. We just kind of set them up once. They were very static. They were kind of, meant to live for years. Any configurations, any changes, if not done at the first time, would then have to go through some, very complicated waterfall, delivery projects that could take a very long time. Updating, patching, anything, you name it, installing software. This stuff was kind of, very painful, very manual. Obviously, that shifts in the cloud. Things are kind of more automated. But these resources now in the environments, they're not fixed, they're not static, they're very dynamic. Things are constantly spinning up and down. You've got elastic scale infrastructure. These resources are more ephemeral. Everything is done by automation. Now, of course, this very much shifts the kind of operating model significantly, which kind of gives us as practitioners a lot of things to think about. While there's obviously a lot of benefits of adopting the cloud, there's some challenges as well. A lot of the challenges have to do with, a couple of things that are, traditionally been at odds with each other. So if you've got the business pushing for speed is going to demand automation. So more organizations are employing, DevOps programs to really streamline the delivery of software and the provisioning of infrastructure. But you're running up against security, which is traditionally demands control. And when you've got speed running against control, that's where things can get challenging. So the line I always, kind of like to say is, how can we actually move fast without breaking things? Because that's the kind of model that we need to get to. But that's easier said than done. There's a lot of considerations when you're adopting the cloud. Just the complexity. I always say, security is hard enough when you know where everything is, but it becomes that much harder when you don't. And when you have the cloud, the surface area is constantly changing. So how do you deal with all these things that are, constantly, changing, whether it's, account sprawl or configuration drift? Definitely a hard thing to reconcile. Speaking of drift, you read the news week after week, there's these high profile breaches. It's always some little misconfiguration. And it feels like it's something really small that can have a huge impact. And that's scary for a lot of folks. And so, as these environments grow, as you scale and you automate more, how do you make sure that the policies that you've clearly specified are actually being adhered to in practice? And there's just all that changing surface area. Adherence is a really hard thing to kind of ensure and guarantee. And then just change. Change is always hard. When you're moving environments, you're moving, re-architecting things. Sometimes the stuff that you were doing in the past won't translate, into the cloud. So from a speed perspective, you want to remove barriers from automation. From a control perspective, you want to make sure that you've got the right architecture in mind. And dealing with change across the board is always hard. So that's just a small sampling at a very high level. I'm sure we can kind of pick a few things. I'm sure that you probably feel on a day-to-day basis. So thinking about how security applies to these DevOps programs, a lot of the focus to date has really been on getting software out the door. We still have a ways to go with security, and I think more organizations are starting to realize that security is incredibly important. You can't just open the floodgates of automation without considering security, but it's just something that most companies are kind of trying to reconcile and still trying to figure out the best things to do. So this is where the kind of term shift left has kind of come into favor. And if you've heard this before, it's kind of a way to think. If you think about the software development lifecycle and you think about the infrastructure and operations lifecycle, moving from left to right through a number of phases. As these things have more automation, what you want to do is you want to bring in the controls earlier on, while the humans are still involved, because it's developers and operations engineers who are writing the software, writing application code, writing infrastructure code. That is the absolute time to make sure that you're putting the right security controls in place. Because once the automation takes over, what happens when machines take over? If you don't have guardrails in place, that's where bad things can happen. I think we've all seen enough bad sci-fi movies to know what happens when you don't have guardrails in place. So this idea of shift left is really about making security a first-class citizen for both developers and operations engineers. And so, if you're writing application code, it's a lot about testing. It's a lot about, setting up, automated pipelines that have, the right controls, all along that way, when you get to packaging and actually delivering. And then, of course, once stuff's running in production, you want to make sure you've got, really good monitoring, tracing in place so you can kind of see performance, see how things are actually running. Similarly, on the operations side, it's about designing a secure environments, making sure that all that provisioning, all your environments, your runtimes are fully hardened, best security, best practices. You've got good logging in place. You've got auditing of everything, and again, monitoring and alerting. Making these things first-class citizens as you're designing things is kind of the idea around shifting left. Now, Okta, we're an identity company, so we think a lot about identity and access management. That's really the key area that we play in. And of course, identity and access management is a critical security function. So thinking about the context of shift left, what are some of the things that we also have to think of, as we're designing software, delivering software, and provisioning infrastructure? So just a small sampling of a few things that you have to consider. There's obviously a lot of accounts. You've got human users, you've got service users. Those all have accounts. There's provisioning, deprovisioning actions. Anytime you need to authenticate a user or a service, or authorize a user or a service, those are things that you obviously have to perform in line. And you're dealing with infrastructure, you're dealing with APIs and application code. There's going to be credentials involved. This could be SSH keys, it could be API keys, secrets. There's a lot of things where the credential holds a lot of the privilege to do a certain action. It's very important that you have a handle on credentials. And then just making sure that you're dealing with secure connections. Logging into a server, logging into a web app, connecting from service to service via API. We want to make sure that those connections are secure. And then, really getting granular about security policy and making sure that everything's logged and audited for compliance. So these are a lot of things. Identity and access management is not a small space. Trust us, we know at Okta. We've been doing this for a long time. It covers a lot of territory. But in the context of DevOps, these are some of the things that you have to kind of think about. So taking identity into that shift left mentality, it's not a huge leap by any means, but I call this shift identity left, and really the notion is to make identity part of your automation, not an afterthought. This kind of goes back to that first slide of fixed environment static systems, where you'd kind of spin things up and then bolt on controls after the fact. That doesn't work in the cloud. You can't spin things up and then bolt controls on after the fact, because once that stuff's live, it's got kind of a mind of its own. And so really thinking about how to bring identity into that automation, both is how software gets out the door and is how infrastructure gets provisioned. And that's really the kind of notion of shift identity left. And so, we're going to put that into practice, but, if you've dealt with access management systems, you dealt with identity systems in the past, there's a lot of things that are problems as you kind of migrate to the cloud. One of them, you're dealing with a lot of static credentials. These things are incredibly dangerous. They hold a lot of privileges in themselves. SSH keys, API keys, they're not really attributed to a user. If you've got the keys, you've got the permissions. Using shared administrator accounts, that might work for a handful of systems, but you start scaling out production infrastructure, that can get really hairy, especially from an auditing perspective. You really want to think about, who has access to do what. And if you're going to write security policies, you really need to know who the user is, and think about it from an identity perspective. But then on the resource side, you've got systems, you've got, servers. They might, you might have local accounts. If you're not syncing with a central directory, that's where you can get into trouble, especially from a deprovisioning standpoint. If somebody leaves the organization and they've still got local accounts on these systems, how do you make sure that you can decommission their access? That's a hard thing to do if you don't have the right automation in place and you don't have a nice system of record. So as you kind of think about how to apply identity, you want to think about making sure to avoid some of these anti-patterns. But this isn't something that's done overnight. This is, you want to take it in stride. So I like to pull out this kind of maturity curve from a DevOps identity perspective. I mean, the first thing you want to do is kind of get a handle of sprawl. How many accounts and secrets and credentials do you have out there? The more, if you can remove any of those static credentials, either secure them in a vault or use some PKI services, the better off you'll be. And just make sure you have access controls in place. I mean, this feels like table stakes, but this is really where you kind of got to start, and this is a pretty good place to start. Like, if you get to here, you've got a pretty good handle on things. But of course, you can improve, and this is where we start to get into baking an identity into that automation code. This is we're going to see this live in that demo. So I won't actually talk about the details here. But then you kind of get into more, advanced access controls with MFA, and just really good authorization. You can start coarse grained. It can be just based on if this person's on this team, they're authorized to do a certain thing. Making sure that you start to put in some of those controls. Getting more advanced is when you start thinking about automation. Accounts, credentials, policies, they all have the life cycle. And things are constantly changing. People are changing teams. People are leaving the organization. People are joining the organization. How do you make sure you have automation to handle all those kind of joiner, mover, leaver scenarios? And then kind of going back to credentials, there's the kind of notion of this just-in-time credentialing. There's some services that we have an Okta service that kind of does this. It's essentially, creating these short-lived ephemeral credentials to be used just once. And then getting more fine-grained with the authorization. You can get down to the command level on certain things. This is where the notion of least privilege access really comes into play. And then this is kind of holy grail. You start to get into what I like to call adaptive infrastructure. This is where you get, full, humans and non-human accounts. You get really tight session management. You can get really controls around even time-based, only granting people access for an hour based on some event. So, thinking about where you are today, getting there, takes a few steps. We spend a lot of time with our customers kind of getting from, phase 0 really to phase 2 and phase 3. That's a pretty good place to be. So if you can kind of, go down that path, and then you're in a good place. All right, I'm going really fast. I want to talk a little bit about what Okta does before I show the results of the demo. As I mentioned, we have identity solutions across the entire IT stack. So customer identities, workforce identity, and kind of partner solutions, and really managing identity and access for all of your applications, infrastructures, and API, both in the cloud and on-prem. Now, I want to double click on infrastructure for a second because this is really the main topic. There's infrastructure has a few layers as well. You think about your AWS console all the way down to your, Linux servers. Okta, we aim to be the kind of unified identity and central access control plane for accessing all of your infrastructure. So whether it's logging into the AWS console via the browser or logging into a Linux server via SSH, we have a solution to handle that kind of last mile. And it's all backed by an identity platform, which consists of directory services. We've got SSO, MFA products, and then we do automated lifecycle management. But I want to double click on one more time into that advanced server access product. This is something that I represent inside of Okta. I won't go through this in too much detail in the interest of time, but it is a dedicated product for Linux and Windows access. So what we're doing is we're brokering secure access to machines via SSH and RDP. We're actually managing accounts and policies on those machines, and everything is tied to Okta as the source of truth. And we built a really nice zero trust architecture. We do this in a few cool things, and this is what the demo is really going to show. Automating the life cycle of those kind of accounts and policies from a directory. So if anything changes, we pick it up on the server. So you got 10,000 servers that are constantly spinning up and down. Somebody leaves the organization, we can remove that person's access very quickly. And then from an end user perspective, it's all very seamless kind of zero trust architecture. We have a piece of client software that integrates with SSH and RDP tooling, very seamless SSO MFA experience. I just type SSH to the server, it authenticates me, authorizes me, and then through certificate services that we run in the back end, I get minted that ephemeral credential, and I use that to log into a server. All very seamless, but it's best to see this live. So what I just ran in Terraform is a little piece of code that goes out to AWS, creates a brand new VPC environment, spins up a few instances, in parallel creates a new kind of Okta environment, does some configuration, and then the magic happens when as those new instances spin up on AWS, we install a piece of software, the Okta Server Agent. So, what this would replace, thinking about traditional ways of, spinning up servers and pushing SSH keys. What we're doing instead is we're installing a piece of software. That piece of software now takes over account management, lifecycle management, and policy management on those machines. And so if you spin up 10,000 servers and you install that agent, you can have a nice, easy, clean way to make sure that the right people have the right levels of access as those things spin up versus trying to bolt it on after the fact. So let's go back to that Terraform code, see if it ran. Looks like it ran. And I'll just show kind of what it actually did. Now, this is going to be too fast of a demo for a real product demo. So I encourage everybody to kind of reach out and check us out. But in this Advanced Server Access project, what we have is the notion of projects, which is effectively a collection of servers and then their associated role-based access controls. So I just spin up 5 target hosts and a bastion host in a brand new AWS VPC. I assign groups to this project, which means that these users have access to these machines, and we can actually see me logging into one of those. We've got a piece of software here. This is the client software, and I'm just going to take, this is one of those brand new EC2 instances, and I'm just going to SSH to it directly. Now, what's cool about this is I'm just using SSH like I normally would, but I just went through that Okta authentication workflow. I was already logged into Okta, so it just let me in. If I wasn't logged into Okta, I would have, had to go authenticate, add my MFA, and then I would now carry that authenticated session into the SSH. But I just logged into that brand new spun up EC2 instance, but I logged in as an Okta user, not a shared user. And if you're familiar with Linux, you might expect in my home directory here to be an SSH folder where my authorized SSH keys are. We're replacing that entirely. We're doing that certificate-based authentication as part of our service. Now on this newly spun up EC2 instance is running the SFTD, which is the Okta server agent. SFTD now is managing all the local user and group accounts and local sudo entitlements, which is all centrally managed in that Okta Advanced Server Access dashboard. Now, again, that was a incredibly lightning round demo. So what I encourage everybody to do would be, one, check us out online. You come to okta.com and request a demo. You can see the example code that I just ran on GitHub here. And under my account 45in, and we will share that with folks who are attending the session. You can link to it from this deck. All right, that was my 20 minutes. I've got a few more minutes for questions, so I'm just going to address a few of the burning questions on top of your mind. I hope this is useful. The first main question is, what is this actually replacing? Which is that's a very good question. So I kind of mentioned it. One thing it could be replacing is using static credentials as you spin up servers. And so if you're doing on AWS, you've got the AWS keys and credentials. You might be pushing AWS creds, or if you're doing it via Chef, Puppet, or Ansible, you might be pushing SSH keys. So instead of pushing credentials, we're installing that piece of software, and then that software kind of takes over. Now this gets rid of the kind of attack surface of static credentials because now we're using the ephemeral credentials to log in. So you may have built a homegrown system for authenticating as user accounts. You might be running an LDAP service and an LDAP PAM module on your machines. That's really heavyweight. You got to really scale out that LDAP service. It becomes kind of a distributed systems challenge, especially as your infrastructure scales and if you're dealing with elastic infrastructure. And then you have to run those PAM modules on each machine. So we're trying to eliminate all kind of directory interfaces. It's very much a direct connection between your workstation and the server you're trying to authenticate into. And then Okta as a SaaS, we're just doing all the account management. So abstracting a lot of complexity. Now, you may have been using a PAM product in the past. Going back to my first kind of slide, a lot of the traditional PAM products were kind of built for that different time where the environments were fixed and the resources were static. It was much easier to spin that stuff up and then bolt on kind of PAM controls. But again, as things are more dynamic, a lot of those products, their architecture just wasn't designed for things constantly changing. They don't scale well. They don't handle elastic resources that well. And so really, we designed our product for the cloud first, and really, speed and scale are how we built it. So those are really the things that we're kind of replacing. So yeah, the next question is, is this an alternative to like Centrify or CyberArk? Yeah, absolutely. A lot of Okta customers that want to do more with Okta. If you're using Okta for access to all your business applications, it's fairly natural to extend a lot of those same controls to infrastructure. And what we're really kind of seeing, across the industry is, more things converging around identity. Identity is really that, in the zero trust world, identity is the new perimeter. And all access is privileged. It's just kind of about, who you are and what you need to get access to. So the more that you can kind of centralize access, whether it's, SSO into Salesforce box, or SSH into a Linux machine, having a single place to manage controls from an administrative perspective, and having a single sign-in experience from an end user perspective, it's just natural. So we're seeing a lot of momentum there. Okay, last question. You ran some Terraform code there. Does this work with other tools like Chef or Puppet? Yeah, absolutely. So think about anything that is provisioning or configuring infrastructure. All you really need to do is kind of bake in a little installation configuration script. And I've got the example in here to install that piece of software. And so, we've got cookbooks for Chef, we've got runbooks for Ansible and Puppet examples as well. So definitely check us out online, and hopefully we can help you get up and running. All right, hope that lightning round was helpful and informative for you. And again, reach out, find us at okta.com, and enjoy the rest of the session. All right, cheers, everybody.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Ivan. Thanks for taking time to do that demo. That was really cool. We got a lot of good feedback on the live demo there, so thank you for that. We got a lot of good questions coming in here from the audience. I'm posting those for Ivan there in the questions box, the additional questions we didn't have time for. I've just brought up the poll question on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about the Okta solution? And I'll leave that up while I announce our next prize winners. We have three Amazon $100 gift cards, and those are going out to Randy Williams from North Carolina, Primus Moore from Georgia, and Bill Romeri from Texas. Congratulations. Still a lot more prizes to give out, so make sure you stay with us. We've got some more excellent presentations here to come. Before I introduce you to our next presenter, I want to remind you to respond to the poll question there on the screen, and check out the handout in your audience console. That'll take you to okta.com/DevOps, and you can try out Okta for yourself right there at that link. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you now to our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. Matt Kyle, Director of Product Marketing at Sequence Security. Matt, thanks for being on.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for taking some time to listen in to our little chat. As they mentioned, I'm with Sequence Security. We are an application security provider, protecting your web apps and APIs from automated attacks and vulnerability exploits that might lead to data loss. So when we look at, So when we look at APIs, they really are a double-edged sword. On one hand, they simplify the application development process for everybody, right? They're allowing you to move to containers, implement cloud technologies, expand your ecosystem. There's a wide range of use cases that you see there in the image. At the same time, they represent security risks. They are often less protected than your traditional applications, primarily because they are stateless. They include the entire transaction. And I think personally that API security coding practices lag behind web application security practices. And it's just the nature of the cycle. They often include errors such as weak authentication. In the year 2020, there were there were numerous security incidents where APIs were left exposed, giving the attackers verbose error messages telling them how the API worked, weak authentication allowing them to access data that they shouldn't, or even doing not having encryption enabled to expose sensitive information. So what happens there is that on one hand, APIs are leveraged by automated attackers. These are the traditional account takeovers, automated shopping, fake account creation, social media influencing. These are APIs are used now much more frequently than traditional web applications. Again, because they are allowing they are the same benefits that developers take advantage of. And they also, as we saw in 2020, the APIs are exposing your data to attackers who should not have access to that data. So many organizations are looking at implementing API security. There's a number of different approaches. If you look at the API security market, there's probably 40 or 50 different vendors that call themselves API security. So if this is something that you're doing, do take some time to really dig into it and understand it. It's going to be confusing and very, very fragmented. API management, these are the API gateways, the AWS API gateway, Apigee, Kong. These are solutions that provide a lot of management, but really don't provide significant security. They do provide some volumetric security and some other access control type security, but that's about the extent of it. You've got the folks that focus on build time or run time or development side. These are the folks that are selling to your development teams, the Salt Securities of the world, the 42 Crunches of the world. They're going to focus on the vulnerability potential, things like the OWASP API Security Top 10, making sure that those are not implemented during the coding process. And then there's the runtime approach that we're going to talk a little bit more about. It's looking at the APIs at runtime continuously to not only look for specification conformance or sensitive data errors or authentication errors, but it's also going to look for automated threats. And that's what we're going to dig into now. So that's what Sequence Security does. But we have two elements that focus on it. API Sentinel looks at all of your traffic to discover all of your APIs, including shadow APIs or unmanaged APIs, APIs that are out there that are end-of-life, but they still exist. And then we can create an inventory, do some analysis and risk assessments, and flag APIs for you to work with development to address security gaps. Bot Defense is our flagship product. We are protecting many large retailers and financial services from automated shopping bots, account takeovers, and those types of attacks that are typically targeted at APIs. So let's dig into API Sentinel a little bit. The way it's deployed, it integrates with your API management infrastructure. So that could be a gateway. It could also be a load balancer. It can be any one of a number of. It could be a proxy. It could be It could be a ingress controller. So it could be any one of a number of different elements in your API management infrastructure. And that's important because if you only integrate with a gateway, you're going to probably miss some of the APIs that might get published that don't go through that API gateway. And that's just the nature of the larger organizations and their distributed application development and publication processes. It's not purposeful. So we collect an inventory of all your APIs, telling you where they are, what they are doing, the types of traffic that we're seeing. And the purpose of the traffic analysis is to show you where your APIs are coming from and going to. It's traditional security source and destination type information, but it also can give you a volume of traffic that could be indicative of a potential attack. It also, by discovering all of your APIs, you're going to discover those shadow APIs or those deprecated APIs that I talked about earlier. So what do you do with that? The next step is to, we're going to look at the APIs and do a risk analysis. One of the things that we look closely at is sensitive data, right? There are sensitive data patterns, credit card numbers, social security numbers, and custom data patterns that we can look for in the API transaction and tell you whether or not that's being transferred, whether or not encryption is enabled, and to make sure that you're not exposing sensitive data. And then we also allow you to upload an API specification based on the Open API version 2 and 3.0. It will do a continuous comparison of your APIs against those specifications and telling you which endpoints might be out of specification or which API elements are out of specification, flagging those so that you can go back to the development team and have them update the APIs accordingly. So very, very powerful solution that helps you discover security gaps before they're published. So it certainly can be part of your testing criteria or your testing suite when you're moving towards publication. So it does span a gap span the security and development gap, if you will. It can also, because it's running continuously against your APIs, it's going to look at the APIs that are already published and find those gaps that might have been inadvertently published, and maybe find them before an attacker does before an attacker discovers them, so that they can be flagged for development and fixed by development. So very powerful solution that we are seeing traction in both the retail and financial services space. Now, the complementing the API Sentinel is bot defense. So bot defense has been available for about 4 or 5 years. It's the only solution on the market that does not use or require JavaScript or mobile SDK integration into your applications. So that does a number of different things for you. It eliminates that development phase, if you will. So the developers can focus their efforts on new features and new applications. And it doesn't impact your page load time or force any mobile upgrades. So how does it work? So the first thing that happens is, again, it's a visibility tool initially. It goes out and looks at all of your public-facing applications. And when I talk about applications in this context, I'm talking about the login application, the account registration application, the shopping cart application, or the inventory application, the inventory checking, those types of applications within your e-commerce site. So we understand, collect and understand all of the applications initially, and then we can tag those applications for additional visibility, analysis, and policy setting as we move further into the product. The product, your traffic is then analyzed by CQAI, our patented machine learning analysis engine. So this is how we get around the use of, eliminate the use of JavaScript or mobile SDKs. we are going to analyze the traffic, looking at the tools being used, the infrastructure being used, the credentials being used, and the behavior. There are roughly 180 different rules that are predefined within the product that immediately begin looking at the traffic to determine malicious or legitimate intent. Those rules can then be customized for the retail environment or the financial services environment or the social media environment. It's going to be tailored to the use case that is most commonly seen in those environments. And it's an ongoing thing. This is not a set it and forget it solution. So we analyze the traffic, we come up with findings, whether it's malicious or, malicious or legitimate, and then you can take policy action on it. You can set a rule that blocks it, rate limits it, geo-fences it, you can log it, and then you can send a response back to the attacker, a deceptive response. We call it the honey trap option. And finally, you can also export those findings to your existing infrastructure to enhance the overall security posture of your existing infrastructure, to allow you can use the findings perhaps to enforce, use the findings in your WAF or your firewall or other elements as an enforcement element, or you can send it to your SIM for analysis. So it's very powerful capabilities in both the rules creation as well as the mitigation options. And again, this is all focused on both APIs and web applications. Over the last year or so, I would say that we are seeing more API-based attacks than we are, or more attacks over APIs than we do against web applications. So let's talk a little bit about a couple of customer case studies. So financial services, I've talked a little bit about financial services being one of our core customer segments. Traditionally, financial services attacks are going to be account takeover related. They're going to be folks that are trying to get into your account and steal your money. So this is a large financial services customer. They are using both bot defense and API Sentinel. Most recently they brought API Sentinel on board. The challenge they faced is as they moved more and more towards an API-centric development model, they ran the risk of APIs being published outside of their normal process and inadvertently exposing them to potential compliance violations. Like most organizations, large organizations, their application and API development process is very distributed. So not everybody follows the process that they should probably follow. They may not know about the process. There are a wide range of reasons. Again, none of them are intentional or malicious. Humans make errors. Every one of us makes errors on occasion. So that's what led them to begin looking at and implementing API Sentinel. They use it as a mechanism to catch, for lack of a better term, all of the APIs that are being published, making sure that they are adhering to their specifications, making sure that they are not inadvertently exposing sensitive data for PCI violations or things like that. Bot defense has been implemented for more than 4 years at this particular customer. They were being subjected to large-scale account takeovers. And if the account takeover was successful, the attackers were smart enough to then use the FDX protocol, the financial services exchange protocol that is used by most banks to transfer the money out into the attacker's own fake account, and then withdraw that money and steal the money. So we were able to put that put a stop to that type of attack and that type of traffic. Retailer. Again, this customer is also using both products. This particular retail customer provides services to the retail industry. So things like return services and refund services that the retailers don't want to necessarily manage on their own. So they were getting subjected to fake account creation, account takeover. This was one of those where they needed something that would provide better security support for their partner ecosystem. So remember that this is a large retailer is going to use this particular customer as a service provider. So that ecosystem partner needs to be confident that account takeovers are not happening that might result in shipping address return changes, so that the return is sent somewhere else or the new product is sent to somewhere else. Same principle around the APIs is just being able to discover and uncover all of the APIs, analyze them, and make sure that they are not being published with inadvertent security gaps that might expose sensitive data or allow attackers to access privileged information or gain privileges that they shouldn't have, like admin, through weak authentication or access control. So two very powerful case studies on customers that are using both API Sentinel and bot defense. So wrapping up, we are a multi-threat API security solution. I'm pretty confident we are the only one that does all three of these elements: API Sentinel, bot defense, and then application firewall, which we really didn't have time to delve into. The product is software-based, can be deployed as a SaaS offering, available as a SaaS offering, I should say, but also can be deployed in either your cloud environment or your data center. The next step is we do have free trials for both of these products. We'll leave this slide up as we move towards questions. So the moderator can come back on, and maybe we got some questions flowing into the question and answer box.
Absolutely, yeah, we sure do. Great presentation. Really appreciate that, Matt. We do have some questions. I want to encourage everyone to check out the links there for the API Sentinel free trial and the bot defense free trial as well. Those are clickable links if you just click on the slide right there, because I'm about to go ahead and advance to our poll question. So the poll question on the screen is, what additional information would you like about the Sequence solution? And we'll leave that up while we take some questions. So Matt, let's see. First question I see that comes in. There's a lot of questions out here. Where's the data maintained when the APIs are analyzed? This is a question from Eddie.
Sure. Great question. So the API Sentinel, it depends on the deployment scenario, Eddie. If it's done in your data center, then obviously the data is maintained in your data center. It's deployed as a container. So, any of your virtual machines that you might have in your data center, same principle in the cloud. If it's deployed in your AWS environment, it's your own private VPC. So that data is going to reside there. The analysis is going to be done there. The only connections that we are going to have into that data, provided that you allow us access to it, is we're going to be able to analyze the results, the findings, and the analysis. So we're not accessing or offloading any PII data. Same premise around the SaaS environment. It's a private tenant SaaS that each customer is going to have. So the same premise that I described would apply if it's a SaaS deployment.
Got it.
Next
okay. Very interesting. Let's see. Next question I wanted to ask you. Phil was asking, how are the APIs discovered? Do you do any sort of scan, or do we provide the APIs to the product to be secured?
Sure. The APIs are discovered by integrating with your API management infrastructure. So you might have an API gateway. You might also have a proxy in that infrastructure. You might have an ingress controller for your containers environments. We will find a central point in which we can tie into all three of those elements. We're going to analyze the traffic as it flows across your infrastructure and provide you with that inventory.
Excellent. And then Omar's asking if this can integrate with AWS API Gateway.
Yes.
Perfect. Easy answer.
I like those.
Yeah. Paul's asking if Sequence offers tools for validating and cleansing API data.
Validating and cleansing API data. So I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but let me describe what we do. We can look at the data coming in the entire transaction, and we can look for patterns, credit card, social security number, and those types of patterns and custom patterns, and we can flag it for you. But that's the extent that it's going to go at this point. Hopefully that answers your question.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. And then lots of good questions coming in here. Guy is asking if you have any recommendations for must-have features for a secure API.
Well, yeah, I would say that you look at, yes, I mean, you need to implement very strong authentication. I think that you need to implement encryption. I would recommend that you begin adopting one of the more common API specification frameworks. We've found that the most common is OpenAPI, but there's a few others that are also used. YAML is another one. So I would say that you begin from there, and within those specifications, there are the things that I've talked about throughout the presentation. How to implement authentication, how to protect sensitive data. And I think one of the more important elements is making sure that developers are adopting and adhering and buying into that framework. You can't. I'm sure in your career you've seen scenarios where the recommendations and guidelines are set and people ignore them. Well, that's just going to lead to problems when your APIs get published. So what we've found is that API secure coding practices lag behind your web application coding practices. And so when you move into your testing criteria, don't just do a pen test or a volumetric test. Your API testing suite should include the functionality, making sure that everybody understands what the functionality is supposed to do, what it's not supposed to do, and that should be built into your test suite. Long answer, but very, very good question, and very, very something you really do need to focus on if you're getting started.
Absolutely, yeah. Another question here around the pricing model for this solution. How does that work?
Pricing for both products is 1 or 3 year subscriptions based on the number of transactions per day that we are going to analyze. So there are different tiers starting at roughly 1 million transactions per day. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not when you think about your web transactions, and going up in a variety of tiers all the way up to, we have one customer that is doing over 1 billion transactions, analyzing over 1 billion transactions per day. So it is not unforeseeable that you get that many transactions going.
Excellent. All right. Well, Matt, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session here, but I put some more technical questions in the queue for you. A great presentation again. Thank you so much for being on.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
For more information on Sequence Security, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console. It's a paper on how Sequence extends runtime app security. And of course, don't forget to respond to the poll question that you see there on the screen. I'll leave that up while I announce our next prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Kevin Williams from California, Corey Rethedge from Massachusetts, and Brad Fisher from Texas. Stay tuned. We've got 3 more gift cards still to give out. We have 5 PlayStation 5s and still our best question prize winners in play, so stay tuned. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenters on today's Enterprise Virtual Summit. Welcome Mr. Matt Elliott, Developer Advocate at Rubrik, and Mr. Tony Carrero, Enterprise Systems Manager for the University of the Pacific. Matt and Tony, take it away.
Thank you. As introduced, my name is Matt Elliott. I'm a developer advocate at Rubrik, and I thank you all for joining us today. With us today is one of our customers, Tony Carrero, with the University of the Pacific. In this session, I'll give a brief overview of the products Rubrik offers, and then I'll turn it over to Tony, and he's going to talk about what he's doing at the University of the Pacific and their journey to the cloud. In a nutshell, Rubrik is cloud data management. But what does that mean? Whether you need to protect resources in your on-premises data center or instances running in the cloud, Rubrik has the capability to ensure that your important data is protected. Even if you haven't started your cloud journey, Rubrik has cloud archiving capabilities built in, allowing you to leverage inexpensive cloud storage and ditch depending on tapes. This is what our on-premises protection basically looks like from a high level, and we call this Rubrik CDM. At the center of our product is the SLA policy engine, which simplifies the job of defining recovery point objectives for your resources. The same policy defines retention, archiving, and replication settings all in the same place. You can use our pre-canned SLAs or create new policies to match your business needs. Then it's just as simple as pointing Rubrik towards a virtual environment and assigning an SLA to your resources. Rubrik takes over from there, backing up data and archiving it to the cloud. Simplicity is truly at the core of our product, but behind that simplicity is a load of impressive tech. After you've archived your VMs to the cloud, Rubrik can convert them from their original VM format to a cloud-native image. As you'll hear from Tony in a moment, this is a convenient way to migrate workloads to the cloud and can also be used for disaster recovery. If you spent much time working in the major clouds, you know that their APIs are at the very core of their platform. Well, Rubrik is the same. Our platform was designed to be API first. Every single action performed through the UI is making an API call to the Rubrik cluster. This means that you can easily automate tasks in Rubrik using tools like Python, PowerShell, Ansible, and Terraform. With these tools, you can integrate Rubrik into existing management tooling and build new integrations and offerings. Personally, I'm constantly surprised by our customers and the interesting ways they use our API. So with a little imagination, there's almost no limit to what can be accomplished. The last CDM feature I wanted to touch on briefly is our native immutability. Those are big words, but basically what this means is that after your backup data is written to a Rubrik cluster, it cannot be changed. This immutability is at the core of our custom file system, which powers Rubrik CDM. This means that Rubrik is untouchable by malware and ransomware, and systems protected by Rubrik are easily recoverable should a disaster strike. When combined with the defense in depth approach to security, Rubrik provides the last line of defense in your ransomware defense strategy. Attacks are on the rise right now, so if you haven't thought through your recovery strategy, consider being put in the position of having to pay a ransom to unlock your critical data. We have customers who've been in the same spot, and fortunately, they've never had to entertain paying off criminals. The current pandemic has only accelerated cloud adoption, and for these resources, our Polaris SaaS platform has got you covered. Polaris provides protections for assets deployed in the public cloud, as well as Office 365. It also acts as a control plane for Rubrik clusters deployed in your data center, allowing you to manage data protection across your enterprise through a single UI. We're continuing to add new capabilities to Polaris, such as ransomware detection and recovery and data governance. Our Radar app, which is one of the apps that runs on top of Polaris, analyzes your backups to look for signs of ransomware infection. If an attack is detected, compromised files can be restored in a few clicks. Sonar, our new data governance tool, helps you understand where sensitive data is stored, including locations you may not have been aware of. If you're subject to HIPAA, PCI, or GDPR compliance, this is an essential tool. That's enough for me. I'll stick around to the end of the session, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But now I'd like to turn it over to Tony.
Thanks, Matt. Hello, everyone. I'm Tony Carrero, and I'm the Enterprise Systems Manager at the university. I manage a team of systems and application engineer for the university. I'm responsible for everything from servers, storage, to our hosted cloud services and applications. Just a little bit about the university. We're a private university based in Northern California. We have campuses in Sacramento, San Francisco, and our primary location in Stockton. We offer over 80 undergraduate programs and 30 graduate programs, serving over 6,000 students across the university. We have 3 data centers across the 3 campuses, approximately 600 servers, over 90% virtualized with VMware and Amazon EC2, and our ERP system is also in AWS. We also host several SaaS applications, including Canvas, our learning management system. And we have a complete implementation of the Office 365 suite, which is available to all students, faculty, and staff. We also pride ourselves on being a cloud-first institution. Just a little description on that. What we mean by cloud-first is when selecting technologies for university needs and processes, we look to hosted providers and cloud options first, and typically try to go with what makes sense for the given use case. This factors in functionality, usability, cost ROI, the overall goal of reducing the footprint and reliance on our on-premise data centers. This helps reduce the overall risk of disruption to university technology services, and is especially important in this day and age with the transition of the vast majority of our academic services to remote learning. This also supports the goal of providing digital equity for our student communities by providing students access to software needed to support their educational goals from any location with the internet. We believe Rubrik has played a critical role in our cloud-first journey and positioned us ahead of the curve, particularly in data protection and management, and especially given the current circumstances in California and beyond. So even though we're cloud-first, we were faced with 2 major sets of challenges a couple of years ago with our legacy environment that were directly impacting university business and limiting our initiatives, particularly around technology. These centered around 2 major factors, so requiring backup modernization and the fact that we were lacking significant capabilities in the cloud, particularly as it relates to data management and protection. These things included an expensive and dated legacy solution, increasing licensing costs, inability to scale with the hardware, lengthy RTO, excessive manual management, and then more importantly, the inability to archive to the cloud, which was a big deal to us. We were previously relying on site-to-site replication, and we had a desire to essentially move our offline backups and archival completely to the cloud, so that way we do a site-to-cloud topology instead of site-to-site. Lack of DR readiness, no AWS native protection. Like so many other institutions, we were growing in AWS, more and more instances, and we didn't really have a viable way to be to consistently back those up, although I know AWS does provide some tools on that in that regard. We really were looking for more of that single pane of glass and the backups to match what we were doing on premise. And then, of course, no backups for Office 365. At the time, we were currently undergoing a migration from our on-premise email to Office 365 Exchange Online, and quickly realized we didn't have a protection in place for those mailboxes for the long term. So to address these challenges, we went through a process of evaluating several different vendors. This process took a couple of months, but we did quickly realize that Rubrik was a clear leader in this space. So with the help of Rubrik, we addressed these challenges by moving to what Matt called a single data fabric. As you can see in this diagram, it is a much more simple and elegant solution, and it really addressed our challenges head on. As you can see here, no longer are we doing site-to-site replication. We're basically, we've simplified backups and data management in all 3 locations with the help of Rubrik CDM appliance, as well as virtual appliances with Rubrik Edge, the presence in all 3 locations. And we're doing all our archival out to AWS S3 for long-term retention. And then we're also backing up using Polaris. We're accomplishing a few different things. So we're backing up not only Office 365 with Polaris, leveraging Microsoft Azure as the back end to that, but then also too, we're using Polaris more and more to just centrally manage everything. We do have a number of appliances deployed, and Polaris is a real great tool to not just report on, but also centrally manage those appliances, particularly from a high level. So as you might imagine, the single data fabric provided significant business value in multiple areas. We're saving time and resources for our administrators so they can focus more on start of semester activities, particularly as it relates to this fall, given the circumstances, and ensuring that students can maintain a positive experience in the new normal, basically the new remote learning environment. We now have full visibility of protected data for operations and security via Polaris, as I mentioned, and that is providing more actionable data in making decisions that affect the academic environment. A good example of this are the weekly key performance indicators, which are presented every Monday when we meet, and that helps to keep our overall cloud costs down, particularly as it relates to archival and whatnot. And then we've changed the way we archive data and backups for long-term retention. This is really freeing us up to build a better backup retention policy for the university as well. This also helps to address compliance with newer regulations around data, including HIPAA, FERPA, and GDPR. So like most in higher education, we're facing several challenges with recent events. Given the recent circumstances, University Technology Services, or Pacific Technology as we're called, we've been primarily focused on, for the university, facilitating hybrid online learning utilizing the HiFlex model, ensuring remote access for students, faculty, and staff. We're utilizing services such as AWS Workspaces and RD Gateway for remote access to resources and labs, and helping to facilitate direct use of our cloud and SaaS services outside of the VPN. We're addressing and monitoring increased demand of our hosted services, particularly as it relates to Office 365 products. And no longer is there a dependency on our on-premise data centers for email, but also OneDrive, Teams, and SharePoint are dramatically reducing the reliance on in-house services such as our department chairs and home folders. We're also assessing DR readiness and continuity of service, as I mentioned, most recently addressing the rolling power outages and wildfires in the Northern California region. For example, on this point, just over a week ago, we actually did experience a power outage on our Stockton campus. However, the data center services continued uninterrupted, and then with Rubrik archival to the cloud and Cloud On, we had the confidence that we would be prepared for a cutover to AWS should we need to utilize that in the event of a prolonged outage. We do believe that ensuring and improving the stability and reliability of our technology services are key to improving our overall student experience and success. Rubrik provides the tools necessary to transform data management, as it were, from being an obstacle into being an asset to the university's mission in providing exceptional services for students, faculty, and staff. With Polaris and Rubrik CDM, it really gives us a peace of mind for university operations for our cloud hybrid services, Office 365 and beyond. It's really shaped the way we've addressed these challenges and how we've positioned ourselves with regards to cloud hybrid agility and business continuity as it relates to technology in particular, therefore being an integral part of our approach to cloud first. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for attending, and I'll pass this back over for Q&A.
Great presentation, really cool stuff. Thank you for sharing your real world, story about how you're using Rubrik, Tony. We really appreciate that. We got a lot of good questions coming in. Thank you everyone out there in the audience for the excellent questions. First one, this one is for you, Tony. How long did it take you to implement Rubrik?
So when we first purchased the product, or the suite of products, I should say, it did take us a little bit of time, probably about a month or two of preparation of our VMware environment and our disparate environments. But when we did the migration, it took us 2 weeks. It was very quick. A lot of that entailed, disabling policies previously and then enabling the SLAs, et cetera.
Got it. Very nice. Fast implementation. Next question, they're asking, why did you choose Rubrik over other backup solutions out there? What made it really stand out?
There are two primary factors involved in that. So the first is that the suite of products that they provided, even at the time, they're continually releasing more and more, but they really addressed the challenges that we had head on around data management, both on-prem and in the cloud. So services like, well, just even the CDM itself, it's highly scalable. It has a lot of features that really simplify the backup process. It's easy to use. And then that archival to the cloud was a big one. Rubrik seemed to do this in the most simplest and elegant way possible. And then the other side of that too was the customer relationship. I would say, the team presented to us and everything. It's been an excellent relationship, and we've been very satisfied.
Very nice. Yeah, that's great to hear. There's a question here about Polaris and a single pane of glass. Are you using Polaris there, and has it provided you what you need?
I would definitely say yes. And as time goes on, Polaris is becoming a lot more stronger in that arena. So Polaris can now basically manage pretty much our entire VMware environment as it relates to backups and data protection from the central single pane of glass. We were initially, like probably many other customers, were using it primarily for reporting. But then, with the addition of VMware and EC2 protection, which we moved from our on-premise appliance into Polaris, now we've really centralized a lot of the data protection capabilities. So we do use those pretty regularly. So in that respect, it does provide a single pane of glass because everything's central from within the portal.
And then what about regular disaster recovery exercises? Are you doing those, and how has Rubrik fit into that?
It really depends. Holistically, we have kind of a loosely based set of policies. Obviously DR involves much more than just technology. It's also related to business as well. I would say at a more granular level, we do regular disaster recovery scenarios. So we have utilized, live mounting and instant recovery to build out not only just to test recoveries, but then also to ensure stability in said recoveries, as well as build out test dev and stuff like that. And then we've also utilized Cloud On to ensure that, like within a prolonged DR scenario, that certain key servers and services would continue to function even in an AWS environment across our VPN hybrid architecture.
How should people get started with Rubrik? What's the best way? And how would they do a POC to really prove that this is a great solution for them?
I'd say the easiest way to get started, if you have a contact for a local Rubrik rep in your region, that's the easiest way to get started, obviously. Otherwise, just go to Rubrik.com, and there are a multitude of ways to get in contact from there. in a lot of learning resources as well. So you can learn more about our platform, and you learn all about all the capabilities. Aside from our main website, rubric.com, one of the things I work on a lot is automation, and so we have an automation repository available at build.rubric.com. And Rubric Build is our program that just highlights all of our open source integrations, automation tooling, and things like that. Setting up a POC is something we have prospective customers do all the time, but that would be, reach out to us and say hello, and we're happy to get that process started.
Excellent. That's something that I know that you all at Rubric have always done a great job on, is providing training material, educational resources, and automation. To me, Rubric is just super strong when it comes to automation. I think that's all the time we have, but it's been really great having you on. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Tony, and thank you for being here, Matt.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much to Matt and Tony. Really do appreciate that. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there. I want to call your attention to that. What additional information would you like about the Rubric solution? So I'll leave that up while I announce our final prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Cameron LeBaron from Utah, Jessica Gray from South Carolina, and Daniel Knobloch from Illinois. Congratulations. We gave out 27 Amazon $100 gift cards today. We also have 11 more Amazon $50 gift cards to give out for our best question prize drawings. So stay tuned, watch your email for those if you were one of the best question prize winners today. And now it's time for our final grand prize winners. On the Enterprise Virtual Summit today, we have 5 PlayStation 5s to give out. These are going to Andrew Emery from Pennsylvania, Justin Schrick from Washington, Christopher Weiss from Illinois, Greg Farrow from Texas, and Arthur Gamboa from Washington. Congratulations. We give out 5 PlayStation 5s, 5 Samsung Galaxies, 5 iPad Airs, and 5 Oculus Quest VR headsets as well. So congratulations, of course, to all the winners. Thank you so much to everyone out there in the audience for all your great feedback on the event today. So glad to hear that you learned a lot on these events. That's why we created these events. You didn't have to leave your home or office, whatever it might be. Hopefully you got a lot of your questions answered, and you learned about some of the most innovative enterprise technology solutions in the world today to help you to solve your technology challenges. Before you go, of course, don't forget to respond to the poll question on the screen. And I want to remind everyone to subscribe to the ActualTech Media 10 on Tech podcast. It's over there in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And, of course, don't forget to follow us over on LinkedIn. That's where we post all of our latest and greatest content. And with that, I want to thank everyone for joining the ActualTech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit on crafting an innovative IT blueprint. After today's event, you'll be automatically redirected to the ActualTech Media events homepage, and we hope that you will join us on other upcoming events. Thank you, everyone, for your support, and have a great day. Bye-bye.